Peggy 16.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the third and final Halo Championship Series EU Open Qualifier. We're calling it the Kickoff Qualifier. It's a two-day event, starts today, ends tomorrow. We're doing our best to broadcast all of the action. So basically, we've got two action-packed days of Halo coming up, and I can't wait to break it all down. I'm your host, Shyway. Thankfully, I'm not the only expert on the broadcast. I got three more joining me. I'd like to welcome Sherzy, Tony, and apparently Wes Clutch on the broadcast as well. Instead of Gaskin, we got Clutch today. Clutch, how'd you sneak in here, man? What happened?
Yeah, I was told from the production side that you guys needed some more Southern charm here over on the EU broadcast. So I decided what better than to just bring myself. You know, if you're going to do the job, you got to do the job right. And you send the right man for the job, and I'm here.
You damn charming man, you. Well, good to have you, and I'm glad to have your analytics on the broadcast. I'm sure we're going to need them as we go through these matches. Tony, how you doing?
I'm doing great. For every right man for the job, there's usually a wrong one, and I'm here to fill that void here. It's amazing to be here. We've already seen back-to-back amazing weeks of Halo Infinite action, and here's to another one.
Well said. Good to have you. Sherzy, how you doing?
Doing very, very well. Looking forward to seeing what way the last stop of the kickoff qualifier does shake out and who does solidify themselves for Raleigh. And also, I think if you listen really closely, you'll hear Dan Gaskin, who's actually been muted back behind Wes. He's tied up. So let's try and rescue him as quickly as we can.
What's with Dan and all these? We saw him in a bathrobe. Now he's tied up in the background, apparently, too. We were just going to insert a photo in the center of the screen at some point, so stay tuned for that. But you talked about the kickoff, right? Let's talk about kind of where we came from, because we've had two qualifiers the last 2 weekends full of highlights. So let's take a look at some of those highlights, and we could talk maybe a little bit about what we're seeing on screen here. Of course, some of the, all of the top players in the European region have faced off in these tournaments. We've seen great plays across the board, but the greatest plays, I want to say, come from a select few rosters so far. Who are we looking at, Tony?
Yeah, you already know I'm the biggest Cartel fan there is. I need Fnatic to pick them up ASAP. It's a crime that they haven't already, but I mean, look, we got to talk about OEX. We got to talk about HMDA. That was our top three. Our only partnered roster in Na'Vi didn't even make the top three, which, mind you, that was 3/4 of that world champion. That top 8 in the world championship. That just tells you how far EU has come, where a team that got top 8 2 years in a row in the world championship didn't even crack the top 3.
That's one of the biggest storylines in this tournament, right, Tony? Na'Vi going down 4th place last week, a little bit unexpected. Sherzy, Tony talked about Na'Vi, Cartel, OEX. You got any key players that have kind of stood out for you, made some of the biggest plays so far?
I think we always touch upon, for OEX, the likes of SLG. I think Legend and Shady on the side of Cartel, but also probably the unsung hero of last week, Chick. He went huge last week, and I expect to see the same again this week.
Wes, let me tell you, you're in for a treat, okay? I know you've been on the NA broadcast the last 2 weeks, but we got some players that you maybe haven't seen just yet or haven't seen enough of just yet, so you're going to get to watch quite a few. But, of course, all of this is for Raleigh, right? Everything that these players do, they win, or if they get top placings, they get qualifying points towards Raleigh, which is the first LAN that we've seen in 2 years. And, Wes, you got to be looking forward to the start of Halo LANs again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody that's competing in this tournament from the EU side is stoked for the opportunity to qualify for a chance for a trip to Raleigh and to prove themselves and defend their EU grassroots and really have an opportunity to see where they stack up against these NA teams. I think it's clear that there's some NA teams that are at the top that are going to be very difficult for these teams to beat, but Cartel, I mean, I'm already expecting them to create some upsets over there. So I'm looking forward to seeing them hopefully advance, get that trip to Raleigh, as well as maybe potentially a Na'Vi or an OXE, depending on how well they're playing this day.
Yeah, we've got so much to look forward to today. But like you said, Raleigh, first LAN we've seen in 2 years, right? Since January 2020 was the last Halo LAN. And this is a Halo LAN in a brand new era. of Halo. So this is one you do not want to miss. And just to tease you a little bit, let's take a look at the trailer. Raleigh is so damn close, man. The time's just flying by. I can't wait. We're what, 2 weeks out maybe before we get to finally fly out and see everybody again. We can get to experience the energy of a LAN again, which is exciting. This is only the first stop, by the way, on a roadmap, a whole year-long roadmap in Halo Esports, something that we've never seen in Halo Esports before. Sherzy, just talk to me a bit about the type of opportunity that this creates for a pro player or competitive player.
I think when you look at the surrounding regions, we all know what North America are capable of, the likes of Sentinels, two-time world champions. But you've got some up-and-coming players in the other regions that want to make a name for themselves. We've seen NutraBullet over in Australia. They've done the back-to-back champions over there. We've got Cartel looking to do the exact same thing here. They're all trying to make a name for themselves and show that they deserve to be there. And Raleigh is going to be the first stop there to show that you're I guess, proving the doubters wrong who say you're only online kids.
Exactly. Time to finally prove it. And there's so many players, I think, that have risen up in the last couple years that are in that position that want to prove themselves. So great point. Wes, I asked the other two in the previous weeks where they want to go most. I know Sherzy said Mexico twice now, so I'm not going to bug him about it. But Wes, out of this roadmap, do you have like a destination, a goal destination you'd love to show up at?
Oh, my dream is to go to Valencia.
Right.
And I've been to a few places in Europe. I've been to England. I've been to Poland. I've been to Germany a little bit. But, I mean, get me on Valencia. Take me to the beautiful areas. And I don't even want to cast. I'll come back. I'll enjoy the show and get some sun. Enjoy just being over there. It's just a completely different culture. Yeah. And it's so exciting to, like, have an opportunity, I guess, everywhere else I've been able to travel with Halo, that I think it's a great opportunity there to really dive into the French and or Spanish, sorry, and just like take it all in, because I think that's like one of the few things when we talk about being a Halo player or in the production like we are now, that's really special to me, is being able to travel, see all the beautiful places, experience more than just the video games itself. It's like meeting all your friends, meeting new people, cultures, everything. So it's all the whole roadmap's beautiful, but France or Spain, I'm sorry, is definitely somewhere that's on my bucket list.
I'm with you.
To Wes's point, I'm looking forward to. I'm really hoping that we get the cast from the swimming pool. I'll be wearing some armbands, just floating there, headset on my head. That's my dream and goal.
I mean, what I was thinking is we do the event and then we just book off a full week for a romantic getaway, right? We go see the sights, we go on a cruise, just to get to fully experience it. It should be great. But of course, it all starts with Raleigh, right? Raleigh is the kickoff for all of this, and all these qualifiers that we're doing, they lead to Raleigh. They give you a chance. They give you all access to Raleigh as well, full paid access. Tony, can we talk a bit about that? There's 6 teams that we will find out by the end of this third qualifier. 6 teams will be moving on to Raleigh. How exactly does that take place? If you can give me a little breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, it really is incredible that you earn enough points in the first 2 qualifiers. It adds up. You get sent over. We're talking about expenses paid. You're talking about plane. You're talking about hotel. Literally, you are not coming out of pocket. For someone like me growing up as a competitor, which I was never that good, I couldn't afford to travel across the U.S. or especially not across the world to go to a tournament. But you can literally go out there, leave it all on the line, place well, and be one of those 6 teams that gets sent over to Raleigh and get to compete. It's life-changing, if you ask me.
Right. So just to break it down, though, Tony, right, the top 2 teams in this tournament, they will go full expenses paid. If they win the first place, second place, they get to go. The next 2 teams that have a total cumulative points out of all 3 qualifiers, they also get to go, all expenses paid. And then the next 2 teams after that, who have the most points following those 4 teams, they get to go, but they don't get to skip the open bracket, right? The other 4 teams, get to skip open, they get sent like directly to pools. So some great incentive to grind to get in that top 6. And we're going to be talking plenty about these top 6 teams because ideally we're going to be watching them very shortly. We got a hell of a tournament planned today as well. Our bracket is so full and still in the stages of just realizing we're still figuring out where it's going, to the point where we don't actually have a bracket to show. So instead, what I'd like to do is just talk a bit about some of the teams that we're most looking forward to seeing today. And Shurzy, I'll start with you. We have we're going right in the middle of this winners round 4, I believe, for our tournament today.
Yeah, we're going straight into losers round 4. That'll be our first featured game. We've got HMDA, got a huge upset last week. They took down Navi, of course. That's a massive scalp for them, and they'll be riding high on pure momentum. I think now they're coming up against Maxi Saucisse. It's a French squad, looking very, very good as well. They're being dubbed Baby Cartel by some people in the community, so maybe some big things coming from them.
Right, some big things coming from them for sure. Any other big teams that you're looking forward to, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, we already knew Cartel was going to be, that fighting for that 1 or 2 spot, and so far it's been dominantly number 1. One team I'm really excited for is OEX. We knew OEX was going to be top 4, but we didn't know that EU was going to be so top heavy, with OEX sitting comfortably in that number 2 spot and even taking Cartel the distance a few times. So yeah. OEX has really stood out to me. I remember in the first week, obviously you had COD players who literally went undefeated all the way into winners semifinals. They didn't have that hot of a streak in the second week, but they still made it, I believe, to top 12. And I'm also looking forward to Market Esports. That features Batchford, who have kind of taken me and you under his wing and whatnot, and kind of showed us the ropes. And he's been a great partner and a great mentor, teaching me how to get out of bronze.
Out of bronze, okay. Well, right. So just a couple of the teams. One that I want to focus on, though, is Navi, right? Because Navi, out of all the teams in the tournament today, Navi is a partnered team. This is something that we haven't seen in Halo Esports before. 9 partnered teams to start our esports life cycle, we'll call it. Here they are on screen and all the beautiful skins that come with it. Navi, of course, one of them, but you can see all 8 others on screen here. Now, Wes, apparently Tony has bought every single skin. He's got a combination of skins. It's the weekly combo that we're calling it, that give you the best boost in accuracy. But Wes, what about you? What are you working with, let's say? Have you bought any of these? And
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I've actually had the opportunity, having worked inside the studio, having seen these skins for a little bit now. I've been rocking just about every single one of them on the given day. Right now, I'm rocking the Envy skin. I got to respect whoever's winning, right? I think that's going to be my thing throughout the years. I'm going to rep who's ever the most recent champion is. I'm going to support good Halo, and by doing so, I'm rocking the Envy thing. When Optic gets their own skins, I'll switch it over to Optic if they're still on top. But I was a sucker for I'm a big Simple fan, and that being said, he's obviously a Navi CSGO player, so I was rocking the Navi for a little bit back in the development of the game. I used to call myself Little Simple, and I might not snipe like him, but you gotta think you're that guy to be that guy. So yeah, I'm a big Navi fan. Love to see them play better than they have been, because obviously their tournaments haven't really been going how they probably planned.
We'll talk about that very soon, Wes, but I just like the fact that you picked the skin of the winning team, because I'm repping Envy right now too. Envy, of course, being Optic Gaming. They're in first place. Tony, do you see the trend here? Maybe you're taking notes instead of just picking what you like because of the colors. It's about running with the winners.
It's
the
about
first
winning
place
championships,
squad.
Tony.
It's about, exactly. You got to go with the champions. You can't just...
Tony, don't let these two bully you. You stick to what you know. You stick to what's true. All right? Follow your heart.
You know what? The beauty... You tested it and it worked?
Yeah, I mean, I was rocking the Cloud9 for a bit, but I kept getting second place in matchmaking, so I had to take that off. But let me tell you, I'm telling you, it's all about the G2 emblem, not a Navi. Navi skin, and then you have to have the Fnatic BR. That's how you add at least 30% to your accuracy every game.
Well, that's the Tony combo this time. Thankfully, you guys get to decide what combo you like, what skin you want to wear. That's the beauty of it. Let's take a look at these skins. We got an awesome trailer to show. All right. You saw the skins. We talked about the tournament and Raleigh and what's coming up with this qualifier. Now it is finally time to zone in on the matchup. Get ready to jump into this. We're almost ready to jump into our first game, which is HMDA and Maxi Saucisse. Now, these two teams you might not have seen. We saw HDMA last week, but Maxi Saucisse we haven't seen just yet. So, Shurzy, if you can just intro me a little bit to this new team here. Now, okay, so that's a nice little intro, I guess, on Maxi, but we haven't talked about HDMA yet. So, Tony, thoughts on, or tell me a bit about HDMA and what they've accomplished last week, and I guess the position that they're in now, just considering the upsets that they've gone through.
Yeah, HMDA winning as TBD in week 1, and they finished out in the top 6, which wasn't bad at all, featuring Ramirez, Colonly, Inter Riot, and Flux. Ramirez was our Halo World Championship 2016 EMEA regional champions, and then they go out and kind of and do their thing in week 1. Then week 2. They bounced. Let me tell you, top 6 was already good for them, but then they actually knock out Navi for third place in a 2-1 series, securing third. Weren't able to make it to the grand finals, but either way, that was big for these boys. So I mean, they started off top 6 in week 1. They made it into third place week 2. I mean, what's next? Grand finals? Dare I say, maybe winning? I don't know. They keep improving.
They're a team to keep on the radar for sure, and that's the beautiful thing about it. So we will be watching HMDA, but like Shurzy said, there's plenty to look forward to, I think, on Maxi Saucisse as well. They could surprise us. Now, Wes, of course, you haven't seen these teams too much, but you got to see the layout. What are your expectations, I guess? What are you hoping to see from this matchup, just from some high-level Halo?
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the names, honestly, and having watched HMDA and the broadcast last week, I think that they really impressed me, right? I think them beating Navi is huge for their confidence. These guys are going to come in and want more, to Why Not's point, right? Like, they're going to want a grand finals. Are they going to get there? I think obviously this series is going to be a step in the right direction, but that's going to be a very hard wall to break down based off the level of the Halo that the other two teams are playing at the top. But I did see a lot of things that I liked at HMDA. I think they had to pick up their objective gameplay, especially against stronger teams. I think if you're able to beat a team like Maxi Saucisse convincingly in some objectives, maybe that shows that they've kind of turned the corner in some of their stronghold gameplay. Because I know what I saw wasn't very pretty when it came down to the objective game types against the top teams. This series should go their way. I have a lot of confidence that that team should know that they need to work on these objectives. And hopefully, I know it hadn't been a lot of time, but hopefully they've spent some time doing that.
Well, thankfully, this series kicks off with Oddball on Street, so we get to see some of that objective gameplay. We can see how these guys are playing and whether or not they're ready for the competition later on. So our series is just about ready to start, so let's get into it. Wes and Shurzy, take it away, boys. Good luck.
Looking forward to it. Can't wait to jump on in. And you talked about, we're going into Streets Oddball for game 1. What do you expect to see? Where are we going to see teams set up? Wes, what's the recipe for success here for either one of these teams?
Yeah, honestly, I'm very excited to see kind of what the European setups and meta start to look like, right? I know I watched a lot of the rebroadcast of the last qualifier for these guys, but I want to see kind of what strategies they've kind of started to implement. A lot of North American teams are getting that ball into the back of tram in the train station and holding it there, but some of those setups look very like low ceiling, right? I think it's very difficult to trade unless you get the shotgun and the brew grenades in there and you can kind of hunker down in that base. It's difficult to have success because by the time they're all coming in from different angles, you're kind of overwhelmed. So I want to see these teams try and keep the ball maybe towards the police department side of things, maybe towards the tower, and see if those setups can like start to take fruition and start to create themselves in the meta. It'll be really interesting to see where these teams are and just the European scene as a whole. But we're going to be jumping into game 1 now, and already we have a player trying to compete for Rockets.
Winners rounds 4 is underway. Maxi Saucisse hoping to claim a scalp of their own after HMDA did claim that of Nabi's last week. Game starting off hot and heavy. Rockets already secured this time, and an overkill for Cinder to start the game.
I mean, an overkill to start the game. Not only that, but you got the ball in a good place. They're bringing it back tower. This is exactly kind of what I wanted to see, right? And HMDA is the favorites coming into this series, but already Cinder's saying, I'm not buying that storyline.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 members down now for Maxi Saucisse, a full complement over for HMDA, and we're seeing this player, back tower Ramirez, in a world of hurt, and he is ultimately going to fall. Cali with the shotgun, the Bulldog in hand, not going to be able to get anything cooking with it, but that overkill only amounted to 10 points, so not a lot on the board.
Yeah, it was the overkill that got them the setup, but it's what do you do once you have the setup? Are you able to correctly slay and hold this setup to reward yourself with some ball time? Because in Oddball, it really doesn't matter until you're able to hold that setup significantly, rack up some time. And unfortunately, doesn't look like Maxi Saucisse was able to do that at the start. They do just lose 2 players, but they have the ball still. They're rotating it or attempting to rotate it. So I like what I'm seeing so far.
Ramirez putting down some lovely shots. One of the best in-game leaders around in Europe. Dan Gaskin swears by it, and when he says things, I tend to listen. Riot though gets a kill of his own. Well experienced is he. Shotgun as well in hand. He probably look to pass this ball off if he can, and maybe play a little bit of defense with the Bulldog. Ball drop there, and we're going to see exactly that. Shots go down. Riots does take out Cali. Cinder equalizes that score though. 1 man down a piece here, and we're seeing this engagement down towards purple, but no team really able to dictate the pace of the game. It's a little bit scrappy right now, Wes.
Great job by Riots there to get that first kill when he dropped the ball. Unfortunately, he's only able to find 1 as he tries to overextend a little bit. The Brew Grenade takes him down, and I believe that's going to be Maxi Saucisse losing their setup. But these players back tower, they're able to stay alive. And not only that, they've got the ball in hand. New rockets are up. And unfortunately for HMDA fans, Maxi Saucisse gets that second set of rockets, and they could really start to pull away with this game if they get a few kills here.
Cali wisely deciding to back down. Rockets, though, in the hand of Maxi Saucisse, and Clonely actually has them in his hand. Rockets ready to make this push. 2 members down for Maxi Saucisse. Crystal X situated over towards top purple as well, so he's going to be backed down by that rocket player, and this should be some ball time and a bit of a setup here for HMDA, but it's not going to be comfortable.
No, here comes the push from Maxi Saucisse. They're going to be pushing up Purple Street. An overextension from Clonely, and that's multiple times already. We see a player that pushed all to shotgun really struggle to stay alive there. I want to see them sit a little bit further back, maybe have an opportunity to leave the fight if they want, because these pushes, they come quick, and when a teammate's with them, you're basically dead to rights if you overextend. So Flux by himself back tower here is in a really tough position.
Push is coming hot and heavy. Flux with the Bulldog in hand. Turns 1 into 2. Makes that a killing spree as well. Lovely play out of him, but is shut down by RS8 in the end. But he's already done the damage. Ramirez into Riots. The last 2 remaining and standing. And they're going to get some fortunate spawns here as Ramirez gets that kill towards tower. They've got PD spawns.
Yeah, even though Flux goes down there, that double kill opened up the map for his team to be able to follow up on that damage on those players that were down, take back control, and now Maxi Saucisse trying to search for an answer here. Great use of the wall as well. I love this by them, and when I talked about wanting to see a back tower setup, I mean, this is what we're seeing from these teams, and I love what we're seeing.
Ramirez just playing that anchor position, back PD towards that street area. He is going to lose his life, so is RS8 in the process of those engagements. Ball down, nobody really trying to secure anything for the moment. It looks like their attentions are going to start turning towards these rockets now, because they could be huge to push for some more points.
Yeah, these rockets are typically the pivotal moments in these streets games, right? They're so easy to pick up a few multi-kills with, and when you're able to do that, you give your team a great opportunity to get a setup. Can't really tell who won the battle for rockets, but based off the numbers right now, HMDA should be able to not only secure those rockets, put them to good use, but get this ball out of the middle of the map. Hopping on board with Riots now, and if he's able to be aggressive here, find a couple kills, I might see a tram spawn as well.
He makes the push in towards station. Baldo situated over towards PD, so he's going to start blocking these spawns a little bit, and that might force the other team to spawn over towards Cafe, and that's not exactly what they want with the ball situated over there. But Riot's been a real thorn in the side of Maxi Saucisse, not letting them push out too comfortably.
I actually love what Riots is doing right now. He's staying alive, he's creating chaos, he's being such a nuisance by doing so. He's not typically looking for a fight here, he's more so playing his life, but a little bit of an over challenge there. And that's the Stalker Rifle being put to use by Crystal X.
Shots going down then. HMDA, a couple of members down. All of this carnage that we've seen unfold in front of our very eyes. The team's still only separated by 14 seconds or so. So neither team really able to put some significant scoring on the board, despite having a couple of decent setups early on, Wes.
Yeah, this game is still neck and neck, right? Neither team has really put in the work to just make a deciding factor so far here in round one. I want to see HMDA is starting to heat up, though. Look at the kills and the differences between the two. Ramirez and Flux both with 14 and 13, swaying it out. But you want to see that reciprocate in the objective score here shortly, because efficiency is going to be key for this team to step up in their objective gameplay.
Important to note as well, only 20 seconds left in round one, so if they can just keep Maxi Sauce off the ball, they'll win here quite considerably. 25 seconds, so they're starting to take up points, and they can hold that ball even when there's 5 seconds remaining. They can keep racking up them points, and they'll just keep HMDA off the ball. Still 17 seconds, they're racking up points here, and they need HMDA need to get them off the ball quickly here.
Yeah, but Maxi Sauce also in a tough position. Like, how much of this ball do you want to hold on to? How much of this clock do you want to drain? That's a constant decision the players are going to start to have to weigh. And unfortunately, here comes HMDA with the push that could win them the round. The kills come through. All 4 dead for Maxi Sauce. They get the lead. They drop the ball. And that's round one going to HMDA. That's what I feared was going to happen for Maxi Sauce.
Cloney just getting great value of that one rocket, getting 3 members of Maxi Sauce to hit the respawn screen, and that was carving a hole in their defense. He's able to pick up the ball. We've seen what Maxi Sauce wanted to do. They got 1 point lead. They tried to drop the ball and slay around it. Unfortunately, Cloney had them rockets, and he had a different objective in mind. A couple of shots go down at the start of round 2, but what a game that was. What a round that was. Maxi Sauce were there or thereabouts, but ultimately one rocket launcher was the demise.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see how these new ball rules become implicated into Halo, right?
Yeah.
No players are really going to have down pat the decision making it takes between getting the time worth letting the time come off the clock. It's really difficult, especially towards the late game. I think we saw a situation there where Maxi Sauce potentially just wanted to drop the ball, get 1 round of slays, and then you win the round. Unfortunately, they lost their numbers because they didn't have their guns up. They didn't get the rockets, and they lost round 1, but already in round 2, they're making up for it. They've got a good lead once again. A hot start for Maxi Sauce again in round 2. Let's see if it can finally pay off for them.
Seeing Crystal X with the rockets, really just shot 2 flares though, just warning rockets, because they didn't get much damage for them, didn't get much reward. Not much bang for the buck in those rocket launches that time around. So he got taken down, wasn't able to pick up any sort of kills, and we've seen the ball get dropped over towards Neon now, and it's going to be a little bit of a scrap for the ball, but they've gotten a significant amount of time here, have Maxi Sauce. 43 seconds already on the board. Cloney.
The rotation trying to come through right now for Maxi Sauce, and unfortunately they're not able to get it into Tram, and this is going to be a real dangerous spot for them, because if they tried to rotate the ball to Tram, they got it all the way to the front. If you see them get the slays, Maxi Sauce is going to be in a lot of trouble, because they basically set this ball up for them.
3 dead momentarily, and we're seeing both rosters back to a full complement of players. Shots go down over towards this red side in Arcade, particularly where you see the B stronghold set up. Ball's still up towards top station as well. It's so difficult to clear people out here if they do get set up, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. RS8 picks up the ball, but does lose a member or 2 in the process. He's going to have this 1v1 engagement over towards these pillars on the Cloney. What can he do? He has to help from his teammates. He's going to try and rotate this out towards purple and back up towards tower, possibly.
I actually love this play with the ball. Look at him going out the window, making it so difficult, being a nuisance, having multiple players looking at him, creating such a distraction for his team to hopefully pick up kills. Unfortunately, 3 go down for Maxi Sauce. It's going to be up to Cinder here, back of the Tram, to try and stay alive. He finds 1, but 1's not enough to keep HMDA from getting that ball into the train station there. And now it's going to be HMDA's turn to try and break this setup once again.
2 members go down for Maxi Sauce. Ramirez, the only man down for HMDA. This is a decent setup they have here over towards the stairs and in towards Tram Station. I love this from Cloney, trying to play as aggressive as he can. Ball thrown out for the moment, though. Look, sensing they're in a little bit of danger, but RS8 was the only man left alive, and Cloney's going to recover that ball and bring it back towards Station.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity. HMDA already having won round 1. You're down about 40 points once you picked up this ball right away. You got it into Tram. Let's see if HMDA can hold a setup for once.
trying to hold that setup indeed. Ramirez goes down, though. That's going to make this push a little bit easier. Cinder gets a kill as well. That's huge from him. Despite dropping the ball, not able to do significant damage to get that player off that staircase. We're seeing Flux also fall. Now we're seeing HMDA only down to 2 members. 50, 60 points already on the board here from Maxi Saucisse. They're playing really well. We've already seen more time in round 2 than we've seen for the entirety of round 1.
That was a massive blunder by HMDA. They had a 2v1 on the situation where that player pushed up the stairs. You do not have to stay in that fight that long. You do not have to risk going down. And he actually ends up, I believe, getting forward from the player on the stairs. And unfortunately, like, all it takes is losing your life in that situation to have your setup completely falter, right? You do see them finally retake the setup. Ramirez with the ball in hand is going to say, let's get this out of here. It's not really working out in our favor, but taking a look at the score, now closer to only being down by 20. So this round, more realistic for a HMDA team to win this round, take this game 2-0.
I love this rotation out of Ramirez, but what happened was his team he rotated towards safety, what he thought was safety, over towards that arcade, but Clonely actually abandoned him towards bottom middle, trying to compete for those rockets, so he was ultimately left all alone inside red. But enough points put on the board there during that passage of play to make a significant comeback. Now down to within 20 odd points, but we're seeing Maxi Saucisse putting more score on the board, and that's going to be spelling trouble.
That's the second time we've really seen that wall come into play. The drop walls might seem ineffective, but when used correctly, you're able to get a kill, take the advantage of the bullet or the shot that it gives you, and really turn that into something. You're seeing Maxi Saucisse really start to develop some meta with that drop wall here on Streets Oddball. It's kept them in this game, but unfortunately, HMDA once again break the setup. Can they get the ball into Tram alive? He's no shield. Riots makes it, and that's going to be some significant time Riots rewards his team with now.
Wonderful play out of Riots, recognizing they need ball time above all else right now. Starting to claw their way back into this as well. On the flip side of that, it has to be perfect halo here, Wes, because Maxi Saucisse only need 11 seconds, and the time will be against HMDA if the ball does start to get dropped. HMDA, if the ball does start to get dropped, and we see some slays.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Riots. He wants to be able to play the ball if things get poor, but unfortunately, they're kind of denying where he would have played the ball, that area of the map. So Riots actually understanding the situation, rotates it away from that team, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be running it right to a Maxi Saucisse player. And at 89 points, if Maxi Saucisse can get a few more kills here, they can win this round, tie this up, and push it to a round 3.
Maxi Saucisse like UPS sign here, here, and here. Ball delivered straight to them on a plate. They'll take that all day long. Only needing 1 more second. They're going to get it. We're all tied up here in Oddball Streets, 1-1. HMDA have it all to do in round 3.
Facing elimination.
I mean, if you're Maxi Saucisse, this is what you wanted, right? They've started off the first 2 rounds very hot. Unfortunately, fell behind in the first round, weren't able to overcome it, but they tied it up now. Like, that was a very impressive round from them. If they can repeat that 1 more time, they can find themselves up in a series that they are underdogs in.
That's not what they want to do here. Ultimately, HMDA want to put this to bed as quickly as they can and move on. They want to get that 2-0, but we're seeing exactly what we expected from this French team. They make it scrappy. They can put you on the back foot if you don't give them the respect. And we're seeing Crystal X and the boys really putting up a great showing, but now we're seeing ball positioned over towards tower now. HMDA have that setup you talked about, Wes.
Yeah, we talked about the hopes that this HMDA team has for this tournament, right? This is a big moment for them to try and punch their ticket to Raleigh. They cannot afford any upsets here in the winner's bracket, and Maxi Saucisse, they have every intention of upsetting this team. Unfortunately for Maxi Saucisse, this is going to be the first round that they've started slow. And HMDA, they're looking like they're starting to heat up, starting to wake up, and potentially warm up.
Maybe putting some respect in the French players' names. Maxi Saucisse really made a good game of this, made a fist of it. 31 seconds, make that 32. They're ticking up all the while. Only 1 member down for HMDA as well. That's going to be Ramirez, but there should be enough time for him to spawn up towards PD to help Clonely and the boys secure more time on the board. And we're seeing this push come through from Maxi Saucisse. It has to be significant now because they've already almost with the halfway point.
Yeah, this is going to be a breaking moment for this game, right? Round 3, you need to find a way to make a play. Cinder and the boys, they break the setup. They get 3 dead for HMDA. There is 1 player left alive back there, I believe. They may have finally killed him. And with that, they're going to be able to finally get a setup and something going of their own, but they're down by 40. They have to figure out a way to get a couple of slays, get back into this round.
Bulldog in the hand, Cinder crouched into those bin bags, and that's exactly where you'll find me most of the time in any sort of matchmaking game. Catches that player unawares, 2 barks at the Bulldog, and that'll put him down. It bites pretty nasty, so it does. Rockets in the hands now. He's going to swap out that Bulldog. Can he escape with his life? Can he evade the attentions of HMDA? Yes, he can. That's going to be huge. They've also got ball. They're scoring points, and they've got some of the goodies.
I mean, this is huge. Cinder, if you can make plays with these Rockets, you can take your team to the lead in this series. The killing spree comes through. A great double kill is going to subside the HMDA push, put him back on respawn, spawn him back in tram, and collect some more ball time. We've taken the lead, and now the pressure is on HMDA.
Just like that, Maxi Saucisse have clawed their way right back into this round, and now they've taken the lead. 4 minutes left in the clock, so plenty of time for both teams to change the complexion of this game in game 1 of your winners round 4. Shots go down towards Cafe. Callie's in a world of hurt. 2v1. He's going to lose that engagement. Cloney, though, trying to do as best as he can with Flux to put some damage down. Ball now back in the hands of HMDA. They need to settle things down here because it got a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, but Clonely going down there unnecessarily, like a little bit of an over challenge, could really risk a lot here because he's not here to defend the setup now. Now he's on respawn, spawning in the back of the map, and already Maxi Saucisse is in the faces of HMDA. They find one, they spot another one here. They've got control of the ball right now. They're not going to pick it up. They want to overslay, but I mean, that's a big over challenge from Clonely there, and mistakes like that cannot happen.
Teams only separated by 3 points now. HMDA putting more scores on the board, though. RSA, the last man alive, what can he do to carve an opportunity for his team, recognizing that they're in trouble, waiting for his teammates to spawn up, knowing that there's only a couple of pushes left in this, only a couple of more mistakes can they make, and they'll be out and down in round and game 1.
So fortunately for HMDA fans, the rest of the team was able to get the kills they needed. They were able to win the 3v4 over in the back of the tower, and because of it, they've got this ball time. They've retaken the lead here, and now Crystalix feels the pressure. He's forced to hold forward. He's forced to be aggressive, throws down the drop wall once again, and Cinder needs to be careful here. There's an overextension potential that we've seen a few times. I love the idea of rotating this ball into the police station now, and that's exactly what we're seeing Crystalix do.
Trying to bring that ball straight towards the jail. He's going to make it really difficult for any team to push, but Ramirez has carved a hole in the defense. 2 members go down, but he's lost 2 teammates in the process. Just tries to get in here, disrupt this ball time as quickly as he can. Assault rifle in hand, but no teammates to really help him. That ball is rotating away from him. He needs to get touch tight with the rest of his team here to do some serious damage.
Yeah, there's very few time. Like, 1 round of slays could potentially win your team the game here. So it's going to be very, very tense right now for these players to try and finish this round off. You do see HMDA get the ball. They're running away with it. And now that's Maxi Saucisse that's going to be forced to sprint across the map. Ramirez does get spotted out. He's naded out. And that could be the first kill that starts the slaughter that Maxi Saucisse is looking for to try and take this game. Unfortunately, it looks like they've all gone down somehow. Once again, with numbers, they lose the fights, and HMDA look to take game 1.
Game 1 only needing 4 more seconds now. RX8 and the boys not going to be anywhere near and close enough to make a stop to this ball. That is going to be game 1 going towards HMDA, but it wasn't easy for them.
No, it was not. That was a very contested fight. And I mean, Jersey, you may have been muted during it, but I can attest that you said that this was going to be a close series, and you were kind of worried that the upset was going to be possible. I see what you saw now after watching game 1, that Maxi Saucisse, they can compete with this HMDA roster, especially if HMDA is going to make the simple, short mistakes that they were making throughout that game.
Yeah, I think definitely if you don't give this team the respect they deserve and you start off a little bit slow, Maxi Saucisse showing exactly what they can do and why they're here and here now. Looking at the stats, though, we've seen some decent time picked up by Clonely. 1 minute and 32 seconds that he held that ball. So RS8 as well, 2 minutes and 30 seconds there for him. I'd like to take a look at the slays and perhaps the damage as well, so we can get a clearer picture, Wes, of exactly what went down.
Yeah, taking a look at the kills, I mean, Flux with 38 is the standout performance. I'd love to see his damage as well, but I mean, if Flux isn't popping off like that, I think we're talking about an upset there. Cinder, he also had 37, so I guess he's able to really provide that slaying power for his team, but you have to see a balance across the board if you want to create this upset on that side, and unfortunately, we just didn't see the slays from the rest of the boys.
We're seeing also time was 217 seconds to 216. Round 1 was decided by 1 single rocket by Cloney to get a triple kill, so if that rocket doesn't happen, perhaps we see 2-1 to Maxi Saucisse on the oddball, and we go to game 2 with HMDA down. But such is the nature of the beast that is Halo. One play can decide a whole series, and that's what we could see. Cloney's one rocket could make the difference here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's all it takes is one set of power weapons, one power up, right? It can determine an entire match at a sense. Like, one game can determine a match, and with that, every time rockets are coming up, you need to be able to prioritize those. I think we saw HMDA do a much better job in the second and third rounds of this game to get back into that power weapon story, to start taking advantage of those, especially in round 3. But they need to be more consistent with that, because once they start to play teams that are considered better than them, if they're not able to control over like 50-70% of those power-ups, power weapons, they're going to struggle trying to combat against that kind of firepower.
We did see the news say that you're doing a little bit of better of a job of securing those rockets, so only winning by 1 second in the end. Listen, it doesn't matter, you get the score on the board, but that just goes to show you how good this Maxi Sauce team. There's confirmation of game 1, 2-1 oddball. Our attention's now turned to Slayer Aquarius. What's the setup here, Wes? What do you need to do to be most successful? We're seeing a lot of teams play this very scrappy and sort of run in packs.
Yeah, you know, I just touched on the power-up story, and we're going to have that camo top middle, so it'll be very interesting to see kind of what control of that camo looks like throughout both of these teams' experience here. I think what sticks out to me is how burst is the EU scene going to be in using the sandbox. When I was watching the rebroadcast, have they caught on to the Manglers as sharp as they should? The heat wave is going to be a massive opportunity for some of these guys to really create some openings for their team. But the dynamo grenades, they're special to me, man. Like, when you can use those efficiently and effectively, you can create so much space, do so much damage so quickly, and make pushes so easy for your team. So I want to see dynamo control from both of these teams. It'll be telling to see if they're timing these things as well as they should be. If they're on top as maybe some of the top North American teams are, then immediately when you watch Optic Gaming play, you see how aggressive they are for scavenging for the sandbox. I want to see that reciprocated here in the EU scene, but I'm not sure if they've caught on to how powerful some of this stuff is, how effective some of this stuff can be. I think we saw some great uses of the drop wall throughout that game from both sides, so I expect thrust to come into play. That being the only equipment on the map, though, I think we're going to have to see a lot more firepower, individual skill with the guns, and that's where the battle rifle, the heat wave, and the dynamo grenades may become a little bit more effective.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing as well is the camouflage being utilized with the heat wave, and it really does a lot of damage. You can punch a real hole into any real defense, and we're seeing camouflage has been a change as well, Wes. It's not, you don't get to use it as long, so your time is fleeting the minute you pop it into your chest. You only get 30 seconds to do the business. Do you think that change is going to, influence how strong and how powerful this camouflage can be as a whole?
I don't know. It's interesting, right? I'm already seeing it have a major impact in the North American scene. I'm already seeing that backpackable story really start to take fruition, because you get it and then you can kind of relocate, and then once you pop it, you have that 30 seconds to make a play. If you can pair it, like you said, with a heat wave, you can do so much damage and like really turn the tide of games depending on the openings you're able to create, and if your team can capitalize on that. We're hopping in now, so we'll have to see if that's the case, but already we're seeing Flux on board get a kill and hopefully some space on his team for the map.
Seeing use that thruster pack as well, not able to get himself out of dodge and around that corner, unfortunately for him, but we're seeing Maxi Sauce go 4 kills to 2. Now camouflage is still up and nobody's really been able to make a push for it. We're seeing Cloney positioned over towards those dynamo nades, or as you might know, sizzle sticks is what their official name is, and patent pending. We're seeing exactly that now. Heat wave and camouflage in the chest of Cinder. Shots go down. He's not able to connect significantly to either player to get that kill, but he is going to get the assist. A slow start here for HMDA, and all the goodies going towards Maxi Sauce.
I mean, this is beautiful, right? This is poetry in motion. This is what we wanted to see, this combination from Cinder going off right now. I know he only has 2 assists to his name with it, but so much space being just accomplished for his team right there. It makes it an easy kill onto the player in closet. Chooses his battles wisely, uses the wall so perfectly here. Can he kill Cloney? No, he actually gets taken down, but I mean, damage was done, and he got his team the early lead that they were looking for.
Cloney just seemed to fancy that fist fight. Knew the other player had a heat wave, but was ready and willing to put his body on the line to put that player down. That's exactly what he did. So great play out of him, but now we're all tied up, and actually HMDA, during that passage of play, taking the lead. It's slender, it's only by 2, but it's significant.
Yeah, you would like to have seen a bigger lead for Maxi Sauce with that camo heat wave, but now that it's been taken down, now that that's erased from the equation, you're starting to see HMDA really start to pull away with it. They've flipped the spawns, and they're going to have every single clue that they flipped the spawn. So now it's a matter of how can Maxi Sauce get out of this situation without getting this score too far ahead for the HMDA boys. And unfortunately, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. They go 3 dead. All of a sudden, a nice BR fight starts to take one towards Maxi Sauce's favor, but Riot's picking up that camo while all that's going on. It's going to be so troublesome. And look at the information he gets here.
That should amount to 3 kills, and it does. I don't know what all those players are doing positioned over towards top plants, but they're getting taken down. RS8, the last man alive. That information is going to come through from Riot's. He's positioned over towards the fridge. Heat wave goes down. Look at the distance. Look at the range. It connects and it starts to cook.
Riot is one of those guys that's been playing a lot of Halo for a long time, and you can see it right there. When he had that camo, he spotted those players coming up the steps. He did not shoot, right? He knew that he just needed that information and wait for his team to get in a better position. They actually get a stick. They slay out. They turn around. They slay out again. And now all of a sudden, the score's starting to get out of hand.
We're seeing some of these top players have really good trigger discipline when they have the likes of the camouflage. And that's exactly what we've seen there. Downloading information was Riot's got the information. Those 3 kills were there, ready to go. Him and his team put them in the bag, and they take them and leave them. Now we're seeing both teams just coming to a little bit of a standstill, Wes.
Here comes Callie. I love this flank. Like, this is a huge opportunity for him. Can he get the kill quickly enough to be able to transition to the next? Unfortunately, no. I would have liked to see him go for that back smack potentially and maybe find an easy kill and transition it to a second or a third. But because that first kill took so long, he's not able to transition it. And mistakes like that, timings like that, that's what wins or loses you games.
That play, in my eyes, had the potential to be a triple kill. If he gets that back whack, takes out the BR and shoots those 2 players positioned down towards bottom courtyard. Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. And that's going to mean that his team are still down by 3 to 4 kills now. RS8, last man alive once again. They seem to be dying and they're on staggered spawns, but HMDA really starting to apply the pressure.
Yeah, Maxi Sauce actually doing a phenomenal job of fighting back in this game, only to be down 6 with how much power weapons and power-ups they've given up with the space that they've had to work with. It's been very difficult for them so far, but they're doing a good job of keeping it just within 6. Unfortunately for them, Ramirez could flip this entire storyline on its head in this series right here with this camo.
So we've seen Maxi Sauce secure camo number 1, but ever since then, it's been back-to-back-to-back camos for HMDA, and we're seeing exactly why they have seen some success here with it as well. He's trying to get that heat wave. He's down to no shields. Chris Lex not able to get the finish with the help of HMDA to keep Ramirez alive, and that's going to be big, and they could start to pull away even more now.
Yeah, I'm going to see Ramirez push with this. Unfortunately, camo times out. Like you said, it's not that long of a camo, but he was able to make a couple of plays, and now he's put himself in a good position to have this pressure on this base. They know he's here, but when he has the heat wave like this, it's not like you can go sniff him out.
Knowing he's there is one thing, clearing him out is another, and he's doing a fantastic job. Reversal back whack as well. Double kill, and look at that, shooting out almost out of celebration, trying to anticipate another player pushing him. Ramirez is popping off.
I mean, when it rains, it pours, and Ramirez is creating chaos in the back of that base, uses the heat wave so well, switches to the BR when he needed to, and it was just a phenomenal play that probably turns the entire tide of this game. It's still just a 6-kill game, though, so Ramirez doing all that damage, getting all those kills, still, you're seeing Maxi Sauce contain this score line, make it manageable still, but for how long? Because as they continue to trade, as they continue to approach 50, it's only going to become more difficult. The win condition only starts to shrink if you're Maxi Sauce.
Maxi Sauce still find themselves down by 7 kills, starting to get a couple on the board now. If they need to get some kills without reply, but unfortunately, we're seeing Ramirez still having that heat wave in hand. It's so strong. Clonely picks up a double kill onto Cinder and RS8. Ramirez just playing so well, knowing the sightlines, playing those close corridors with the heat wave. He's playing out of his skin.
Yeah, tons of damage, but mostly staying alive and just being a presence for his team in order to create that sandwich opportunity for Clonely to pick up that double. That was massive, right? Ramirez does such a good job of not overextending when he has this combo. You're seeing him in the kill feed pop up again. You saw the assist come from Clonely, and these two are working so well together. That's what you want to see this HMDA roster amount to as they continue their winners bracket run.
Another camo, 4 unanswered camouflages over towards HMDA. Still heat wave in the hand of Ramirez as well. I think he's starting to spawn with it at this point. He gets a kill onto RS8 as well. The world is his oyster. He's going to start creeping over towards this fridge area onto Cinder, puts a couple of shots down. Wisely decides he's going to stand still and wait for him to re-challenge, but unfortunately he got shot in the back, but it's not going to matter too much. Game 2 goes towards HMDA. It's a clean sweep for them. Oddball wasn't that close, or Oddball was close, excuse me. Slayer not so much.
Slayer not so much, and when you give up that many power-ups and that many power weapons like that, you can expect the score to kind of result like it was, right? It was HMDA controlling every camo other than the first one. They had heat wave the entire game, and just with that, it gives you so much control. It allows you to have so much pressure because the other team, they're hunkered down in a base going, they have camo, I can't really push out for free. I have no idea where this guy is, and by the time they find out where he is, it's almost too late.
This matchmaking, I'm screaming, I'm crying. Can somebody just kill Ramirez, because he's killing me time and time again. He's putting damage down. Looking at his KDA as well, 10.3, 13 kills for him, 5 deaths and 7 assists. He was ever present. And again though, Flux top boarding there, top fragging for his team. I'd like to take a look at the damage to see just who was out on top there. It tells a really good story.
Yeah, I mean, when you're beating a team 50-33, it's not off the back of one individual performance, although Flux having phenomenal stats throughout this entire game. It's on the back of everyone stepping up and playing together. Looking at the damage, you can see that Clonely actually with 38.99 is going to lead the lobby, and he might not have had the most kills in the game, but that damage speaks volumes to me. It's my favorite stat here for Halo Infinite, and when you have damage like that, when you're able to just raise the bar for your team, you give them so many opportunities. You find the assists, of course, but it's really the pressure that that player is able to apply on the map. That's one of my favorite things about playing with Mikwin, was it felt like he was always able to lead the lobby in damage, and that just opens up so much opportunity for the rest of your team.
And we're seeing a little highlights package as well of exactly what did shake out there. Cali getting tethered by that nade. Just were never able to get up ahead of steam. HMDA always seemed to have an answer for them whenever they got themselves back within the fight. HMDA, they secured a camouflage and they stepped on the gas once more. You speak about damage taken or damage output from players, and we're also seeing a damage received stat as well, Wes, and that can be huge. And I tell you something, if you're playing with me in matchmaking, game after game, I'm consistent. I have the most damage received and the most deaths. I lie so you don't have to.
I'm not sure if that's really the story that's being played in our matchmaking games, but you know, I'll keep your confidence up, keep telling you that, hey, keep getting shot at, Jersey. I always do like to say, hey, if you're getting shot at, that means I'm not getting shot at, hopefully, and that gives me more of an opportunity to run wild. So I'm okay with you taking damage. I just need you alive for a little bit longer if that can work out for both of us.
We're seeing winners round 4. It's locked and loaded. It's in the books. 2-1 Oddball Streets, 50-33 Aquarius Slayer. HMDA are going to advance, and unfortunately, we're going to see Maxi Saucisse dip down to the lower bracket. Shyway, that one's in the history books. We're going to advance to the next round. What a series it was!
What a series. Nice and quick. Not really unexpected as well. The team that we thought would win did end up winning. Ramirez, Flux kind of popping off in that last game. I think one of the biggest things that I noticed was just kind of missing big opportunities. The moments that were missed out of the other team, out of Maxi Saucisse, especially that moment with Cali. With the heat wave getting behind that player. You guys talked about it. Had he hit a back smack, had he just kept his high ground as well, maybe put a couple shots in, switch to BR, finish him off, and just held the high ground, he would at least be in a good position to do damage and get away and just be a presence, be a force on the map. So it just felt like there were a number of missed opportunities from that team, unfortunately, but HDMA, they're looking good, is the other side of the coin. So can't wait to see what we see from them later in the tournament. Tony, what are your thoughts coming off of that?
Yeah, I mean, that was a great series. Plays were made by HDMA, and I was really impressed. My only question is, did we see the objective efficiency and dominance that West asked for earlier to show that they can make it in that top 3 again, right, and dare I say the top 2? He talked about it before. Like we know this is a good slaying team. We know they have that individual skill, and they have those sparks of teamwork that's beautiful to watch. They were able to take down Na'Vi, but the question is, did we see that objective dominance? And to be honest with you, I'm not sure if we did.
Well, Wes was shaking his head. So if you want to elaborate, Wes.
Yeah, I don't think we did, right? I think we saw a lot of opportunities for them on the oddball game where they had a setup, and you want to see how many rounds of slays can this team get with this setup and really run away with these games. And it felt like every time they had a setup, it got broken fairly easily, fairly quickly. It was very scrappy from both sides. we're seeing a lot of that over in the North American tournaments as well, where teams are really struggling to try and figure out where they want to control the ball and how they want to adapt to a team's push and drop the ball and sway at times. It's very difficult, I feel like, in Halo Infinite right now to hold the setup that you talked about wanting. It's like, how are you continuing to stay with numbers in your favor in order to continue racking up significant time? Because this scrappiness, it's really risky for the better team in the game, right? The underdog in these games, they want it to be scrappy. They want you to be able to continue to grab 5 seconds here, maybe 10 seconds here, and they'll do the same. Good teams, great teams in Halo, they figure out the setup that they want and they can hold it. They can drop the ball and sway. And when they get the kills they need, then they pick the ball back up. And it's all about the chess game of how do you break this setup. Right now, we're not seeing much of that.
So you heard it from Wes. These scrappy games early on, that's not good enough. If you want to last in this tournament, we need to see the efficiency. We need to see proper team setups and holds. And hopefully we do see that. In the meantime, though, HDMA, they move on in the winner's bracket. They have succeeded in winners round 4. Maxi Saucisse, they drop down to the lower bracket. HDMA has to go up against the boys next in our next matchup. Before we jump into that one, Shurzy, can you tell me a bit about this boys team? Because we haven't quite seen them too much just yet, but they've been peaking into top 6 several times.
Yeah, they've been super consistent. It's a team that's led by Rob Sin. We've also got Sandel and Snipeball. This team has been very consistent over the last couple of weeks in the cups, and they're in and about that top 6 seed. So I think they'll be looking to go on a similar run here and probably solidify themselves into, if not pool play, at least getting into that open bracket for Raleigh. So you're seeing there Singleton, Morgan as well, a player from the Netherlands. So they've got pretty UK heavy team, and they've got Morgan as well to bring around the boys. So this team is very experienced. Rob will be their in-game leader. He's formerly known, the art is formerly known as Septic. So people in Europe will know him and know that name and the likes of Vibe and stuff like that. So a very, very good team, well experienced, and I expect to see them doing very well.
All right, well, thank you, Shurzy, for that lead-in. I can't wait to see it. Now, we got the boys, we got HCMA. That's going to be coming up after our short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more HCS and find out the results of this matchup. Hello and welcome back to the third and final Halo Championship Series qualifier, the Kickoff Qualifier. In case you missed it, we have had one matchup so far today. We've had Maxi Saucisse up against HDMA. HDMA won in a dominant 2-0. They now move on to winners round 5. Their competitor is the boys, and that matchup is just about ready to get started. I'm Shyway, by the way. I'll be your host for today. We've got, speaking of the boys, I've got 3 boys I'd like to introduce on the desk today. We've got Tony, Wes, and Sherzy joining me, and we are just about ready to get into this matchup. So what I'm going to do is show the series layout so we can just start to talk about it right away. Of course, a best-of-3 series for this matchup. We got Aquarius CTF, Slayer on Streets, and Strongholds on Live Fire. Can't wait to see how this goes. Now, Tony, you know a little bit about the boys coming into this. Can you tell me about this new team that we're about to witness?
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch the boys. I feel like this is going to be just another roadblock for HMDA to replicate their success that they were able to have last week. You have Morga, Sandel, Snipe, Paul, and Robson. Morga coming out of the Netherlands actually finished in 4th place during the 2017 Halo European Pro League and 4th place in the Gfinity London LAN. So he's found massive success, and obviously Sandel, Snipe, Paul, and Robson are very good as well. This is a solid squad and a very big test for HMDA.
Test for HMDA, and I'm sure a test for the boys as well. Now, Wes, I know you're our resident ex-pro Halo analyst. I know you haven't been impressed yet so far with the matchup that we've had. So I would like to know a little bit about what your expectations are. What would you hope to see so that these teams kind of avoid the common pitfalls that you've been seeing so far in the tournament?
Yeah, I think there just has to be more cohesiveness, right? More structure to these guys' gameplay. I think when we're talking about individual skill, there's definitely a difference between Optic Gaming and some of these teams. But I like to refer to the bar being set at the top of North America and then comparing everybody to that bar. So I think the structure and I think the teamwork has to become better. I think in that last series, we saw a lot of over challenges, over extensions from HMDA. When you're no shield behind a wall and your teammate's shooting somebody that's looking at you, like, just stay behind the wall, right? Stay alive. It's the little things that always start to add up in Halo. And I feel like the little things might be overlooked by some of these teams. Get back to the basics.
All right, back to the basics, the fundamentals, and manage the little things. Just based off of what you've seen so far, Sherzy, with HDMA, their performance, even last week defeating Na'Vi, where do you think this series might go? Which way do you think it's going to go?
I think they started off a little bit slow against Maxi Saucisse, it must be said. They were probably expecting the game to be a little bit more comfortable, but like I said, the likes of RSA, that team are very, very good. They've been dubbed the baby cartel, and that's for a reason. If you don't give them the respect that they deserve, they can cause an upset, and we almost seen that in game 1. Game 2 was a little bit stronger on the side of HMDA. They started to heat up a little bit and started to find their form. So I'm expecting to see the boys not give HMDA the same sort of chances here. I think if they start off slow once again, the boys are capable of taking the win here.
Damn, so going for the boys. Well, I've heard all I needed to hear. Let's cast it, Tony. Tony and I are going to jump into this matchup, which is just getting started. Wes and Sherzy, we will see you shortly. But Tony, let's do this.
Yeah, while waiting for the match to start up, I'm really happy that we're seeing this series layout, because this is going to tell us a lot about where HMDA are when the game slows down. On Aquarius, you have to be fundamentally sound. You need somebody blocking that left side perimeter or that right side perimeter to force the spawns the opposite way. And you also need somebody over towards that top mid side of the map, looking down at your opponents, getting those easy angles off. This is going to tell us a lot about where HMD are when the game slows down. Teams like Na'Vi know how to change the pace, slow things down, and set up heavy. And I want to see HMDA have that same discipline.
Let's see if they got that discipline, Tony. Of course, finally in this matchup, and we got players dropping left and right. Now on board here with Ramirez. Ramirez popping off in the last series. Now is his time to continue to do so. Just trying to lock things down from top. You can see that flag is down below him. Likely going to want to get some hands on it, but just staying up. Going to rotate through, hold on to the position that he's got here. They do jump on that return. Looks like they will get it. So Ramirez, in the meantime, rotating maybe for a second pull. And you can see he's still there being cheeky, but that heat wave, if anything's going to deal with him, the heat wave will do it. No, it looks like he's got a teammate there to help out.
And that was a momentary 3 down for the boys. So HMDA looking really comfortable as far as the Slays column. Riot's actually already having the flag in hand and it's on the move, but a little bit of a fumble. Luckily, he's able to play his life. He's going to get the Slays and get right back in. It's no big problem whatsoever as that flag is moving over towards bottom mid, and he will be stopped just short. And another 2 down for each of these teams.
Interesting decision to change his mind, go bottom mid with the flag instead of take it down the perimeter lane there. Kind of left him exposed. He does lead the flag out bottom mid for a teammate to collect. A thrust in the back pocket of Clonely, so we'll see if he can use it to pull off a couple plays here. Does spot one. Gotta watch out for that bank nade, though. He does get out, so great use of the nades right there just to keep Clonely back, limit his options, but thankfully staying up. Huge in this position. 2 dead on the feed as well. He will die, though. Flag gonna drop in the perimeter. We'll see if somebody can collect it, but it's made it past that 50-yard line.
And I love how Rob is actually trusting his teammate to go after the return right there. Ramirez actually already moving the flag across the map. I don't know how they were able to stop the return from coming in, but that flag has already made it towards the base, and now Slays go in favor of HMDA. They might be able to get the return and the first flag cap of this game.
They might, like you said, but the other flag is out. You can see it. Rob's got it. So big clutch pull at a Rob to take this through. Hold on to it in the cubby here. We'll see if he can sneak his way through. Of course, if you're walking with that flag, you do not appear on screen. Teammates on the opposite side are aware of it now, though. But just a pure flag standoff to start our game here. And a bit of a cheeky play from the opposite base. All while that happens, Clonely already with the push, though, to clean up what's left. So that was a great opportunity. Clonely is taking full advantage of. Can he get the full return, though? He can't. He'll jump in and get the touch. So just a last-second save, but the pressure is on.
Sadly, Clonely was by himself right there and almost was able to get that return. If you had a teammate with them, that would have been a guaranteed return, but we're back at a stalemate right now. 1 down for each team. On board with Rob, which is holding down things. He might be able to create some opportunity if at one point he drops the flag and maybe kind of shoots across map here and try to create a little more opportunity for his teammates.
Something important to note about the flag is you don't need to be holding it for it to automatically disappear. As long as you stand within the ring, you can still fire shots and cover the flag and have it never despawn. So it's a great way to get that coverage, help your team without having to commit to holding the flag, and I'm sure we'll see that. Oh, well, that's happening, though. Somebody stuck into the base, got a backstack, and a free return out of Snipeball right there. So I'm talking about, you know, standing beside the flag getting defense, but you got to watch your backside, too.
You gotta watch your backside. The boys are back in town, getting a big return. It looks like we're gonna actually see the first cap not go in favor of HMDA, but actually of the boys. Again, they finished top 6 back-to-back. We haven't seen them much on stream lately, so I'm happy we're seeing them now as Morgan winning a big individual gunfight and putting HDMA 3 down. HMDA are on the ropes.
The boys with a strong opening. Can they carry off of it? Morga just dipping and dodging here. Does get back up into that fight. Teammate beside him, top mid for the pickup. They also got the camo, I believe, as well. And all 4 members now mounting the challenge here. You can see the remaining 3 stuck in the base. And I love this team push. You've got 3 coming through left-hand side. This man has no chance of survival. Does get the trade, which will slow their roll a little bit, but Snipeball in the camo with a great opportunity if he plays this correctly.
Snipeball doing a great job of icing out his opponent with that camouflage, and now he's making his way right behind enemy lines here. As a player in front of him, that's going to be Ramirez. Great shots by him, but there's going to be 2 players flooding him, and he's going to go down. 3-on-3 situation as we switch on board with Ramirez, who's going cross map.
No amount of thrust will save you from the team shot, Tony. As powerful as that thrust might seem, and as quickly as you can, you know, bounce left and right, it's just that team shot a little bit better. Speaking of which, Morga going to drop immediately there in the base. Back over to Riot's. Riot's just playing defense. You can see he's had to do a lot of that, holding things down from the base. Teammate's going to make the rotation here. Spots 1. Can he pick up Rob? Nice pickup here. Multiple dead on the feed, too. But it's multiple teammates actually going down, so he's going back to the base to defend.
And Riot's doing a great job of staying alive despite being one shot right there. Meanwhile, Clonely's going to be taking some heavy damage, forced to go all the way bottom mid. Usually not the place you want to go to stay alive, but somehow he's able to pull it off. And we do see numbers slightly go in favor of HMDA, but they need to get at least 2 down. They're able to do so, make that 3 down, and now they can hop on their spawns. They might need another round of slays before they can pull the flag.
I mean, Tony, you'd be surprised how powerful that bottom mid push is on this map, right? Top mid, despite the high ground, it's so open, so vulnerable. So a lot of these players, they tend to flank from below, and you're seeing the results of it now. Flux going to tear down 1. Continue to take this flag on through He's got teammates to escort him as well, so perfect opportunity here for Flux to maybe sink a flag. Does have to turn back to help a teammate, though. Ramirez got it. So nice checkpoint, I guess. Does he still want hands on it? There we go. There's the awareness you're waiting for, but a double team. And Flux somehow managing to. Can't quite get the touch, though. Return coming in. And does he succeed with it, though? Snipeball going to be there for the return and the camo pickup. So a little unfortunate that Ramirez who tried to do it all.
Great job by Snipeball to get the first kill, then utilizing that thrust to get the double kill, but there's two more. They're multiplying here, and finally, Snipeball is going to be taken down. Great job by him to get the slays in, but I guess it wasn't the right timing because now they're backed off and reset once again. Here are the boys, 2 down. Go to boys in blue.
Just an unfortunate double dilemma there out of Ramirez previously, right? He wanted the camo. He knew he didn't have teammates, so he doubled back, got himself in a 2v1. Next thing he knew, the flag was returned. There was no hope. And pressure on the base once again here. So Rob does go down. Clonely to lock things down from the locker here. He's got a teammate with him now, thankfully, so they can get the push. Here's the little 2-man push that you're looking for. And that no collision can be useful in situations like this. You just run right through your teammate for the pressure.
Back on board with Rob, chucking the sizzle sticks, as Jersey likes to call it now, making his way over toward the Hydro side of the map. Excellent shots going down, almost winning that gunfight, but Flux is just too good, putting his 16th kill on the board.
Flux with the happy feet right there, pulling out the strafe, does manage to get away from that fight on top. I believe he still has a teammate below for this push, so great opportunity onto flag. Your teammate dead, though, Flux. Actually, no, that was a perfect execution. They're going to make this rotation through here, but speaking of footwork, Snipeball going to pull it out for defense once again as he tries to get back in and out of that fight. Little cat and mouse. Great defense isn't enough, though. Flag still pulled and out center.
A wingman earned by Rise before going down right there, getting 5 assists in a row before dying, but a momentary 4 down go HMDA. And I'm going to be honest with you, with HMDA's big 3rd place finish, I had them on paper being the better team, but I mean, we have a 1-0 lead in favor of the boys and multiple slays going in favor of them, along with objective efficiency. The boys are looking really clean right now.
And the issue here is Aquarius, though, right? It's such a small map. If you have a staggered push, you don't get a clean break out with that flag, then it's so difficult to actually run the flag, because players will spawn nearby. They'll get angles on you immediately. You need that clean break. You got to win your pivs. And as I say that, we got 2 trades on the board here. Sandal still up on top mid. 2 thrusts to work with. Uses one into the wall. Not what you want to see. You leave that 1 thrust behind. We're just going to hold at the midline here. Once again, as long as it continues to be scrappy, it's just so difficult to get a clean pull on this map.
Great elimination coming out of Ramirez right there, taking down that player across the map. And now him and Flux are going to work a little 1-2 combo. Somebody hiding in that corner. That's his corner right there, living rent-free. But it looks like they're able to get the kill. The flag is on the move, and HMDA are coming back.
Rice is moving and grooving. He gets it through bottom mid. He's got the teammates to help with the support here. He's going to continue to run this flag through. I think he might have it in the clear here. Riots in the last links. Anyone there last second to defend it? Not looking like it. He'll plant that one in, tie our game up 1-1. And now HDMA on a bit of a roll.
And great job for Rice for utilizing the environment to get that quicker run, sliding down those ramps. Shawi, I know you appreciated that one. If he didn't slide down those ramps at just the right timing, he probably would have died while being weak running that flag, but really utilizing the environment. Clearly, HMDA have been practicing on this map, and they're well aware of all the routes you should be running it. 1 down for each team at the moment. We're switching back on board with Morgan, getting that flag all the way toward the 50% portion of the map here. What's going to happen?
Yeah, Morga kind of snuck this one through. All of a sudden, the man's made it all the way up. All while that happens, flag still pulled opposite side, so bit of contention here at a HDMA. He is not in the clear yet. Nice patient play at a Morga, though, just going to hold things down from the doorway. Can they double team this man back base? They don't see him yet. Popping out with a heat wave, does get a huge kill to defend it. So he can keep that flag in play, but all while that happens, flag's still sitting out front base. Somebody's got to get that return. Still got to get the defense, though, and Morga just snapping left and right, taking faces.
Let me tell you, Morgan using everything but the battle rifle. The big kill coming out of the sidekick, whipping out the commando to take down that player, really utilizing the environment, and right back with the to overlive with the BR, and he's right behind enemy lines. This is what I want to see, a player just sitting rent-free over towards utility. Such a great job to put excellent shots across the map, and you could also stay alive in that room. Morgan getting some pressure now though on opponent flag.
Morga has been on a bit of a roll. Made it back into the base. Important opportunity for him. Does pull the flag. Doesn't actually toss it out. That flag did not go as far as he had intended. So now he's stuck playing a little ring around the rosy. That flag being pulled opposite side. Well, that happens. Flux, he's making the rotation with it. He just barely gets out with the strong side. Great progress out of him, but Morga now back for the challenge. Morga off a spawn, picks up a double. Not off a spawn. Man was on a spree, so he lived, and he kept that defense up.
That was a clutch double kill coming out of Morga right there, really stopping that flag, but I'm not sure if they were actually able to get the recov snipe ball. Now trying to stay alive over towards top mid, not gonna happen. Riot shutting him down, and we're back to a reset 4v3 situation in favor of HMDA. Morga, though, once again, every time there's a situation that needs to be neutralized, Morga puts in work. Sandel gets a big kill. That's 2 down for HMDA, and the flag is already being pulled.
You have 2 more down boys as well, though, and Sandel's got to work on that. Clonely in the meantime here, covering Fridge, covering his teammate too. Picks up a big kill. He'll live out back base. They'll know he's here, though. You can see he's already got the pre-nades out. Shots across map. Beautiful damage out of him. Directly onto flag. Can he throw it far enough? He'll get the relay. Baton is passed, and Flux still has work to do. Takes it out through center. I think they might have this one too. Oh, but I like the patient play. Tries to cut to the perimeter. Can't live. Morga is just melting them from top mid here. And look at the beautiful shots. The man is a turret, but I don't think 1 man is enough to stop 3 from planting this flag in. That's a tie game.
And I bet that's the objective efficiency that West wanted to see. That was absolutely incredible coming out of HMDA. Not only were they running that flag, but they also had to get the slays while their flag carriers were going down to relay the flag to cap it at the very last moment, forcing us into an overtime. Next cap wins.
My sincere apologies, Tony. I had no idea he was working with the last few seconds to cap that flag. That's insane. He brought it to overtime. And here we are for 1 flag to win the game. 5 minutes on the clock. All of a sudden, things nail-biting. Snipeball's not going to have any of that. He'll drop 1 player. Already up in base here. Big pickup as well. Does he want this flag? He does. He'll take it. 1 flag capped will win this game. He's going for perimeter, but he dies immediately. Riot's here to defend.
The boys are having a really hard time staying alive. They just went 2 down multiple times. That's going to be a big double kill coming out of Riot. He's going to go for the challenge on Sandel, but Sandel accepts the challenge and puts him down back to a 3v3 scenario. Meanwhile, Ramirez having the heat wave in hand. That's always good. Or not.
Yep, heat wave down. But hopefully somebody picks it up, right? Such an important weapon to control here so that you can avoid some of these BR exchanges, too. It could be so tough. Only just going to cover things from top mid, though. Beautiful shots from him. Slides up into Morga here. Can he take 2? Oh, I like the movement, though. Holding on to position. Not ready for the nade, though. Nice little bank nade up the stairs. Riot's going to take advantage of the timing with the flag, though. Does get a bit of a rally started here, but they're down in numbers. You can see the chase is on here. Ramirez got some defense. Flux, he's in to help as well, but the return so quick out of the boys. I'm loving the kills out of these boys on HDMA, though. They're fighting back. They actually got the touch before the return came through. And tell me they rally this further.
HMDA were momentary 3 down. Somehow Flux ends up getting a clutch double kill, neutralizing the situation. The boys go 3 down after that, and now the flag is almost being capped by HMDA. But coming out of nowhere.
Look at this man. Swiper, no swipe it. Out of nowhere, he pulls the flag. Was that enough, though? Flag sits out front. They're still on top of it here. Quick return, and that's a GG. But they got to get a body out front base. Vulnerable spot to be in. Morga already there with the flank. He picks up a huge kill. And he's here for the return as well, but he can't do it in time. They'll slide in, pick it up again. And the return comes in, and so does the cap. What a turn of events out of HDMA. And I love the attempt, the effort out of the boys, but just not enough in the end zone there.
Alex, that was just game number 1. That was exciting. We saw a 2-2 tie go into overtime. Both teams leave it all on the line, and that to me put me through that emotional roller coaster of an entire series.
Some good Halo.
Game number 1.
Some damn good Halo, Tony. That's my first match that I've ever casted of Aquarius CTF. I've been waiting for it, Tony. So pleasure casting it with you. But that's just it's such a close quarters map. It's got that midship kind of vibe as well. Or you could say maybe Halo 3 Onslaught, just that pure, symmetrical, straightforward, kind of action-packed gameplay. So just so fun to watch and to cast. Take a look at the board here. Flux with 28 and 21. By the way, Flux, and that double that he pulled out at the end was the reason why they got to relay that flag in the first place. So Flux almost single-handedly at the end there, clutching up that game.
Yeah, I mean, great plays by Flux, and even 29 kills come out of Clonely as well. Just a great slays across the board. But I think the real story of that game is, you know, when the winding seconds of a 2-1 lead going in favor of the boys, we literally saw the boys in blue rock out of nowhere and literally steal that cap, tying it up at 2. But it was about the objective efficiency. They're running the flag. While they're running the flag, they're going in for the slays. The flag carrier goes down, but at the moment that flag carrier goes down, it's relayed instantly by a teammate who moves it over towards the base. He goes down as well, but the slays are still going in. It was literally perfect Halo. I bet West is sitting back there going crazy like, hey, that's what I wanted to see. If they can do that more, they can keep that objective efficiency. I'm telling you, this is a squad that's poised to make the grand finals eventually because they keep improving.
All right. Don't speak too soon. It takes a lot to impress West, okay, Tony? Just I don't know if you saw that damage, by the way, but HDMA had nearly 8K damage, mid 7,000 for every single player on the team. We did not see the same on the boys, and I think that's a huge part of the reason why they won this game, just keeping up damage, keeping up pressure. Despite that, we saw some great plays, great opportunities. But by the way, this is the play in a flux. He throws 2 disruptor nades in, gets a double there, gets shots into the player above. Those nades so damn pivotal, right? Not only do they do damage, they slow down the player. They have a tick, an audible tick, so you know where that player is. You know if you're hitting them. Just so much that comes from taking advantage of those little tools in the sandbox and using them in the right way at the right time. Either way, Tony, that does seal out Game 1. It's a best-of-3 series. One more match, and that's curtains for this series. But based off of what we've seen, I don't think it's over yet.
And this is one of the reasons why I think this entire series is a great test for HMDA. Not only do they have a tough opponent in front of them, but the map layout is conducive of what we want to see from them going forward. We wanted to see how they worked in that objective efficiency on Aquarius. Now I want to see how they can slow the flow of the game down on Streets, because Streets, in my opinion, is very one-sided. You want to hunker down, you want to set up, and you want to force spawns going one way and then collapse on the enemy team. So I really want to see how they play on Street Slayer. And let me tell you, if we see a dominant Slayer, I'm talking, I want to see maybe like a 50-31. I would be a believer that they could finish top 3 again. I want to see a 50-31.
Are you saying you expect to see? You want to see that if you want to see HDMA do well later? Is that because I don't think we're going to get it. A 50-31 is a blowout game, Tony. Are you trying to say that one of these teams is slacking?
The boys are top 6. Don't get me wrong. The boys are fantastic, but they got to go through the likes of Navi. They got to go through the likes of OEX. If they want to beat, OEX, Navi, and dare I say Cartel, you need to be able to dominate in these Slayer games against the boys. Again, the boys are top 6 team. Don't get me wrong, but we are top dominant in EU. There's a clear pecking order when it comes to that top 2, and I want to see HMDA break into that top 2.
I want to see it. It's about to go down in the streets, Tony. I've been waiting to say that for so long. But the shotty in hand here of Clonely, and so is a nade to his face. So this man is dead immediately. That shotgun will go down. Rockets, I believe, was the murder weapon. And those rockets in the hands of the boys here to start. Nice little coverage on A to start as well.
And we are seeing this play right here, just holding back over towards the top A side of things. Drop wall's already gone, but this is it's kind of what we wanted to see, how they react when the game slows down. You know, they have to hold down each individual lane and win those gunfights. As Sandel now going to try to make it. Oh, Colin gets a big nade, a big kill. Now going to chase that player over towards Tires and back. Almost able to get the kill on Sandel.
Only looking to flank on through here. It does enough damage, though, for the teammate to pick it up, and his reward is the Stalker rifle. This thing is nasty in the right hands, in the right situation. We'll see what he can do to control it here. Nice little cheeky angle, but Morga is so ready, so aware. That's the beauty of these players at a high level, is just how quickly, how early they place their reticles for engagements. They are ready for fights as early as possible and never taken off guard here. Speaking of which, in a great position with the Stalker, does pick up one, gets turned immediately, though. Sandel gonna get that Stalker back in a double for it. Wait, make it more. Maybe not.
The boys went 2 down, but Sandel getting a big double kill right there. Ramirez now just tearing the entire enemy team apart. 2 down once again go the boys. We see 11-6 lead going in favor of HMDA, and the shotty still in the hands of Ramirez.
Oh, he full commits. I love that play right there. He took shots in the back, had a thrust in the back pocket, full rotation, gets the kill, picks up rockets for it. Beautiful little display of events. Okay, I take it all back. I take it all back, Tony. What was that?
I mean, I'm not sure, man. Clearly, he's not a fan of plants. I don't know. He decided he wanted to rocket them, get him off the face of the earth. Let me tell you, we're already doing enough to the environment where you don't have to destroy plants. Plants are good. They kill the carbon dioxide, and everything is good for us. It allows us to breathe. Ramirez, you gotta leave the plants alone, please.
Give this man some oxygen, clearly, because those rockets are probably the worst ones I've seen so far. Tony, he does get another shot. He kill. Thankfully, maybe just stick to the shotgun and let Snipeball pick up the double with the BR, because the man's doing work here to counter back. But relatively close game to start this one here, Tony.
Snipeball now going to make his way over towards the back A side of things. It looks like they feel the pressure coming from Purple Street. Nobody there just yet. We're seeing on the overlays, we're actually seeing 3 players rotating over towards the B side of the map. So HMDA, the boys have to kind of switch their focus over towards this B street, and it looks like Snipeball's well aware of it. He gets there, but looks like not in time as Rob goes down. So nice to win a big individual gunfight, and he's able to do it. 3 down, go HMDA.
Cheeky play at a Ramirez doesn't work out. Snipeball was ready for it. But that's the beauty of the thrust on this map, right? Sometimes you can go down from a challenge, and if you're feeling yourself, despite being one shot, you could jump thrust right back into that engagement, try to take him off guard. And speaking of which, that shotgun back in play for Ramirez once again. Knows there's somebody up in PD. Brings that shotgun right to his face. There's the pickup he needs. 23 now on the board to 15. Ramirez going to stay up, bait and switch out with a teammate, ideally. You can see all 3 of them up on C side here. So Ramirez, great perimeter spot. And the perfect place to have this shotgun as well, right? He's about to get a free victim for this one.
I think the boys really need to slow things down and reset here. You notice every time on the kill feed, they're always 1-2 players down over and over again. They're staggering these deaths. They need to slow things down, spawn up together, work in twos, work a little bait and switch combo instead of relying on these individual gunfights, because Ramirez wins those, earning himself a killing spree right before going down. The man is 14-4.
Ramirez is a Terminator, apparently, Tony, because he just rocket jumped off of that player's rocket right at his feet there. But, I mean, if I was him, I'd take it. So beautiful that he managed to survive. Rob, in the meantime, here, going to take full advantage of thrust. Unfortunately, not going to work. Riots will take the better of him. Nades into Morga. Looking for a little bit more damage onto this man. And, he does turn back to pick up a kill behind him. The awareness out of Riots here. Just bobbing and weaving. Teammates going to come to help out as well. You can see Blue starting to rotate away. And they know to play this defensively. Riot's in a perfect position to pick up some damage here.
We have multiple HMDA players over towards the B side of the map. However, heavy damage being put on Riot. He's going to try to stay alive. Goes in for the challenge, earns the assist. 2 down once again. Go with the boys, make that 3 down, and that's about to be a squad wipe. The boys in blue are in trouble. There's a double-digit lead going in favor of HMDA.
The team shot at a HMDA just a little too strong here, Tony. They're moving it like a coordinated unit. They're baiting and switching and just holding angles so efficiently here. Oh, well, I say that, Flux. He's got a stalker. He's got the BR. He's got quite an angle. He's got the teammate up with him as well. They're going to know to rotate here in just a second. You can see the pressure coming in from C. Flux with a quick little pickup. Here's the call out. Goes for the double here as well. Slow but steady. He'll pick up Morga, and now he's got a flank. But, oh, well, I say that. They're aware of it.
And Rob now going to get a bulldog for his troubles here. I'm liking this play right here. He can make something happen, especially with rockets coming up in less than 10 seconds. The boys might be able to make a little bit of a run, but they have to stay alive. Morgan gets a big nade kill on Clonely right there. 1 down, go HMDA. They already have the numbers advantage.
A total nade trap, this spot right here, but Rob somehow surviving. Thanks to the no hit markers, they're not fully aware of his presence here as well. Can he get the best of this rotation? Look at this, all 3 members in front of him. He's about to spot multiple. Ramirez, first victim, big pickup onto him. Teammate's dying now, though, and he's got to stay up here. They can't lose these numbers. What is the ghost flying out from above there? He did not expect that challenge.
Bulldog back in the hands of Clonely here as they're 6 kills away, make that 5 kills away, putting the shotty to the body, and he's not done yet. He's not satisfied, if you will. He wants to make his way over toward the B side of the map. He has a teammate in front of him. This is good. HMDA are just running house right now. They're feeling good. Morgan doesn't stand a chance running away over towards C's. I need to get out of here. That shotgun is too good.
Exactly. This is looking like the final stretch here. You can see they're all stuck in C. We've got a full 4-man collapse coming into the base. That's 2 dead. A spree at a Clonely. Turns back to shoot Morga, but Morga will at least take the kill. 48 now on the board. Just a matter of time. 49. Riots with the stalker, cleans someone up, just fires a couple warning shots, lets them know what's inevitable, which is looking like they're lost at this point here. Tony, shotgun will do it at a Flux. What did you want? You wanted a 50-31. That was actually not a bad prediction, Tony. Good on you. 50-34.
And that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that dominance on a map where you really have to set up and really have to hunker down and change the flow of the game. You have to slow things down, allow your teammates to spawn up, and then collapse on them on streets. It's very one-sided, and that's exactly what we saw from HMDA. We saw great teamwork. We saw great efficiency. And granted, that objective was a lot closer, but there was shines of light with, again, that relay of the flags, the beautiful plays. I'm really liking the way I'm seeing HMDA play, and I think there's a chance they could replicate last week's success and get a top 3 finish.
I mean, just looking at that scoreboard, these boys are making plays. I know I was a little harsh with Riot and his rocket kills or his rocket misses, whatever those were. I'm sorry, but I mean, we saw it and it wasn't pretty, but you made up for it on the scoreboard. 16-9, not too shabby. You got 12 assists at a Clonely, by the way. That is pretty damn stellar. He was involved in so many different fights and still picked up 14 kills. So I would love to see that man's damage. But just overall, like you said, the teamwork, the baiting and switching, their ability to control the sandboxes. Well, we saw the shotgun in the hands of Riots almost all game long. And there's the damage, like I said, leading the pack, 4,520, just based off the assists, the work that he did. Beautiful gameplay at a Clonely and team.
Yeah, and and big shout out to the boys as well. Obviously, they didn't win the game, but to be so close to winning that game, one objective where it literally went down to the final seconds, and then going into the Slayer, we definitely saw some moments where they looked good. The boys obviously are our top 6 team, and they're showing that they're going to finish top 6 again. I have no doubts about that, and I want to see them continue to elevate, man. If you already had that objective efficiency, and all you have to do is work on that individual skill, get the win those individual pivotal battles like that, what we're seeing right there by Rob. I think that's the easier of the two. Like, they already have a good floor, and now we just have to see where their ceiling is.
So patient at a Rob on that play, by the way. It'd be sick if we could control these, Tony, go back and rewind them and stuff. But I just love watching the patience out of the strafe out of these players. It's something that I've had to really relearn coming off of Halo 5 is I had this tendency to thrust and even use the thrust to aim as well. But obviously, you don't have that luxury in Halo Infinite. So just being in a 2v1 situation, coming down with a nade like that, and then committing to the strafe the full way through with confidence, hitting his shots can be very difficult. You feel encouraged to jump, especially when you have the advantage in a gunfight. You think you can jump, you think you're safe, but man, jumping and shooting in Halo Infinite, not a good combo, especially if they're strafing on you, Tony. I've been the victim of it too many times.
Yeah, new game, but some things don't change. Ramirez, Conley, Riots, and Flux, they're going to win. Simple as that. They've been doing this since 2016 and before that. So new game, same results.
Like you said, the results looking good for HDMA so far, but only the beginning, right? HDMA, based off of what we've seen, they've had some pretty stellar performances. They defeated Na'Vi just last Sunday, so Na'Vi got some work to do, and I'm sure Navi's looking to take their number, but so far, HDMA, like you said, if they keep up this type of performance, if they continue, like they got 50-34 game 2, I think that's a great precedent to set. So it just seems like the sky's the limit. We'll just be waiting to find out, I guess, who their next big challenger is. In the meantime, if Shurzy and Wes are there and they'd like to join us and share their thoughts, what they thought about this, I'd love to have them. There they are. Shurzy, Wes, welcome back. What do you think of this series so far?
Yeah, I think what we expected to happen did happen. I think there's a reason why HMDA are the 4th seed and the reason why the boys were the 5th seed. It was close in the first game. I think it could have gone either way. It's similar to what we've seen in the overtime between OEX and Cartel. Very, very close. And I believe that makes HMDA now guaranteed top 6 with that victory. So they push themselves on, and that should, barring some sort of miracle, make sure that they do solidify themselves for Raleigh with some funding, whether it be open bracket or it be indeed pool play. They'll be there or thereabouts, so they'll be happy and delighted with that. So I think the boys need to bounce back now. They're on the cusp, they're in 5th, so there's some players knocking on the door to try and kick them out. But the chances is there, right, if they do a run in the losers bracket.
Well said. Wes, HDMA seemed to have picked things up from the first series. The first one was a little scrappy. This second series, we saw a little bit more dominance. Do you like what you saw out of these guys?
Yeah, I think the true story that was told in that series was everybody stepping up from HMDA. They had a a series that they probably weren't too happy with the series before. I know that they won 2-0, but it probably wasn't as dominant as they wanted to. So it's impressive to watch a team advance in the winners bracket, knowing that you're going to play a better team like the boys and step up and play better, right? I think that that was what was most impressive to me. I think Flux, the last series we watched HMDA, Flux went off, right? Led the team in kills, dominated both games. This time around, everybody stepped up. Flux actually bottom frags in the Slayer and probably feels pretty comfortable. He's like, hey, nice of you guys to join, right? And thanks for showing up, guys. Like, we got a tournament to play. I think this HMDA team is really starting to wake up. They're starting to heat up. And it's going to take everybody, right? Like, if this team wants to repeat that third place performance, if they want to make it to a grand finals, like Tony keeps saying, they're all going to have to be playing well, because they don't have the cohesiveness yet that's going to overpower some of these better teams in Europe. I think that if they're all on, they have an opportunity to individually step up and start winning some gunfights, create openings that they wouldn't have otherwise. But it's good to see them starting to warm up. We'll see if they can continue that if they play some better gun-skilled teams like the Cartel.
Right, agreed. And shout out to Gaskin. He calls them HMDA, apparently. So HMDA are looking good so far, and we'll see plenty of them a little bit later in the tournament. For now, though, we are going to switch gears. Our next matchup is Cartel and Jump Out Gang. So hopefully this HMDA team, they improve, because Cartel, out of all the teams that we've seen in this tournament, Cartel have been just stellar. They've been a different level. Tony, tell me a bit about this Cartel team. They're about to go up against Jump Out Gang. This is Mr. Lunny Snaky Speed, which is actually a pretty damn high-level roster.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows I'm the leader of the Cartel fan club. Shady, Legend, Snipe Drone, and Sika. These boys are absolutely insane. You have the young guns who just are ultra aggressive, get in your face, and make you as uncomfortable as possible. And then you have Snipe Drone, who's just he's the most seasoned player on this team. I think he's been competing for over 8 years now. He was able to place top 8 at the X Games and the Halo World Championship in 2016. Snipe Drone just does a great job of rounding out this team, while Sika, Shady, and Legend just fly at people. Snipe Drone's sitting back. He's manning the troops. He's IGLing. This just has a really good cohesiveness to it, and they just win. They just freaking win.
They do just win. Snipe Drone was saying sometimes he thinks he doesn't play fast enough, because these boys are all so quick. He's able to play his game, but sometimes, he wants to be able to get in there, move fast too. But I'm sure we'll see plenty of that. Jump Out Gang, on the other hand, this is a team full of pretty experienced veterans in the EU community. Shurzy, tell me a bit about this, because I think this is a recently formed team as well.
Yeah, so we had DN34, that was the roster of Lunny, Snaky, we had Cristola and Quadios. That team is split up now, so splinters and fragments of that team have now come together. You see Speed, who actually finished top 6 last week, beating his former teammate, who actually had Mista on it. He's now teaming with Mista once again to play with Lunny and Snaky. So it'll be interesting to see if this team change improves this team, if it hinders them with not having as much scrim time and practice time under their belt. I expect Cartel to win, but how much of a fight can this newly formed roster put up? That's going to be the question on my lips, at least.
Good question. I can't wait to see it. So that's our matchup. That matchup will be coming after the break. Cartel up against Jump Out Gang. You do not want to miss it. I expect a hell of a show. So we'll be right back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back to our third and final kickoff qualifier for Europe. I'm Shyway, by the way. I'm hosting the action today. We've got three wonderfully talented casters joining me. I got Jersey, I got Wes, and Tony on the mic with me. So far, one hell of a day. HMDA, I keep ruining that damn name. They've been dominating so far, so I better learn the name because I'm going to have to say it quite a few more times. In the meantime, though, we're going to switch gears. We're jumping to a different series in Winners Round 5. It's Cartel up against Jump Out Boys, I believe. Jump Out Squad?
Jump Out Gang. Jump Out Gang. You're almost there. You're almost there. You're close
gang.
enough.
We're figuring it out as we go. Jump Out Gang might be jumping out of the winner's bracket just based off of how damn good Cartel seem to be. Wes, I know you have not had the treat of witnessing Cartel play Infinite in tournament just yet. Are you looking forward to it?
Actually, I have. I've done my homework. I show up prepared. So I've watched Cartel play, and I watched them play a lot of Halo 5. And I don't think that they're having the same dominant performances that we saw at the end of Halo 5, especially when we're regarding the EU regions. But they look good, and they look like they're on the right page and pace to continue to improve. So I really want to see this team continue to get better. I want to see what this team's ceiling is. But that being said, that winners finals last weekend, it wasn't a blowout, right? Like it was very winnable for the OEX boys. And I think that Cartel probably felt on the edge of losing their first series in what felt like probably 3 years for them. So I think that's going to light a little bit of fire under their butts here today and tomorrow. And I think that they're going to come for this kickoff a little bit more serious, probably considering that maybe they feel like competition could be catching up to them in the U. And I don't think they want any sort of that happening.
Right. I hope they come in serious. I remember our first interview, they said they didn't really even get time to practice. They don't sound serious enough sometimes. So let's put a fire under them. Can we actually jump back to that series layout? I want to see it one more time. I didn't get a chance to read it off. It was Aquarius to start CTF. We got Slayer on Streets, Strongholds on Live Fire for our series layout. Of course, a best of 3 series. We've seen Aquarius on Streets, Slayer, CTF. Of course, because this is Winners 5, we're working with the same layout here. But I expect a hell of a brawl to start. Jersey, what are your expectations coming into this one?
Like I said before we went for the break, I expect to see Cartel handle this and handle it pretty quickly. I think it's going to be a 2-0. It's difficult, isn't it, when you look at Jump Out Gang? They're only a newly formed roster. They only started, competing today. There was no time to start scrimming. Last night was all this roster mania was happening. Everyone was scrambling for teams. Players were leaving left and right. You think you have a player, he goes somewhere else all of a sudden, and now you're left to pick up the pieces. So They've done a really good job to get to this point. I think Cartel is where this is probably the end of the road. Certainly in the winners bracket, I think they can do some damage down the loser side, but Cartel are going to be too quick, too fast, too strong, I think, for them, because what a roster Cartel have been. They've won 2 cups back-to-back for a reason, and I expect to see the same again today.
Too quick, too fast, too strong, says Jersey. Tony, let's say you're new, or I'm new, and I haven't seen these rosters. Who are the key players? Who should I be looking for out of both teams? Who are your key players to watch?
When it comes to Cartel, I love the duo of Legend and Shady. I mean, these guys come from the twos community. They play aggressive. You put them in open area, and they're gonna make some things happen. So, on Jump Out Gang, obviously you have Lunny, Sneaky, and Speed. I love watching Speed stream. I'm a fan myself. But what I want to talk about is Mista. We saw Mista's ascendance in Halo 5, and he was putting in work, don't get me wrong, but for him joining this squad and putting in work in Infinite, I'm really proud of the guy. He's really kind of stepped up his game, and he was already amazing in Halo 5, but clearly he's a force to be reckoned with in Halo Infinite as well.
Okay, so Shady, Legend, we got our eyes on you, and then Mista, the new blood in the mix. Can't wait to see it. Our series is ready to go, so Jersey, West, take it away. Good luck, guys.
Thank you so much, Alex. So we go once more into the fray here, Wes. Winners round 5. We talk about Cartel. You've seen them time and time again, but we're looking at the other side of things. Jump Out Gang, only a newly formed roster. We see Speed teaming with Mista. They teamed before Speed got dropped, but now they find themselves, Destiny has aligned. They're back together once again to try and do some damage. Has that ever happened to you? You've teamed with somebody, they've dropped you, and then you find yourself back in the same place again, Wes?
Yeah, I think Cloud dropped me like 9 times back in Halo 3 and Reach, right? And that's my duo. And he kept dropping me, and he kept placing poorly when he did, and then he picked me back up, and then we'd win, or we'd have really good placings. So you have that love-hate relationship where you have so much chemistry with these players, and it's like, yeah, you want to see what's on the other side of the fence, but sometimes the grass is greener on your own side, right? So it's good that they have that cohesiveness and they have that experience, because like you said, they haven't had a lot of time to prepare, and they're gonna have to really play off like raw cohesiveness, right? Like raw teamwork, raw skill, like raw understanding of how they want to play the game. This is going to be a really tough matchup for the jump out gang, right? Going up against a team that hasn't lost a series in this region in 3 years, that's a little bit of a tall task, but how well can they play in this series is going to be the telling story. Are they able to take a game, maybe push it 3? That would be unbelievable for jump out gang, and what that would mean for the rest of their tournament. I don't want to rule them out. There's a lot of skill on jump out game, but this Cartel team is the one I'm excited to watch. I'm excited to see if they're able to step it up another notch from last weekend, and we're hopping into game 1 now.
And here we go. Jump out gang, jumping straight into the Lions Den to play against our first seeded Cartel, who haven't lost a series in, by God, it must be 2-3 years now at this stage, and they're gonna try and start off as quickly as they possibly can. We're seeing a couple of slays go down. Man advantage already in their favor too to make that, and we're already seeing flag touched on the move. They're starting quick. Camo also secured by Legend.
Yeah, I love the play by Legend to throw the flag out. When you have Camo, you don't want to run the flag, and he's going to look to slay. But it looks like his teammates are already on the ball there. Snipe Drone finds one that's 2 dead for jump out gang already. They do get their flag pulled, I believe. But with numbers and map control, they should be able to get these kills and get this return, punch this one in.
See Nate go down to the closet like this from the flag carrier. Insika decides to try and help play a little bit of defense, get the secure, pick up the flag once again. There it is. Flag is now home. They have a little bit of a man advantage as well, with Lunny hitting the respawn screen, who's back with us just now, and they're trading again. So staggered spawns. Neither team really able to get themselves up ahead of steam, but a fast start here for Cartel. 1-0 up already, or only a minute deep.
And this is what I wanted to see from Cartel, right? When I watched them play in Halo 5, they were so fast compared to everyone else in this region. They started playing like some of the top teams over in North America played Halo 5, and that gave me hope for this region, for them to be able to represent the European region and really find some success. You're seeing that pace start to pick up. Now the pressure, it's on Snipe Drone. He's running the flag in, and this is going to be the second flag of the game already, and Lunny doesn't even have a kill.
3 dead momentarily, and Lunny has just gotten that kill, right? No longer on Goose Watch, but 3 members of Jump Out Gang only have a single solo solitary kill, so they have to pick it up. They find themselves 2 kills down, or 2 caps down already here, Wes, and Cartel are showing that they're meaning business today.
Absolutely. This is the Cartel that Europeans want to see. If you want your region defined, if you want your region defended, you want to have a great representative here going into Raleigh, and I want Cartel to be that for this region. I think what we're seeing right now is them start to find motion. Unfortunately, we're going to see one of the players on Jump Out Gang, unfortunately, is no longer in the lobby, so they're going to have to press pause on this game, going to have to get a reset going in, but there are going to be 2 flag caps, I believe, on the board for Cartel when we do get that reset. And unfortunately, Jump Out Gang, they're going to be struggling, right? Like, they have to figure out a way to slow this pace down. I guess the game's going to continue in a 4v3 fashion, and with that, we're going to see the 3rd cap going from Legend.
A member of Jump Out Gang decided to jump out of the lobby. He had enough. He's seen enough. The connection actually probably doing him a favor in the end, because this has been a little bit of a bloodbath for Jump Out Gang. But this is what Cartel do. They make you look so average at times. They're so good. And like you say, they could be the real flagship for EU going forward to Raleigh.
Yeah, it's tough with that reset coming in. But honestly, if you're on the side of the Jump Out Gang, like, even though you're down 2-0 probably, I'm assuming that that's going to be the score line going into the reset. It's probably for the best, right? It's probably for the best that somebody lagged out or something technical happened to where a player is no longer in the lobby, because you need to stop Cartel from having that much control of the map. You have to slow the game down. You want to be able to take a breath. And so far throughout that game, it was all just suffocation from Cartel, right? Aquarius is a very small map, and when Cartel gets rolling, it could get ugly, and that's, I think, what we were seeing there.
Yeah, it was that really fast-paced playstyle that we talked about. The unrelenting pressure they put on Jump Out Gang. Like you said, you mentioned Lunny hadn't got a kill for 2 minutes or so, but 2 flag caps had almost been secured by that point. So that's how quickly they're playing. We've seen a lot of people talking about this game type only needing to be to 3 flags, but when Cartel played that quickly, you can see why it's 5 flag.
Yeah, I think as teams are starting to figure out how to run flags more successfully, you're seeing those flag numbers start to increase towards the ends of games. And like you said, when the enemy team has more flag caps than I have kills, that tells me that something's not good, right? Like that is a red flag that needs to immediately change. Hopefully we see a more contested game one as we go into the reset this time around, but I don't think Cartel has any intention of letting that happen.
So let's try and dissect it. Let's try and break it down. Cartel, they start off hot out of the blocks. They secure camouflage. They get a couple of opening slays. They start to make that push. What do Jump Out Gang need to do? Okay, we've seen this opening strat go wrong. What do we do to change things to make it go right this time around?
Yeah, I think as soon as Legend gets that camo, you know you're in trouble. You know you're on the defensive side. You got to figure out a way to trade that kill out with Legend having camo. He pushed into the base, but we didn't see a screen until the flag was already out, but you can assume that he was wreaking havoc with that camo. You want to get back into your base. If you're spawning outside in the corner in the closets of Aquarius, and you know that the enemy team has camo, like it's not a good idea to have everybody bunker down in their base, but you want one or two guys there, especially two when they have camo, so that you can potentially trade out the kill and get that camo erased off the map as fast as possible, because what we were seeing was just total domination from the side of the Cartel boys, and it was only going to get uglier, it felt like, from the control of the map that they had. You want to at least try and bunker down, get a couple of kills, and then create some space for yourself.
Legend picks up the camouflage. He doesn't knock on your door, doesn't ring your doorbell. He kicks your door in, goes into your flag, pulls it out, starts the first run. And we're barely a minute deep. The flag was already capped. They started off so quickly, so fast. Momentum on their side. Does this reset maybe benefit Jump Out Gang now, just to cool the Jets a little bit and maybe put them on ice just a touch for Cartel?
Yeah, I think all it can do is benefit them, right? Like Cartel was rolling and they had everything going, and you could tell the momentum was heavily in their favor. I think this is a slim opportunity to try and reset the map and get some foot down and some breathing room. But what do you do with it, right? How do you stop Cartel from just retaking control and putting you right back in that same spot that you were just in? You got to figure out a way to win an opening strat, whether it's overload one side of the map and just guarantee yourself at least that side. You try to deny camo as best you can, but if a burn happens, that's probably best case scenario for yourself if you're not able to win those gunfights for top mid.
It's interesting as well, right? Because Cartel, you were saying you have to play, maybe secure one side of the map. They make you play their Halo. They dictate the pace, and you have to play very reactionary, very defensive almost off the get-go. Is that a testament to just how good Cartel are? And maybe looking at the other teams like OEX, Cartel are just a touch above them, and they are starting to close the gap a little bit. But is that a testament to just how good Cartel are? They always make you play at their pace.
Yeah, I think we see that from every team that's dominant in Halo, like in Halo as of recent, right? The faster the pace, the more that one team can control the pace, the better off chances they are to dominate the game, to take the win there. So being able to control the pace yourself, being able to feel comfortable, create space for yourself, and have a good understanding of where players are going to be coming from, where players are currently at, that's so key to having success. And right now, Cartel is doing the best at that in the EU region.
And here we go. We're seeing Snipe Drone, like Tony mentioned briefly, playing that anchor position, putting the damage down, watching the three Frenchmen just soar and four around the place. And never seen damage. Camo secured once again. Lunny's the last man alive. It's starting the exact same way here, Wes.
Yeah, Snipe Drone already pushing into your base. You see the camo's already acquired by Legend. Again, he's got the double kill, but they traded out. So maybe that's what you needed, right? You needed to figure out a way to get that kill on the Legend, not have him continue to wreak havoc. He gets the double, yeah, but trading it out's not the worst case scenario. Now they're trying to run this flag top middle, but this is very stoppable if you're a Jump Out Gang. Just take your time, get the slays you need. The flag guy's no shield. You can do this. Like, this is a much better situation, even though Snakey's the last guy alive, than the last time we saw these two teams start the game.
That flag still stopped at around top middle area. The reason why that happened, Lunny had just leaked through. He won his 1v1 engagement and was able to stop the team pushing forward. They had to be aware of him behind them, and they knew if they didn't clear him out, they might concede some sort of counter cap. So I like that from them. They give up that flag chance and they try and reset and go again. But that was exactly what we needed from the likes of Jump Out Gang. They had a player win their engagement and then play behind enemy lines.
Yeah, and now you're seeing Lunny have great awareness, right? He expects the overextension into the closet. He may have gotten a little audio cue that player went below him. And because of it, he's able to catch Snipe Drone, get that kill, and continue to play the game. Like, you're no longer worried about getting spawn trapped in your corner right now. So a much better start for Jump Out Gang.
We're going to see another camouflage now in 15 seconds or so. Of the 2 camouflages we've already seen, Legend has secured both of them. This time, not able to secure a flag cap, but you have to fancy anybody that can get their hands on camo here, and maybe some of the goodies to go with it, will give them a good chance to put some score on the board.
Yeah, keep in mind that Cartel is going to be up 2-0, I believe, in this game 1. So although the score reads 0-0, Jump Out Gang still have a lot of work to do if they want to win this game.
Flags in the move. It's going to be Speed this time, pulling it. He's gotten all the way back to his closet, but they have to be careful not to desperate this. 2 members go down now. Snaky and Mista, the last 2 alive remaining. So we're going to see this flag. We should see this flag get returned. A lovely beat down from Sika, but the flag touch didn't come through either. That flag is going to go back home, and they're going to reset.
A massive pivotal kill from Sika is going to give his team the continued 2-0 lead here. And now the onslaught is here. Cartel all up in the base of the Jump Out Gang. And what are they going to choose to do with this flag? You want to try and see it be given to someone that doesn't have camo potentially. But, I mean, at this point, they're rolling. They got 2 dead. You just want to run the flag, get it across the map as fast as you can. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of fumbling going on here, so it's going to take a little bit longer than we expected.
EU flag run, Keck W. I can already hear it in the chat, but we're seeing the flag does make it all the way home. You can see the hesitancy there from Legend. He had camouflage and he tried to pass it over to his teammate Shady over by the fridge, but Shady obviously not listening to him. They wasn't aware. The flag got ran home, and listen, it didn't matter in the end. Score total now, not to forget, it's now 3-0 in favor of Cartel. They're up and they're running.
Okay, so Jump Out Gang able to get a couple of kills, able to create some space, and a flag is pulled. Can Lunny turn the corner here? That'd be massive. Unfortunately, Snipe Drone with the shots going to stop him right before he can, and that probably stops that flag dead to rights because Shady, he's already spawned up, he's already flanking, tries to get on the return now, but Speed Show denies it, and Jump Out Gang showing some life, but unfortunately the objective does get returned, and Jump Out Gang gonna once again have to be forced to play some defense.
Important to note now, folks, Cartel just need 2 more flag caps and they will win game 1, such as the reset and the nature of the beast. And they've already got Legend behind enemy lines ready to pull a flag the minute they get a numbers advantage. There it is. Snaky has gone down, but he's opting to pinch in the closet here instead.
Yeah, Legend does lose a teammate in Snipe Drone, so he's going to throw this flag out. I'd be surprised to see him run this, but I mean, he's already got it this far and no one's shooting him. I mean, this is Legend doing a phenomenal job of getting the flag halfway inside the bottom middle, so that's going to be a very difficult return for Jump Out Gang here.
Something we see there, we had 4 members of Jump Out Gang alive. That flag is made not quickly by any means, Wes, all the way down to bottom middle, but nobody putting any significant damage down. So there needs to be some cohesiveness here, and maybe that's all down to the fact that this team was brand new.
Yeah, it's tough, right? You didn't have any time to practice, and now you find yourself so far in the winner's bracket that you're having to play Cartel, so good things always come to an end, and right now, looking like Jump Out Gang, finally with some life, they get a flag cap of their own across the map, and we're looking at a 3 Wait.
No, that's 4. We've actually seen another flag cap for Cartel. Colors of Bounty gone and bamboozled my boy Wes here. Not to worry, folks. 4-0 is the score, and you can be... Listen, Wes, we're getting older. Eyesight, it happens sometimes. We'll go to Specsavers, maybe get some spectacles on our face, but nonetheless, it's going to be 4-0. And again, we're seeing Legend behind enemy lines, trying to play a little bit of defense here, actually, trying to clear house, and he does so, taking down Snaky.
Yeah, although the graphic on screen does say Snaky, this is going to be Cartel point of view. It's actually Legend on screen. They were able to take that cap, like you said, 4-0. And it's all Cartel right now, right? You see Mista trying to do what he can with 13 kills, but he needs help. And Snaky not really laying down that help with the 3-12 scoreline as well.
And we're seeing Snaky struggle just a little bit, but that's what Cartel do. They put so much pressure on you. They put your head in the vice and just squeeze until you tap out. And that is what we're seeing here. It's been so comfortable for them. They've barely been scratched in this first game, this first map here. 4-0 the score already, and we're seeing a couple of players trying to play defense. Lonely doing as best as he can, but it's not going to be enough. 3 members alive for Cartel, 3 members down for Jump Out Gang.
Yeah, the issue when you're playing defense is that it's so difficult to play offense, and now that you're down 4-0 here in game 1, it's just all Cartel right now on the offensive side. They're being so aggressive, forcing Jump Out Game to really play the reactive gameplay that they can't afford to play at this point in time. With 5 minutes and 47 seconds, you basically have to figure out a way to get a flag cap a minute if you want to win game 1.
Camouflage somehow, some way.
Oh, no.
He has not been able to get the finish here, and he almost lost Snipe Drone in the clouds, but he made a meal of it, but he got the job done in the end. That must have wasted 15 or so seconds of his camouflage alone.
Yeah, if he got ninja there, it could have been a lot worse. So at least he was able to still get the kill. I know it takes a long time, but like you said, those seconds, they're crucial to the success of the team. When players are able to be a nuisance, stay alive a little bit longer than they should, bad things typically happen. And unfortunately, Lunny, you can't afford for bad things to happen because being down 4-0, no room for error here on out.
Bad habits, losing the flag caps. That's exactly what we're seeing. Missed the position top middle, loses that fight to Legend. He just does not miss, does the Frenchman. Laser beams, laser focused, connects with all of those shots, gives him the undo trois cat. Perfect shots, flag out on the move now. Shady drops it down and immediately turns his attention towards closet for any respawners.
Yeah, all of Cartel look to be on right now as they try to advance this last final flag across the map. No one quite on the touch just yet. They're waiting to get some slays, but 2 already dead for jump out game. They're going to be coming off spawn, spawning in that corner region. And it looks like Shady's more focused on defense right now, knowing that the time is on our side right now. No mistakes. Let's just continue to slay out. Let's continue to just basically warm your gun up, feel good about yourselves, and focus on not letting jump out gang get back into this rather than ending this game early.
Yeah, it looks as though I talked about jump out gang diving straight into the Lions den. It looks as though Cartel, being the Lions, are just playing with their food a little bit, toying with them.
Yeah, it's definitely no pressing matter to try and get this last cap. But just as you say that, Shady's going to grab that, throw it bottom middle. There were 3 currently dead for jump out gang, and already across the map, he's going to look to throw it up to Snipe down in the window. And Snipe Drone is going to punch that one in. That's going to be the 5th and final cap of our game 1. Cartel looking like they're primed to make it to another finals.
Yeah, prime roast is what they are there, and unfortunately jump out gang just not able to handle the heat in the kitchen this time. Game 1 has gone the way of Cartel, 5 flag caps to 0. They were not really able to get anything going at any real point, and now we head into the Slayer game. It's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, it only gets uglier, right? Like in the Slayers, where killing is the only objective Cartel's going to have, they don't have to worry about juggling this flag. They can just worry about shooting their guns, collecting heads. And this is going to be a real tough tale for the side of Speed Show and the boys, right? I think it's going to be difficult, but they have to figure out a way to not get just like dismantled in this game too, right? I think game 1 was a wash as soon as you went down 2-0. Lunny and Mista, they had some solid score lines. -3 is not too bad in such a blowout, but it's Speed and Snaky that need to pick up the slaying if they want any chance of bringing this to a game 3. We always say that anybody can win a team Slayer, which gives me hope for this team. But with the way Cartel play, like the speed that they're playing at, it's almost difficult to fathom how we could see Lunny and them step up and try to compete here in a second game.
Yeah, and looking at the stats, we don't get the complete picture, of course. Put an asterisk beside all of this because we don't get the stats, of course, from the first game before the reset of the 2-0 flag caps. But having a look at what we can see here, Legend and Sika both putting down 5k damage. So impressive. Just 2 absolute turrets in that game.
Yeah, and although that game didn't go the full time, I mean, that's a ton of damage for them to be laying down. Everybody on the team doing work, though, and I think we saw a little bit of highlights from the entire Cartel squad, which is what you expect when you watch this Cartel squad play. They play together, they play fast, and it's not really about one player individually sticking out ever, really. It's like everybody is pretty much on the same level individually, skill-wise, is on the same page as far as speed, how they play the game. Yeah. Nobody really that main Slayer for this team, I don't think. I think everybody can pop off. Everybody can excel. It's just a matter of who's getting that final shot on the headshot. Yeah,
they seem to all gel well together. They mesh. They become almost like one player. Almost like the Power Rangers at times. They megamorph into this unbelievable, unbeatable team at times, it would seem. And we've seen Sika popping off there. We've seen Legend popping off. But any one of these players on the team is capable of doing that at any given moment. And when we turn our attentions to the next Slayer game, there it is, confirmation, 5-0 CTF on Aquarius. Now we move over to Slayer. With them playing so well, heavily outslaying them in the CTF game, the writing's on the wall here for Jump Out Gang, right?
Yeah, I think Jump Out Gang know that they had their hands full in this series. I think they knew that going in.
Yeah.
I think what you wanted to see, like I said, was more contested games, right? 5-0 on Aquarius and a dominant fashion is what Cartel wanted to produce. But Jump Out Gang, you wanted to see some signs of life that we didn't see. I think a Slayer is a much more realistic opportunity for this team, and Jump Out Gang that's very newly formed to find some fire, right? Get some rockets, get some control. What are you able to produce with that? Maybe apply some pressure to Cartel, but it's a lot easier said than done, and you have to start winning some gunfights for any of that to manifest.
It's interesting as well, right? We've watched Cartel. The only games they've ever lost in the series that they've been involved in is they've lost Slayer game types. Now, granted, they've only ever lost Slayers to OEX. The only team was actually taking games off them in any of the tournaments so far. It leaves a little bit of hope here for Jump Out Gang that perhaps if they fit and fire, if they can get started and they can heat up right off the get-go, there's no chance, no time for them to really start on the back foot here. They have to dictate the pace of play right off the get.
Yeah, I think if you're Cartel, you know the storyline that's forming, right? People are starting to talk about you guys losing Slayers. So what does that do? That means you buckle down, you focus double extra hard on the Slayers, right? I worry for any team that they play in a Slayer this tournament that like they're going to make statements in their Slayers and say like, we're not a weak slaying team, because I do not think that this Cartel team is a weak slaying team. They may have slipped up a couple of times to OEX, but there's some like things that need to happen for Cartel to reassert themselves as like the final boss, I'll say, of this era in the EU scene. And I think that riding the ship on your Slayers is going to be a big opportunity for them. And I think that they're very confident as a slaying team. They just need to produce.
And something that we've seen from HMDA, using those rockets, getting them secured and being able to use them. We've seen Cloney be able to put them to use, get himself a triple kill. Is it important now particularly for Jump Out Gang, to make sure that when those rockets are starting to come up maybe 10 seconds before, they have a full complement of players ready to compete for them? Because if they give Cartel the rockets as well as, let's face it, they're so dominant in these Slayers, they need to get the power weapons, they need to get all the goodies and start playing selfish at times almost.
Yeah, they got to start playing Halo Infinite, right? They got to start scavenging this equipment, these weapons on the map. They're important. You got to go for them. They give you advantages. What do you do with these advantages? You create space and opportunities to get further ahead in the score line. I think it's going to be really difficult for them to do that because a lot of it's going to come down to individual skill, and Cartel seem like they are some of the best individual skilled players we have in the EU scene. So it's a lot to ask, especially for a team that might not have opportunity to practice. When these power weapons are coming up, to your point, I would love to see the Jump Out Gang get a few kills and understand that like the kills right before rockets come up are more important than anything in the game up until that point. Let's secure these rockets and turn those into more kills. But you have to figure out a way to dissect what the Cartel is going to throw at you. And you haven't had a lot of time to strategize over that kind of stuff. So starting strats at the very beginning of the game, it's going to be massive for the Jump Out Gang, because that's going to be the first real opportunity that they have to build some momentum in this series. And these first 4 lives are going to be so crucial.
And let's focus on Street Slayer as a whole, at the whole macro of it. Let's say we see, particularly in Europe so far, these games, particularly on Slayer, have been very, very scrappy, pushing spawns, not really trying to get a setup, if you will, like in classic Halo you've seen, where you might hold the top side of the map and top middle. What we're seeing is like all these different corridors. You can get in, you can get out, almost play an assassin role. You get in with the bulldog, get a couple of kills, you drop out, and you scurry your way through the streets. Is that something that you're seeing over North America? And is that going to be the recipe for success for these teams? Is get a kill, hit hard, and get out?
Yeah, absolutely. I think scavenging is going to be important. The bulldog is such a key piece, right? It's almost as important or more important than the rockets with how much ammo is in that thing, how close quarters combat is so often occurring on a map like Streets. So you want to see the control of that. You want to see teams running packs, because there's not really a hold down spot on a map like Streets, especially in a game mode like Slayer. Typically, you're always holding forward. Typically, you're always trying to apply pressure and force split spawns in order to take advantage of like your numbers that when you get them. So we'll see how teams are continuing to rotate around the map. It's more about being with a teammate, making sure you don't personally overextend, but being there to help as well. It's min-maxing your damage and damage taken. It's going to be very important for both these teams.
And a gun that we haven't mentioned as well, the Stalker rifle. It's been really, really strong, particularly in the hands of someone like Snipe Drone, who can put down so much damage, sitting top window in that nest. Just lines of sight are really nice up there. He's able to hit those shots, and it has a really quick time to kill.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen someone over in North American like Saiyan get a hold of that, lose it, I'm sorry. He can change the outcome of a game with it, right? It is a legit power weapon if you're able to hit your shots. I watched Snipe Down go off with it as well, but already into game 1, and we have a massive flank from Legend. The route that he takes at the start, take note of that. If he doesn't get checked, he can create so much openings for his team here. He doesn't. He gets a double, and because of that, he should be able to secure these rockets as well.
What a start that is from Legend. Carved an opening all the way down through bottom middle. Didn't even have to try and pick up the rockets in the end. Jumps up towards those garbage trucks and up away he goes. Rockets now secured for his team as well. But unfortunately, he's unaware of that team. That player positioned behind them missed it. Gets a back whack and turns those rockets over. And also turns that into a double kill. So great heads up play from him.
What a heads up play. He knows, Mista knows Cartel's going to play aggressive. He knows they just got rockets. So what does he do? He plays cheeky in this corner. He says, if they don't check me, I'm going to get a free kill here. He actually picks up one, and because of it, he's found 3 of his own now. Make it 4 for the game. And Mista keeping his team in this, potentially giving them the momentum they needed to steal game 2.
Jump out gang ahead by 5. That is the perfect start for them. Able to turn over the rockets as well, so they can keep up this pressure, keep up this momentum as well. Snipe Drone, though, doing as best as he can to claw their way back into this. Snaky is the last man alive. They've cut that deficit in half. They're only ahead by 2 now. Jump out gang.
Yeah, Snipe Drone having 5 himself this game is going to keep Cartel right where they want to be. Now only down 2 after the tragic loss of rockets. Gives you a lot of hope for the future. Trades do come through. And some more information on where Jump Out Gang is hiding. The Snipe Drone looking to push into Tram.
It's good to see Snipe Drone get the grips of the Slayers, particularly on streets. It's something we talked to him about in the end interviews last week. He's finding it difficult to match the pace of his teammates on the Slayers, and he tries to play as quickly as them. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but we're seeing just now he seems to have found and struck the right balance. 8 kills for him and 3 deaths. He's positive 5 for the game, and he's kept his team in this.
Yeah, from what I know, Snipe Drone not going to be one of the French nationalities like the other Cartel boys, and that's got to be difficult for him to kind of try and team with someone where there may be some language barriers in the communication, but when he's going off, he's one of the best in Europe, I think. It's so impressive, and right now he's putting on a highlight reel, but so is the rest of Cartel. Look how aggressive they're being. Shady going to have this player trapped in the red room. Unfortunately, loses his teammate. Does have the thrust in order to close the distance there, and Snaky, looking like a fool with his pants on the ground, gets taken down as well.
The pendulum now has just swung the other way back towards Cartel, and they don't normally let the foot off the gas when they get in this position. We've seen a 5-kill advantage for Jump Out Gang. It's been cut down, it's been evaporated, and now Cartel starting to pull away just a little bit. 3 kills in their favor. Not going to see another rockets for some time as well to set up rounds. It's going to be all down to these BR gunfights.
I mean, great shots once again by Snipe Drone. He's really starting to find his form. 9-3 on the match. 22-17 as we enter the mid game here, and I believe rockets just came up. And if it looks like Cartel has the map controlled, it looks right. This could start to get ugly. So that jump out game, they were able to stay in this game so early by the play from Mista on the rocket player earlier this game. But how long can they keep that up?
We see Legend just get taken down momentarily. Jump Out Gang down to 2 though, and they're trying as they might to put some damage down, waiting for the teammates to spawn back up. Snipe Drone's been caught a little bit unawares here by Speed, and he gets that kill. Getting tagged up in the back from over towards Cafe spawns as well, so no doubt that player's going to hunt him down. Yes, indeed, there it is. Seeking, making sure that he confirms and locks in that kill. 3 dead now for Jump Out Gang. 10 kill advantage now, and we're going to see rockets, and they've died at the worst possible time.
Yeah, this is tough, right? Jump Out Gang going to be spawning in the back of Tram. 2 are going to try and push shotgun, but Sika somehow still finds one. It buys time for Shady to get over here, find a killing spree as well. So it's not just Snipe Drone that's dominating right now. You see Shady on the killing spree. Now he's picking up a new fresh set of rockets, even dropping the Stalker to do so. If he can get out of here with his life, put these to use, he can end this series now.
Grenade just skips up, spins up, hits him in the visor. Unfortunate for him, rockets do go down, but I think they've been wasted there now. There might perhaps be one left in the chamber, and indeed there is. They've been recycled, they've been picked up here by Snipe Drone, gets that information and secures that kill on the Lunny position top tower. Shots go down on the Snaky. His teammates there to get the cleanup as well. They're playing so well. They're baiting and switching at the perfect times, Cartel.
I mean, look at Snipe Drone's kills right now. He's already up to 16 with 11 kills in the match to go. He's looking to push for 20. Look at the aggressiveness from him. He knows these players are going to be spawning back. Tram spots Mista, no shield. Gonna wisely play his life, let his teammates get a few kills. That's nice of him.
8 kills remaining now for Cartel, for them to punch their ticket to the next round and send Jump Out Gang down to the losers bracket. 42 kills and 26. They've stopped the bleeding just a little bit. They've got 3 dead momentarily, have Cartel, so they've done enough here to quell the damage and some of the momentum that was against them, but it's going to be a tough ask and a long road back from here.
Yeah, that long road is going to go through the losers bracket, I believe, because this game is almost over. 47 kills Just 3 needed for Cartel to once again advance further into the winners bracket.
Just needing 3 kills now, and they're starting to collapse over towards tower speed. Try as he might to try and get a couple of kills on the board. It's not going to be enough, and that is going to be enough with Legend and Co. Cartel. They punch their ticket to the next winners round, so that's really good play out of them. Jump out gang just a little bit off the pace, and that's what you expect to see with just a pickup roster the day before.
Yeah, and I know Jump Out Gang is not going to be the strongest team. They do have some individual skill there, but being fairly new, it was a great opportunity for Cartel to really show us what they can do in a Slayer, and I think we just witnessed how dominant this team can be, even against some solid competition. Cartel looked to write the script on their Slayers in this tournament, and I promise you, they sit here and it won't stop.
Look at that. Kills, 18 kills. We knew Snipe John was having a game to remember. 18 kills, 5 deaths, 4 assists. On the other side of that, I like to look at Shady highlight. He had 12 assists. He was making sure he got himself in and around the mixer, putting damage down for his teammates to clean up. If I can get a look at the damage, he can paint an even clearer picture of to see exactly what way this did shake out in the end. There we see it. Damage dealt by Snipe Drone. He had the most kills. He had the most damage. The absolute turret once again. The Englishman making sure that he fits right at home with the rest of the French lads.
Yeah, obviously the language barrier not being a big deal here in this game or this series. 50-27, the steak dinner comes through. Treat yourself, boys, because your tournament's not over, but I know you're hungry after that performance.
That's exactly what, and it's important that you say that as well about them rewriting some of the Slayers. Not the cream of the crop here they're playing against. Of course, we touched upon already that it's a pickup roster. There's tougher tests to come with the likes of OEX, with Navi and HMDA as well, if they can make a run at them as well. So there's plenty of teams still here, but it's good to see them all fit and firing and singing off the same hymn sheet, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is refreshing to see, right? Because I keep saying it, Cartel's that team in EU that I really want to see step up at Raleigh and make a dominant LAN performance and potentially break into some placings that we haven't seen EU do on LAN. For them to do that, they're going to have to dominate this region, right? They're going to have to really separate themselves, step up, and be able to play at the pace that some of these top North American teams are playing at. That series gave me a little bit of hope that maybe there's some reality there.
Confirmation then, 5-0 Aquarius TTF and Slayer Streets. We just seen 50-27. Just to confirm, and an absolutely dominant display out of Cartel. What a performance that was from them. Jump Out Gang, their tournament's not over. They will drop down to make some sort of a losers run. Looking forward to seeing how they get on down there. But Shy Away, it's in the books. Cartel doing Cartel things once again.
Yeah, I think it summarizes it pretty damn well. You look at that series score, 5-0 and 50-27. Like, this team is on an entirely different level. It's kind of ridiculous, and honestly, it's a pleasure to watch it. But my God, first off, Snipe Drone, we talked about whether or not he could keep up with the pace of his team in Slayer. Clearly, the man set the pace in that game. He was looking incredible. Then you have just the individual skill and playmaking I'm seeing out of all 4 of these guys, and their efficiency and how much they consider everything. For example, Shady, his ability he picks up this double, grabs the rockets, turns, and then he uses the ping system to ping the shoddy, and then goes right in for a perfectly timed collapse. Like, just the little things that they do to add every little. There's so many layers to their gameplay, apart from just the efficiency in their movement, their reticle placement. Like, it's honestly, I wish they streamed so I could watch them more. But what a treat to watch that series. Tony, any initial reactions?
Yeah, I mean, Cartel are exactly who we thought they were. I mean, the only team that's been able to put up a fight with them in the past is OEX, who took them to Game 3 in the winners finals last week, but then literally turned around and got 3-0'd in the grand finals. I mean, Cartel are on another level, and we know this.
We know this. We keep getting reminded, and it seems like every single tournament, the reminder is much more apparent. Like, they're trying to send us a message. And also, 3 of them out of 4 of them have the Fnatic tag at this point, by the way, on their team. So I think it's like, anyway, I won't dig into it, but I see the signs. So that covers that series. Those boys, they stay on winner's side. The Jump Out Gang drops into lower bracket. We have another matchup coming up shortly. It's going to be Team Twisted up against Question Reality. Now, these are 2 teams we have not seen on broadcast before. Just to run off, let's start with Question Reality. We've got Beatley, Hercules, Arbiter, and Legend Graham to round this out. Shurzy, I will send it to you, resident expert. Any of these names ring a bell for you?
Yeah, it's a full Swedish roster. I think they've got themselves a top 8 seed as well. So they've been playing very, very well in these last couple of cups. I think people said that the bracket favored them in the first week, but I think they answered any critics that they had week 2. They finished top 8 once again, so they're keeping themselves well within the mixer and a chance of going to Raleigh. They did get knocked down to the losers bracket a little bit early for their liking. They want to make a run and make sure that they can solidify themselves, because if they go out here too early, it does open the door just a little bit for the likes of Maka to sneak in here and take their spot.
I'm going to keep with you and say, what do you think of their competitors, though? Team Twisted, Disarray, PD, Sam Chained, and Jed that they have up against them.
Yeah, so these are typically players that have transitioned over from Call of Duty. I think they were called COD players a couple of weeks ago as well. There was actually 2 teams called COD players. They've transitioned over. I would expect to see the likes of Beatley and the boys get the once over this team, just due to raw skill, mechanics and stuff that they might be equally spread, but I think they might have a little bit too much when it comes to Halo fundamentals and stuff like that. We've seen it with the COD players a couple of weeks ago when they played against some of the better teams. They didn't have that cohesiveness and they didn't have that knowledge of when to bait and switch and when to pull flags.
Right. Like you said, not the first group of COD players we've seen make that transition over to Halo, and as talented as they are, Halo, a bit of a different ball game. So I can't wait to see how this goes. That will be our next series after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more HCS Qualifier. Hello and welcome back to our Halo Championship Series European Kickoff Qualifier. What a show we've had today. I'm Shyway, by the way. I'm also impressed by some of the plays that we've seen so far. On screen, we've got highlights from our last series, Cartel up against Jump Out Gang, where Cartel just, I mean, I got to be honest, call a spade a spade. They dominated the whole series. What do you boys think? I'd like to welcome Wes, Sherzy, and Tony to the broadcast. We've got another series coming up. But first, Wes, let's just reminisce a little bit. What do you think of Cartel?
Yeah, I've said it all along. Back when I was watching them dominate in Halo 5, they belong, man. Like I'm excited to see this team get to a LAN environment and compete against North America's best and kind of see where they stack up. If I had to guess, they're somewhere in that 7th, 8th range. But I think they can really break into that 5th, 6th if they can catch a team sleeping and they can take advantage of some of the opportunities they can create. They're going to have a hard time understanding kind of the individual skill difference between some of the players in EU and North America. But I think that their play style and their individual skill, I mean, it's right on point, right? Like they're doing it right.
Really interesting to bring that up, right? Because as far as EU goes, Cartel is dominating in a way that I don't think we've seen in a long time, to the point where I'm very curious to see where they stack up against NA. They don't have the reps against NA, so it's hard to really tell where they'll place. But just based off of what we've seen, they do look like a top team. NA is a different story. So that's a whole storyline that I can't wait to see come Raleigh. But of course, before we get there, let's switch gears. We got a matchup coming up here. We got Team Twisted, and we have
Question Reality.
I'm questioning my own reality, trying to figure out what the damn team name is. But Sherzy, thank you so much. Question Reality, Team Twisted. I'm going to start it with Tony, though. Tony has a couple things to say about Team Twisted.
Team Twisted, obviously coming out of that Call of Duty community, like Sherzy alluded to earlier, fast reflexes, great individual skill. They're captained by Disarray out of England, who has actually accumulated over $25,000 in Call of Duty earnings, including getting top 6 in the 2020 Challengers EU Finals. That was Disarray.
Tony, are you out here giving me COD stats on my Halo broadcast?
They're very new to Halo. I apologize. They're very new to Halo, so we don't have much of them.
Tony, you stand your ground, Tony. You just say yes. That's exactly what you're getting off me, Alex. You're getting COD stats, and that's all there is to it. You put your foot down here, Tony.
Unacceptable. I want nothing, but you gotta translate it somehow. I don't understand COD stats. They don't work in Halo language. I need a transcription. Anyway, let's see how they play in this series, right? We got the layout in front of us. We got Strongholds on Recharge. We got Slayer on Bazaar, and one more that I didn't get to see. If we throw it back, we'll see it in just a second. But a best of 3 series, of course, they win 2. That's it for winner's bracket. You get sent down, so it can't end very early. The other side of the coin here, we got Question Reality, which are no slouch. Sherzy, just remind us again why.
Yeah, this team have been really, really consistent all throughout Halo 5. They used to go by the name Skitlight. They transitioned over towards Question Reality. It's a full Swedish roster. They played very, very well at the start of Halo Infinite. Maybe turned some heads, and people are surprised to see them. Their skills transition so good or so well over here to Halo Infinite. So they've been playing very, very well. This is going to be a tough test for them. I know the players transitioning from COD, they're struggling a little bit when it comes to Slayers. It's not something that they have to play in when it comes to Call of Duty competitively. You have like Search and Destroy and that sort of thing. They don't play Team Deathmatch competitively. So Slayer is something that they're struggling with, all the COD players, it would seem. So if they lose the first objective game, the writing will be a little bit on the wall that the Slayer might go the same way as well. So we might not even need live fire Oddball, but I'm hoping to see a little bit of a surprise package, and maybe they can go the distance.
Hope they do. It would be a hell of a series. To kick it off, though, we got Strongholds on Recharge. Now, Strongholds on Recharge, not the easiest map game type combo to play. Wes, any expectations coming into this for that combo?
I think expectations are that you look for how quickly can the Call of Duty players really adapt to that Infinite style, where I continue to harp on it, right? Like, I think all of Halo players are going to struggle with how much they need to scavenge and take advantage of what's on the map for them. But when you're talking about Recharge, we have camo, but we have the Mangler, we have the shock rifle, like actual power weapons on the map. If used correctly, you can go off with them. You can create like multiple kills in a row. And what that does for your team is just gives them opportunity and space to work with. So Strongholds is something that I think if I'm coming from Call of Duty, it should be fairly understandable.
Yeah.
But I think what they're going to have the most trouble with is not just spawning with the kit that they that they get to play with, and that they are forced to think about what's coming up on the map and how to prioritize that. That could be a new dynamic that maybe they haven't really perfected yet, I guess would be the term. Right. So looking at that I'm looking at this team to see how quickly are they either being exposed in that regards, or how quickly did they catch on to that? And now because of that, what kind of advantages can they gain from it?
I do like that you brought up the sandbox, though, because I think as far as sandbox is concerned, Recharge has more than I think any other map on it, right? You've got both the repulsor and the grapple, so two different equipment that we don't typically, at least not like powerful equipment like that. On top of the sword as well on the map, like you said, shock rifle, the mangler. There's so much to work with here. What kind of combination are you hoping to see here, Shurzy, just with the tools that these boys can work with?
I think something that we're seeing players have a lot of success with on Recharge strongholds is having the sword positioned over towards A, whether you sit bottom left or top left, and you just really patrol and lock it down. Right. You play bouncer and don't let anybody in. You use that sword to secure A. You can almost leave that player solo there by himself and have someone positioned over towards Turbine and maybe two defending B. That's something we're seeing a lot of success with players, and sword and pipes and oddball is also something that's been very, very strong. So the sword is huge in this game.
Sword is huge if you take the risk to go out and get it, right? Because it sits out in that vulnerable spot. So you got to find the right timing to go for it, then apply it properly. Like you said, holding down A really good spot to use it, especially considering it's a high ground position as well. Players feel incentivized to go there, and there's boxes, there's an elevator, there's areas to kind of camp and manipulate to take full advantage. Tony, what are you looking forward to as far as plays and expectations for equipment or strategies going into this?
I'm going to talk a little bit about the sword as well, and you know, you have to get it quick. It's tough because it's in such a far away spot on the map. So most of the time when I'm playing it, I'll actually combat evolve it with the sticky grenades, or if I happen to have a grapple, I'll grapple it over to myself just to make sure I'm not out of the play for too long. And
doesn't sound like bronze gameplay. I thought you were a bronze. You sound too knowledgeable to be bronze.
The sword that's the problem.
It's really, just drop that sticky grenade right off of the wall. It lands right on the sword, bounce right. It's really easy actually, and combining that grapple with the sword, it is deadly. Let me tell you, you can really just harpoon a player, and as you're going in, just set up an easy slice and dice. It's absolutely disgusting if you can combine the grapple and the sword, but not easy to do because they spawn at two totally different points on the map.
They do. Now, we will be jumping into our matchup. I know you guys want to see it. It's going to be happening very shortly. We're getting the lobby set up. There is a player who's just trying to get into the lobby currently. The moment that that's connected, we will jump into this matchup. In the meantime, though, we've been talking about the sword, the grapple, these equipment so much that it's making me think about this one player who's been standing out. Wes, you've had the privilege of casting him. Lucid is insane at this game, and the combo of the grapple, the sword, the way he puts it together, I mean, it's a treat. Can you tell me a bit about that, like about Lucid, just what you've seen out of these top players?
Yeah, I think if you're going to make a bold statement going into Raleigh, it's the Lucid is the best player in the game right now. And I know Frosty doesn't want to hear that. Renegade doesn't want to hear that. Snipedown has nothing to do with that. But the gameplay speaks for itself, and the results have spoken for themselves. Everything that Lucid has played in, he has won so far. I think he's the #1 player in the playlist as well. And it's because he's so versatile, and he's picked up on things so quickly. It's so natural to him. Watching him compete against Miquin, day 2 of Infinite coming out in the 2v2, and Lucid looks like he's been playing the game for years. It's like he has such a great understanding for his awareness and where players are going to be coming from and his timings and what he can get away with. And because he's able to just factor everything so correctly, he's able to play what's justified so early on as perfect Halo Infinite.
The guy's incredible. He sets the bar really damn high. So high, in fact, that I think Tony and I's expectations are going to be kind of high coming into this series. But Tony, finally, the series is ready. We're ready to jump into it and cast it. So Wes and Shurzy, thank you so much for joining us. But Tony, let's do this.
Yeah, and I kind of talked about Team Twisted earlier. You yelled at me for the Call of Duty stats. I'll give you the Halo stats as well. Question Reality finished top 6 in week 1. Right after that, finishing top 8, so a little bit of a dip. Mind you, Hercules and Arbiter finished top 20 at the last Halo LAN, which was DreamHack Anaheim. Granted, it was Reach and not Infinite, but they have some LAN experience as well.
Thank you, Tony. Now you're speaking my language. I appreciate it. Also, take a look at what we've been talking about pre-match, right? The sword back in game. And who has it? It's Detain who's got this sword. Let's see what he can detain with it.
And now we're seeing that player just holding down top control. This is why I like to see a nice A and B setup, real easy. A and B, A and C are so close to each other. You can go right back and forward, have something in control room, really locking down the map, and exactly what Shurzy was talking about before. Just leave that player alone in top A to work the sword, and he can defend it by himself. And they've been able to swap it over to a more dominant A and B setup.
Yep, nice little A-B hold, 22 points to start. Detain now going to go for the challenge here, too. Doesn't see him in the corner immediately, but he turns and he gets that kill in time to live up. Man's got red bar, too, so just narrowly skates by. Teammate covering yellow as well. Great coverage across the map here. You can see all spawns forced in C, and they got a perimeter set up, so limited options for these boys in red, and how will they challenge it? Two already coming through yellow, but look at the cross at a Detain. Nicely timed push into A, though. And I do like that push back from red team right there, timing their approach, and the Detain was compromised while that happened.
A 46-1 run going in favor of Team Twisted, but Question Reality bouncing back and putting a trip cap of their own. They're going to momentarily lose C, but they know exactly where the spawners are coming from, and they might be able to block them off. Great plays coming out of Question Reality to bounce back.
Question Reality, of course, our more veteran Halo roster up against these COD players, and so far starting on the back foot, but things might change very quickly. Sword into one. That's one for a kill. Can he get a double out of it? Not quite. He will get dropped, and that cap will very quickly trade hands. So great opportunity taken from these boys on Team Twisted. And look at the angle as well. And this is why you want to hold A. Out of all the strongholds, A just has so much potential for dominance.
That it does. We're back to an HC setup going in favor of Team Twisted, who are able to get the camouflage as well. But hold on, one of his teammates are going to go down, and so does the second one. So numbers heavily going in favor of Question Reality. They're going to take down that camo player as well. 3 down, go Team Twisted.
Tony Crossman is using the jump that I just talked about in my recent Twitter video, by the way. Very crucial jump to get up to top C, and because of it, he died 5 seconds earlier than he may have. Nah, either way, he got exactly where he wanted to, just couldn't win the fight, which is, of course, what matters most here. Sam Chain, who is alive, he's going to rotate to A.
And by the way, we are seeing a new iteration to Question Reality. Instead of having Arbiter, he's actually been swapped out for Crossman, who was previously teaming with Speed Show as well. So that team kind of split up that we were talking about before. And now Crossman has found a new home here on Question Reality. The team going in for the challenge, taking down Graham.
Just the coordination out of these boys on Team Twisted looking just a little sharper to start the game, though. AC hold now. B-side spawns here. You can see they're coming out through yellow. And how will they make this challenge? Last time they had a great, like kind of two-pronged attack on the setup. If they time their push, it's probably the best opportunity here. Sam Chain not aware of that low-angle flank coming in the control. Detain starting to get knowledge of it, though. You can see 3 players pushing up onto C, so here's the pressure. Detain here to pick up one. A second goes down. Very quick. They'll make quick work out of... maybe not out of all 3 of them, but they still do enough to delay this situation and hold the control.
Yeah, the one player did go down, but either way, Team Twisted heavily had the numbers advantage as Question Reality ends up going 3 down, and they finish off the cap on C. Meanwhile, PD just playing real patient, holding down A, but he is going to be taken down by Beatley as 2 players now going down for each team. Beatley winning his individual gunfights, but Detain coming in for the cleanup.
Team Twisted just locking this down right now. 117 and counting, though. 2 caps in favor of Question Reality. They got CB, pressure into A here. Detain got to hightail it out of here. It looks like he's going to try to play it patiently, though, in the meantime, avoiding what angles he can. He's actually managed to rotate out. Interestingly, we saw multiple players opt to go A, but nobody ever committed to the challenge. So Detain he got timing to force this 1v1. Does end up dying for it, though, so here it is, the rotation to A. A trip cap in session at a Question Reality. A bit of a roll starting to gather here.
The team was doing a good job of holding down the high ground, but 2 players just flying at him, working a little bait and switch action as Graham trying to go in for the individual gunfight. Luckily, Hercules coming in for the cleanup kill, and that's numbers once again going in favor. It's going to be a triple kill coming out of Hercules, the strongest man in the lobby, putting in work.
What a tank. Tony, he insta-exploded for those first 2 kills, right? He threw the first insta down, which created the chain reaction for that second one. By the way, Hercules, if you sprint jump off that low platform, you will reach the higher platform above. A pro tip for anyone trying to hit that platform off the battery, you got to sprint jump to raise your jump height. Anyway, he succeeded with a triple and an A cap off of that.
Question Reality bouncing right back, able to get a setup of their own, holding down A and B at the moment. Hercules trying to get in the face of his opponents, and he's just holding down A right now. I'm liking this. Now we're gonna switch over towards Sam Chain, who's trying to make his way over towards C. I think they need to go for Attic. I really think they need to go for Attic setup and maybe steal away B. That seems to be open if Team Twist are gonna make something happen.
Sam Chain just gonna hold up, play the defense here. Question Reality have closed that gap very quickly, right? They now tied up the game off that hold. And the play that we saw out of Hercules as well. Great precedent that set for the team here. Stored in the back pocket, though. And you can see Sam Chain, he's so intimately aware of the potential of a flank. But there's the player he was looking for. He does take him. They'll hold on to AC for now, starting to pull away score here. Camo up as well, so a bit of a dilemma. Doesn't want to give up high ground immediately, but needs that camo. We'll see who grabs it.
And I love the way Sam just trusts his teammate. There's no reason for him to drop down as well when PD was obviously in position to grab it. So he stays up, keeps his height advantage, keeps his setup. Very disciplined play coming out of him. And now we're seeing camouflage in the hands of PD, but 2 Team Twisted members are going to go down. Luckily, the Slays are coming in, and Team Twisted are still looking good.
PD tossed a nade up to the shoulder above, and it bounced down perfectly beside that player of the stairs. You got to love fortunate situations like that, though. Unfortunately, the double team comes in. Teammate here to keep the defense up. That's Disarray, who will take that man down and hold on to A stronghold here. At all, what we say that BC was in control. They've turned C as well. So nice little control out of Team Twisted here, 180 and counting. Just coverage out of top A from Disarray here. Looks like he might have to join the party, but he will get lit up immediately.
Numbers going back in favor of Question Reality, who have a setup of their own now, holding down B and C. Hercules gonna make his way all the way towards Attic. There's 3 players around that B setup. Meanwhile, his teammates are overextending over towards A.
Hercules with a great vantage point here, right in the center of it all, too. He'll get 2. Easy opportunity to cap B, picks up the grapple. Haven't seen too much of it yet, but now it can come into play. Gives him a quick rotation for a pickup, presence into A. A little bit of momentum started here for Question Reality. They can get a momentary, well, not quite a trip cap. You'll see C will trade out with A. And a great vantage point, though, to keep this damage up. He's got the grapple, too. Goes back to A for the defense. I like the patient movement here.
You know, Slay's really going back and forth for both of these teams. No team was able to hold kind of a full map setup, get a nice little squad wipe, then get a second round of Slays. Both of these teams kind of getting scrappy points here and there, and it's really fun to watch, but I want to see a little bit more cleaner gameplay. I want to see that multiple down and then set up and get another 3 down. That's when those seconds start to become minutes.
Soon, both of them going to run out of time for this one, Tony, or at least the red team. It's 200 and counting at this rate. Sam Chain does get knocked down quite quickly. Legend, I love the attempt. He cancels the clamber there, tries to keep the coverage, but still dies with the camo. Can Disarray get out of this, though? Mangler in hand. We haven't seen enough Mangler, Tony, so I'm hoping it appears a little more here. My favorite weapon in the game. The thing is nasty. Disarray going to put it in the pocket for now. Hold down A. A and B still in control, and at this point, time is ticking. Question Reality, they're running out of opportunities to break this.
Captain Disarray having 2 players in front of him, and he's going in for the challenge on 1. Luckily, his team is right there for the cleanup kill. Let me tell you, Team Twisted really always in position with an elbow's length of their teammates to kind of clean up those kills. I'm really liking the way they're playing right now, and the scoreboard is showing they're now there should be 5 seconds away from coming out with the win.
Make it right now, apparently, though, too. Just fast forward that one. 250 to 143 for game 1, Tony. So they started with control and dominance. We saw a bit of a comeback out of Question Reality mid-game, right? They brought things back together. Hercules had a nice triple kill, but they couldn't hold on to any of the momentum they gained. Ultimately, Team Twisted just kind of had a lock on that whole first game.
Yeah, both teams were playing really scrappy, but when it came to the Slays column, it seems like Team Twisted not only were winning the Slays battle, but being just as objective efficient, making sure they're going in. The moment Slays went in, there was somebody in the base immediately. There was no timing loss whatsoever coming out of Team Twisted, and that's one thing I like to see. But again, like I said, I really want to see more of a setup, more of a polished game come out of them, maybe going into game 2. But hey, the scoreboard don't lie. 250 to 143.
Actually, the scoreboard is an interesting point of contention here. Look at this: 16 and 16 out of Disarray, 13 out of PD, 8 out of Chain. A Slay advantage on the team that lost, the team that won. Dude, I am misreading the entire scoreboard, Tony. I take it all back. Slight Slay advantage for the team that won, as expected. The biggest thing, though, you talked about control, right? I do think that we saw some control, though, especially for the A stronghold. And that's where I feel like Team Twisted really showed up, is controlling that A stronghold, taking full advantage of some of the resources on the map, like the sword, especially the grapple as well that we saw out of, I believe, Disarray, who used the grapple to rotate in and out of A and stayed nearby, but be a tricky target, right?
Yeah, it was a great job getting those individual slays, but you notice how Question Reality were able to bounce back almost every time. When I think of a locked-in setup, I think of a team getting that 2 or 3 down and then hunkering down and looking at those spawns and then getting a secondary squad wipe after that. And that's what I think of those clean setups. When I think of when Navi's firing at all cylinders, for example, they're really good at doing that.
What do you think would be the best setup strongholds on this map? Like the best case scenario for them?
Well, I mean, no matter what, whether I think A and C are really powerful because I just think B is so far out of the line of sight,
it's just so
far
open.
Away. Exactly.
Right. That's one thing. Like if you got perfect Halo on this map, then you got AC hold and they spawn B and you just shred them in B where they have no hope. And that's why a good team knows they can't just go for B. They gotta patiently take their time and choose the perimeters and find an opportunity to attack either C or A. What we did see was like a 3-man push to C at one point. Didn't quite work out for them. But yeah, that type of control, right? A and C, you got those 2 vantage points and you just pinch them where they stand. But that is game 1, Tony. Of course, it's a best-of-3 series. One more game might seal the deal. And with that type of dominance, it might only take one more game. But it's a Bizarre Slayer up next. So what do you expect coming into this?
Well, similarly to how Stronghold's Recharge is going to play, like I'm right there with you. The ANC is the ultimate setup, but ultimately the team who's ready to adapt and who's able to really change things up on the fly with their communication is going to come out on top. I think it's the same thing with Bizarre Slayer as well. You have a plan A in mind, but what happens when that enemy team punches you in the face? Like, what's the game plan after that? Do you have a plan B? Do you have a plan C to bounce back and to keep that map control? That's going to be really important on Bizarre Slayer. And man, I'm quickly becoming a Team Twisted fan. I'm liking it. I'm not gonna lie. The COD kids are doing work.
They're looking good. Not too bad for COD players, huh? But we'll see. We'll see how far they can go. But like you said, so far so good. I'm gonna try not to be mean about it. Tony, we're jumping in to Bizarre Slayer, and there's a lot to take advantage of on Bizarre Slayer. You can see some of it. You got the grapple, the rockets. There's an OS center map. There's the mangler, the thrust. 2 thrusters on this map. So a lot to take advantage of here. Even the commando up in the tower, though, I can't seem to get a grip of the commando just yet, Tony. I don't know about you.
I'm a fan of the commando from long range. I like putting in those shots and knowing clear when I'm winning an individual gunfight from long range or not. I use that commando from long range. And on this map, actually, I'm in low onyx myself. So I usually go right for the grapple, then turn back to my spawn and grapple the overshield to myself. And I'm able to get away with that like 80% of the time. It's really fun, and it's also really effective as well.
Grappling the OS is definitely very satisfying if you can find that opportunity. You got to watch out for that plasma pistol, though. You can see that player has it in blue. Petey already does have a kill to start here, but challenge coming in. So is the grapple and the rockets. What a wonderful combo to have to really start things up here. That's 2 dead on the feed. And what else can Hercules put together? Still got the grapple. Doesn't quite make a play off this one. Does have the awareness of that player back base, though. Teammate with him. He tags it out with the ping system, too. And look at this man behind the arch. There's not much he can do here. Nice little grapple slingshot, or I guess spin. What is it? Strafe, grapple strafe into a melee.
And that's one of the beautiful things that 343 has allowed us with the sandbox. The equipment are strong alone where you can get out of a bad situation or get into a good one. But where they really shine is when you combine them with the rest of the sandbox. When you combine grapple with the bulldog, when you combine it with the rocket launcher, or when you combo it in when you're trying to stop a stronghold point and repulse somebody off of the stronghold so you can get the reset despite being weaker than your opponent. When you combine the equipment with the rest of the sandbox, that's when you're going to see magic really happen.
What an interesting exchange we saw there with Hercules as well. He held that angle so well. He kept his distance, but those nades, those brute nades, are tricky, right? They're a little unpredictable. The way that they bounce off walls, they can do a lot more damage than intended from quite a bit of range. So an interesting exchange we saw there. While that happens, we've got coverage at a Beatley up top. These towers going to be so crucial just to lock down the map. He does make the rotation. Where is he planning to go, though? He rotates and he goes right back. He's going to hold down the BR tower, and I think he has awareness of potential spawns. Looks like nobody is spawning there. So this man not quite sure where they are, but the OS on the body of Crossman at the very least, so here's the pressure.
with the dynamic spawns in Slayer, if you're not blocking them properly, sometimes you can be in a little guessing game. So, you know, obviously we know those back thruster, back AR spawns are really heavily weighted, but they didn't know what side they were coming from. So he checks blue side, his teammates check red side, and all that ends up happening is Team Twisted do go down 2 players. So clearly it worked. It wasn't the prettiest, but it did work. 15-9 lead going in favor of Question Reality.
I mean, as long as you take full advantage of that little timing you have when you get that round of slays, right? They came out of that with the OS. They had the goodies coming out of it, so they could afford to be a little late maybe to that collapse. Either way, Detain here. Shotgun down. Unfortunately for him, Crossman will pick that one up. Canny put something together with it. We got the Rockets as well. Quite a combo to manage here. Rockets and Shoddy. So much power. Got to find the right opportunity here, and thankfully that opportunity is about to pop up. First kill for him. We got Detain in the BR, or in the... he's dead, really. He's in the spawn screen, and so is Crossman. Gonna drop with him.
And let me tell you, Team Twisted might be up 1-0 in this series, but I feel like the MVP might end up going to Hercules. Whenever there was a play that needed to be made over in game 1, Hercules was kind of keeping the minute by getting those multi-kills. And even in the Slayer right now, he is 10-3 at the moment. As I say that, I give him the little caster's curse, so he gets taken down. But either way, damage been done. 10-4, keeping his team in it once again, and they actually have a 7-kill lead.
Can Detain change that, though? Oh, he got that man stuck in the corner. Nice play out of him. Should be able to... Oh, can't stay alive, though. Cheeky angle taken by a player to get rid of him quick. Question Reality so fast to pick up their trades or doubles in this situation. Hercules, I mean, you said it earlier, he was 10-3. He's 12-4. Now the man's been popping off and giving his team the opportunity for the early OS pickup. That was, I believe, Legend Graham, who walked away with a free kill off of that OS. Got the plasma pistol as well. We've just seen it from this red team taking full advantage of the sandbox, whether it's the grapple, the plasma pistol on the wall, just every little item you can use at your disposal to lock things down.
Let me tell you, I need to put some respect on that man's name. 13-4 when the opponent team only has 16 kills as a unit. All 4 players on the enemy team are adding up to 16, and that man is 13-4 by himself. He is absolutely insane. Oh my God. Every time, I need to stop talking about it, because every time I do, he ends up going down. Okay, I'm sorry, Hercules. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Relax, Tony. Just give the man a chance to perform. We'll let it happen before us, okay? Hercules back on screen, by the way. He picked up the thrust this time. Got 2 players up in the BR above him. Nice little pinch about to form. Teammate coming in. Look at this collapse. They get out immediately, though, so rotation from Team Twisted just to escape. Very different game number 2, though, than game 1. Hercules just dominating here when it comes to just pure slaying power. Question Reality, they've woken up.
Yeah, maybe Strongholds isn't their game type, but they're very comfortable here on Slayer. Obviously, trying to control this rocket side of the map. I think with almost every map in Infinite, you really need somebody controlling a perimeter, whether that's rocket side or maybe your opponent's lockers. You need somebody controlling that perimeter, being as annoying as possible to open up so many lanes for your teammate to collapse. And that's exactly what happened right there, as that perimeter player puts down damage, he's annoying, and everybody else collapses, and Team Twisted end up going 3 down.
It does make you wonder, though, where the comfort is with these teams and what maps they're playing and practicing on the most, because there's a level of comfort on Bizarre Slayer here from Question Reality that I think is just so different than what we saw in Recharge. Just the way that they're micromanaging these situations here. I say it, Hercules goes down, the little double out of Team Twisted. Big Liv out of Disarray, who's alive long enough for the OS. He's going to go for it now. That's a nice pickup for him. Can Team Twisted turn anything out of this situation? It's just about unwinnable for these boys unless they make a great play here. And the team challenge coming in. First melee for a trade here. Does get a kill. Disarray with some damage. And it looks like he's got a teammate to help him out. They do have rockets. So potential here still, but not an easy fight, Tony. It's going to have to be perfect. If he 180 still gets the kill. It just doesn't look like enough, though.
Yeah, sadly, they just had Overshield in hands, only able to get 1 kill on it off of the trade. They just had Rockets, only able to get 1 kill off of the trade. You have to utilize these resources to put chains, and even if you're not getting a double kill with 1 rocket, you need to rocket that first player, then go in for a challenge for the second one. Get these 2v1 situations that sadly Team Twisted were not able to do, and it's 43-32 in favor of Question Reality. Unless something immaculate happens, I don't know if Team Twisted are going to come back, especially with Hercules shooting like that.
I mean, I love the movement out of Hercules on that play, though. He went for such a steep vertical, right? Which could be so difficult to shoot, especially on controller. Just jumping straight over the man like that was a nice, tricky way to play that engagement. Got the kill in the shotgun for it. 14 shots in that thing to really put to work. Gets the assist for one, picks up another kill. And at these points, at this point, the boys are dropping like flies, or they have dropped, Tony. 50-32 for game 2. And I'd say an even more or even stronger answer back than we saw in the first game. So one hell of a series this has created.
Yeah, you already know. I told you last week, they call me Tony Game 3 Rose. I live for Game 3s, and we're about to see one right now. Great job to question reality. Now, to bounce back, to have the mental fortitude to come off of what, in my opinion, a big loss, that 250-143. That's a big loss in game number 1. And for them to bounce back and have almost just as dominant of a win in game 2, Slayer, great job for them. 19 kills come out of Hercules. Crossman saying, hey, don't forget about me. I'm going to drop 15 and 7 as well. These guys are ready.
I mean, that's the exact answer you would have wanted to see, right? Losing game 1, if you want to come back and shift that momentum, regain for game 3, that's exactly what you got to do. So Crossman, Hercules popping off for sure, but Legend, Beatley doing what they needed to do. Got 13 headshot kills out of Hercules, by the way. The man putting it together. What a game out of him from the start to the finish. Just full advantage of the grapple and the rockets to kick off the game. The way he takes the thrust off a spawn and uses that to get advantages in fights. But we just saw it over and over here. Legend Graham with 4,000 damage taken, by the way. That's the beauty of Halo Infinite and just the extra stats that we get to see. But Legend on that team with more damage taken by a significant margin than anyone. So you know that he's doing something to help out, even if he doesn't have the slays.
Yeah, he's definitely drawing the enemy team's fire. But what I think is even more impressive is my man up top, Crossman, 15 and 7, having the highest accuracy in the game at 63.4% accuracy, and also having the most damage in the game as well at almost 4,800 damage. So highest accuracy, most damage, a second highest KDA. Crossman, he's definitely a good addition to this roster right here.
Crossman looking nasty for sure. Gotta watch out for the splash damage on the rockets, though. My God, the area of effect out of those things. We saw Crossman get a little bit obliterated by his own rocket there. Still does get the kill, and ultimately that's all that matters. 50-32. What an answer. What a series we got in our hands here, Tony. Live fire, Oddball. Couldn't have asked for a better game 3. I love Oddball, especially in Infinite. This is about to be hype.
Yeah, you know, and over a couple of weeks, we've kind of talked about what we want to see out of these teams. You know, I think we all kind of agree when you get that oddball in a perfect world, you want to get it over towards the seaside tower. Having that oddball player sit over towards top mid and just looking down each and every lane, feeding off information to his team so they know exactly where to focus the troops is so important. If you hold a seaside tower and you have 4 players up, one watching that dummies alley, one watching that sea nest alley, and then also in top mid as well, it's deadly. It really is. And good, and I shouldn't say good, I should say great teams know how to hold that setup, and it ain't 5, 10, 20 seconds you put on the board. No, it's 40 to 50 seconds of good time being put on the board.
So think about that setup, though. Definitely a powerful setup if you control it efficiently. Like you said, easy ball play opportunity as well. But what typically happens is A ends up being the location for the hold, right? A can be relatively powerful. You can't play it, but you can lock down so many sight lines and make it very difficult for them to enter that spot. So really, I think the best thing we hope from these teams is just flexibility. Can you take full advantage of the opportunity when it's presented to you? How will you play it? We'll kick things off here with Team Twisted Disarray, who is in disarray here. He's got nades coming in from left and right, delete 2 players off the rip. What a start.
What a start indeed. And right off the bat, you're already seeing that ball go toward the seaside tower set I was talking about before, but sadly not able to hold it because Chain coming out of nowhere and getting that no-scope right to the dome. And man, both of these teams really fighting over map position.
Where you head at? Chain with 2 pickups. That snipe goes down, though. Transfers hands to Beatley. Beatley in the air, though, not where he wants to be. He'll get down. Can he make the jump? Will he go for the jump? You know I want to see him make the jump, Tony. Okay, he rotates. Instead, he'll go back around tower. Plays it safe. Teammates with him as well. Snipe in hand and might have tagged body on that one. Can he pick up a little bit more here? They know he's got this snipe. You can see Detain just teasing him a little bit.
And that's what makes this setup so deadly. Like you lock it in, you hold down your sights, you play good disciplined Halo, and it's gonna pay dividends. You're seeing 4 players up for Team Twisted, but they're not able to make any headway. But finally, 2 players are gonna start to up the aggression. 3 down, go question reality, and I promise once the pressure comes, they're gonna play that ball off the map.
I saw this tonight. I mean, if they get a chance, right? What a brawl, though. Players dropping left and right here. One does dive down to get the melee kill. That was Petey. Petey looking for a little bit more, but 2 players going to meet him, probably more than he bargained for here. Does pick up the ball and does play it off the map. Like you said, Tony, he knows what to do.
But 2 down go Team Twisted, so once again, numbers going in favor of question reality, and Crossman shot is nothing to mess with, hitting that beautiful perfect kill right at the proper moment. 4-3 situation, now 2 down go Team Twisted, and question reality right back to work.
Crossman about to cross you up, Tony, with a nice shot. I'm sorry. Dude, I'm making jokes off literally every single team like player name. I can't do it. Anyway, I mean, the man's looking sturdy, though. He will turn, pick up the repulsor, too. They got the ball, so maybe we got some potential for a setup here, but Beatley doesn't want to move too soon. He's looking for Slays first.
One might say that Beatley bounces to a beat of his own drum. Okay, I'm done. 3-on-3 situation, 2 down, go question reality. So why don't we switch on board here with Petey, who's now going to make his way towards top mid to try to break this setup.
So far, not too much points-wise on either side, right? Only 26 at a question reality. Team Twisted do have the ball rotated, so finally they're starting to get points here in A. Like I said, A does tend to be the location of the hold, even though C might seem powerful. You can lock down these sight lines in A and really just kind of hide back here. His teammates pushing far out in front of him, really getting up into the action, though. And I think a big part of that is with the snipe coming up, with these resources coming up, they need to be ready to rotate when that happens. He's going to stay near the ball, but Crossman does have the snipe. What can this man put together?
And he even has a flanking player coming out of A, so what a beautiful collapse that this can be, but they have to execute here as 3 players on Team Twisted are start to rotate over toward the B side of the map. Crossman's going to go down. Graham somehow was able to get away with his life, but Beatley goes down as well, and this is not looking good if you're a fan of question reality. Good points being put on the board for Team Twisted.
Team Twisted, all 4 up in A. Quite a setup, right? You got Disarray with the snipe trying to hold down angles. Teammate in the perimeter to help, and there's a nice little bait and switch for a pickup. What you like to see out of these boys on Team Twisted. One player dies out in front of him in the hallway. Ball down. Can Disarray pick up a trade at the very least out of the situation? The footwork comes in, but it's not enough. I believe he might have dropped the snipe. We got the heat wave down, so not only did the ball transfer hands, but so did all the goodies.
And this is what I was talking about with scrappy Halo. You know, I want to see a little bit more polished Halo. You saw Team Twisted not only get those slays, but put them 2 down. They had their setup locked, but they weren't able to take advantage of the setup and lock it down. And now, you know, question reality bouncing right back in it behind the backs of the sniper, going in for the challenge, but they're not able to lock it in either. They go 4 down. Both teams struggling to get full map control.
Beatley with a little peekaboo there, but does die immediately, like you said, struggling to get that control. Sam Chain does have it, though. He's burning camo as he has ball. So I like this. Put it down, pick up heat wave, let the teammate get the ball, and start to go to work. You can see 2 of his teammates, I believe, are already dead on the feet here. So at the very least, he'll pick up a trade, turns and snaps onto Crossman, but not enough to delete the man. Crossman has the heat wave. Crossman's got the perfect opportunity for some kills here, too, but got to get out of dodge. Looks like he will go down for now. Red team do still have that ball presence, though.
Ball taken.
Switching gears back over towards Petey, who's trying to put down some damage here. Gonna have to play his life, but there's 2 players in front of him. 1v2 situation, not good, but here comes the cavalry. Team Twisted starting to collapse, with another 2 down go Team Twisted.
What a scrappy game of ball. Tony, 1 minute, 41 seconds left, with 46 all in the timer. We haven't seen too many definitive holds out of these teams here. Time's starting to tick. Of course, if you hold the ball, the timer stops. So you can play this till the end, really. It leads to some pretty hype moments. We'll see if we get there. In the meantime, this little advantage that they've created starting to look like quite a precedent, right? Because 1 minute, 30 seconds, having that, oh my God, having the advantage and having the repulsor. I mean, this is just, he's putting it to work right now.
During last Sunday's broadcast, I heard West refer to as the knockback. So you utilizing that knockback to get really fancy, putting that player in the dirt. Now a 72-46 run. Mind you, this was neck and neck going for most of this game,
right?
And somehow question reality are able to hunker down and put some good points on the board. They might win off of this rotation right here, but Chain has the sniper.
Sam Chain put it all on this snipe. He just, whoa, tell me he gets a play off it, though. Picks up 2. Double for him, looking for the 3rd. Right out front. And he can't snap for the triple, but teammate there to pick it up. At the very least, his gamble to pick up snipe has led to a ball grab. But it's got to be a perfect hold. They got 1 minute 18 on the timer. Time ticking against them, but they can keep that still as long as they hold the ball here. And Sam in a very important position with his snipe. Can he line anything up? I think he snapped on the body there. Beatley will back down. Oh, man's just looking to connect. He's such an important wall of defense here. And you can see patiently, but surely, question reality, they seem to just live and continue to poke and prod at him.
The time being so important in Oddball, but luckily for Team Twisted and Halo Infinite, if you have the ball in hands, the timer doesn't move, which might have been their saving grace, because now they're coming back and it might be taking the lead. But 2 down go Team Twisted. He's trying to stay alive, milk every last bit, but the ball's gonna go off the map. This next push might decide the game.
1 second advantage, Tony. 90 to 89 here. Ball about to spawn bottom mid. Everyone looking at it. Nate's coming in. They all want a piece. But you can't afford to die here. You die here as a GG. Hercules going to hold it down. BR shots going to ring out cross bottom mid here. Big pickup on the kill. That gives them an opportunity for the ball. Can they rotate this out? So 91 and counting here. And that's the exact advantage they need. Can anyone get to this man in time? I don't think they can. The full team's going to have to rotate over, but he will succeed with the hold, and Hercules putting it together. With the help of his team, they'll take away round 1.
The patience coming out of question reality right there was beautiful. They waited to the last moment to slay out Team Twisted completely, got the full squad wipe, and then went for the ball to put the nail in the coffin. Great discipline coming out of question reality.
Taking full advantage of that opportunity, resetting it all from the beginning here. Round 2. And Chain looking to get something started. He did exactly that. No scope to start. Does whiff on the second. Watch out for the heat wave. He's got it handled. That's a double. That's a good advantage to get back to the ball here, but he's looking for spawners. Oh, unfortunate that he got tagged up there. Right before the shields came back, he got nicked just a little bit, and that ruined his approach.
Yeah, that's not fair. I mean, that's all they do in Call of Duty, going for quick scopes and no scope 1v1s and fakey 360. That's just not fair. Obviously, they're going to be very comfortable with the sniper rifle, as Beatley very comfortable with the battle rifle as well. And the ball is moving over toward that seaside tower. We haven't seen much of the A setup that you were talking about before, but C tower has been really hard to set up on as well.
Well, maybe that's the Halo lesson right there, though, Tony, right? Because he peeks in, like they're used to getting these quick kills with snipe, but at the same time, the shield system, right? You got to be intimately aware of that, the timing of it all, or else you get caught with your pants down. Crossman looking to do exactly that to the players above him. We'll see if this sneak attack will succeed. Big pickup for 1. Beautiful shots for a double. This man's still going. Oh, the heat wave will ruin his day, but the damage is done. Can they keep it up?
You know, I don't know if anybody questioned if Crossman was a good pickup for this roster, but if you did, let me tell you, you need to reevaluate what you're thinking, because man, Crossman has been making plays. We talked about it before, that 15-9 game that 15-7 game that he had just before, also having the most damage in the game, also having the highest accuracy. This man has really been going off and has been so integral to Question Reality being in this game number 3.
It's absolutely true, Tony. All while you say that they do have the ball held down. Legend just, keeping it teetering on the edge here, wants to get as much time as possible. That brings them to 19, so a slight advantage. PD locking things down top tower. 2 players already over on that camo. But they're about to die. PD with nice shots to lock them down. Entire team down bottom mid to pick up ball here. Going to receive a little bit of pressure. PD just focused on the control, though. They do want this seaside control. Like you said earlier, Tony, take advantage of the high ground, lock things down in tower. They just got to rotate the ball there first. That ball being fumbled just a little bit, but PD here to help out.
But there are multiple players starting to collapse. There was one player over towards top mid momentarily, and then a player going from dummies ramp. So they got to be real careful, and they have to slay out if Team Twisted want to win this game. But they are being patient, which I'm liking. One player going to go down for each of these teams. PD going in for the crucial challenge, but Graham going to put him in the dirt.
Yeah, Graham going to give him the sauce just a little bit there, Tony. Might force these boys to play the ball, and it looks like that was exactly what they had intended. Not expecting the melee, though. Heat wave in the hand of that player who does get the kill. Crossman cleans him up, though. Crossman going to leave that man in the dust. Hold down top map at the same time. You're watch out for the snipe, though. Chain is looking for you, but Crossman with no fear. And no respect for walls, apparently, too, Tony. He's going to get that snipe.
I was so happy he picked up the assault rifle, but he immediately drops that. That's a mistake right there. Assault rifle's too good. But the sniper's just a little bit better. I will respect it. Two down go his teammates. And look at that. Crossman dropping right behind enemy lines, getting the most beautiful flank that we've seen, earning himself a double kill and neutralizing the situation. Question reality, where multiple players down. Crossman needed to make a play, and he was ready. And now he's in the repulsor to go on. This is not real. God. Alex, this is not real.
I think in the words of Jeff Steitzer, it's cluster luck. Or I don't think he says that, does he? But that's the medal. I think that you get for the two with the grenade. Either way, what a trade of hands here. All while that happens, though, Team Twisted, they did kind of pull it on top. One player does have snipe. They do have the ball. They're rotating it back to A, taking faces while they go here. Chain just connected with one. Chain is that man with snipes. A legend going to have to watch his face on the rotation here. The blue team rotating that ball all the way out of their hands, though, too. So Team Twisted doing a great job keeping this in play.
Yeah, it seems like Question Reality having a really hard time just kind of gauging the flow of this game. Team Twisted are really marching to a beat of their own drum. I mean, they're literally doing their own thing, and it's actually, I can tell, it's knocking Question Reality off guard. They're expecting them to do one thing, and Team Twisted are literally doing the opposite. Sniper rifle still in the hands of Graham, going to try to stay alive. Luckily, has teammates next to him, but every time he goes one alley, another one there. But man, the movement too good come out of Graham, finally able to shut him down.
Did Legend pick up the speed boost or something, Tony? The man was moving so quick. There's a double though out of Sam Chain. Oh, does he connect it? I think that might have been a triple from the grave there, but damage definitely done. This gives Detain the free opportunity to pick up and rotate ball here once again. And some more time on the board. They do have the first round, I believe, right? Or no, was it Question Reality round one, right, Tony?
No, to my knowledge, I believe it's Team Twisted. We have
Team Twisted? Okay.
I believe it was Team Twisted at round one. There's a little bit of a glitch on the oval and oddball.
It shows that they both won.
Yeah, as soon as one team wins, it shows both. As Question Reality saying, hey, look, we're about to win this round. No matter what happened last round, we're about to win this one because they've locked down the C setup and they're getting slays as well.
Question Reality mounting a little bit of a comeback. They've got coverage, too, on Nest. He's got Hercules on the left-hand side. It's a nice little perimeter. Got to watch out for the flank, though, from below. You can see that starting to happen. And wisely, Crossman going to back down from high ground, keep the ball right next to the play, because there's the flank you got to look out for. We've seen it time and time again from down below.
And Team Twisted finally able to collapse, getting a two. Yeah, they just went two down. That is not good. They just went two down, but Question Reality going to answer it back, and Crossman now has to bait the ball. Excellent denial. Nade's going to connect a little bit there, but his teammates are still going down. This is not looking good for Question Reality.
Crossman was moving quick and clean, but it just wasn't enough. The nade's going to keep him back. And oh, I like the attempt. Might not need to use the jump just yet. He can get the heat wave, take a different direction altogether, but you can see him just trying to put it together. Well, that happened. Sniping control. I'm pretty sure the camo might have been picked up by Question Reality as well, so they've got everything to work with. This is the perfect chance for a hole. Oh my god. Oh. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Beely absolutely obliterating that player on the map, earning himself a double kill, and Question Reality might be able to use this to go on a run.
Oh, that was a dirty play. My god. And he gets a double off it too, a spree. Beatley's still going. He puts the snipe down for the Mang, Tony, for that one-shot beatdown, but so resourceful. But he's still going. He's going to slide in bottom mid, picks up damage. Don't even give him the ball. Let this man slay.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? He's going off right now. Oh, and he still hasn't died. Finally, they're able to shut him down. But man, what a confidence boost for him to go off like that. And the scoreboard reflects it. 16 kills, 7 assists, only dying 10 times. Man.
Yeah, but look at the score, Tony.
Oh no. Yeah.
All that beauty, all that grace, right? But doesn't matter. 97. They're about to win this game despite Beatley's plays here. All members of blue, they're up at the ball. Does get a kill from the grave. Is it enough, though? Crossfire coming in. Detain, looking to detain the last members of red as they pick up the ball to close this game. And I believe this series, assuming we got that correct, Tony, ball in hand, an 100 to close the round for a 2-0. No, so they didn't win round one. Tony, is a tie game, and we're about to jump into the third and final round, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
A little bit of the glitch on the overlay, but you know, honestly, this series has been so good. I don't care who wins. I just want to watch these two go at it. It's been that good. We've seen individual plays. We've seen some great team plays, great setups, good. It's been fantastic. I don't care who wins. Just show me more of this. Let's actually have them run it back again after this. Let's make it a best of 7.
Let's do it. We'll redo it just for kicks. You know, why not? I'm buckled up, ready to go, Tony. Either way, so are these players. They're already in the fray. Ball in hand here. So PD team Twisted will start things with control. They did win the last round. They do have momentum coming into this, and a hold that you don't often see on B side, but an easy play opportunity here. So we'll see what he can put together. Seems like he's got the right spot for the situation.
Back on board with Beatley, the man who makes plays. Luckily, he's able to shut down that ball. That ball is going to go off the map, so a little bit of a reset here. Both teams going to have to gain that control with Slays, and Beatley's well aware of it, going right behind 2 different players, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive right there. That might work against them as Team Twisted are starting to get those Slays. 2 down, go Question Reality, but Question Reality are answering back.
Hercules doing everything he could to just turn a trade out of that situation, but no dice. Disarray does have the ball, takes it back to A here. Great opening at a Team Twisted here, 27 and counting, coverage onto A. All about whether or not Question Reality can properly time and coordinate this push. They're going to have to, because you can see how well coordinated these blue players are. That's 1 pickup. Disarray doing what he can to bob and weave here. Teammate does get another, drops the sticky. Does have some beautiful damage, but not enough to take either player. And Hercules and Question Reality with an opportunity. Look at this man just play the wall there, Tony.
And 3 down go Team Twisted. Now we're back on board with Petey, the final member alive for this team. Question Reality want that ace setup, so they're gonna have to clear out Beatley, dropping the ball, going in for the Slays, and Question Reality now locking down the ace setup. You said they have to be adaptive. You said they have to adapt to every situation. They're moving over to A, but they're losing team members fast.
Starting to drop like flies here for sure. Legend with a nice angle. Actually can't pick him up though, right? Does the damage, but player being cheeky. Camo on the body of Sam and does find him. Sam knew he was compromised. Crossman going to pick up multiple and the ball for this. So bit of a comeback here starting to form at a Question Reality. 19 and counting. Teammates with them. Spawners up on C side. How will they approach this once again? They got to do so quickly. It's a great setup here. They can hold on to this for quite a bit.
Yeah, Team Twisted went on a 29 to almost 0 run right there, but Question Reality answering right back. Both teams trying to fight for that full map control. And let me tell you, Question Reality can get a second round of Slays. That'll be good. However, 1 player already being taken out. A second player going to hit the black screen as well. And PD has the heat wave.
PD's got a kill with the heat wave too. Looking good so far. Got coverage on the main door. Snipe spawning up though. That's going to be a point of contention. Looks like PD doesn't want hands on it. He's good with the defense he has. All teammates with him on A once again. This has been an A hold kind of game, Tony. We've seen it transfer hands in this section of the map the entire game so far. And some patient coverage on all the routes to access here. But Crossman going to delete 1 to start. Got the sniper to work with as well. Big pickup on the player to the left. And once again, they take back the house. Tony, is just, you know, who rules the house? Whose house is this?
As of right now, it's Question Realities if they could hold on to it, because it looks like Team Twisted want to barge in and commit a robbery here. Now they're going to try to rotate that ball over toward the B side, but Crossman quickly takes a nade and says, hey, maybe that's not a good idea. Looks like he wants to make something happen. I'm surprised they're actually having the sniper player hold on to the ball. He could have made something happen, but he's going to go down. That's a squad wipe going in favor of the boys in blue.
PD with a snipe this time. Camo about to pop, so perfect line of sight for it. He's going to bait it. Oh no, he doesn't hit that. Not ideal. Goes for the insta-splow with the nades here. To try to do damage, but I like that. He immediately turns, leaves it behind, focus on what he can kill, which is hopefully Crossman. And he'll pick up that kill, so regains himself just a little bit there, Tony.
Yeah, man, I got some advice from my mother a while back, and she always used to say, control the controllables. And PD might have missed a big snipe right there, but you got to control the controllables. And he knows he has to bounce right back, change his direction, hits those shots. Doesn't let that affect his mental whatsoever. But Question Reality sending 3 players down top mid. There's a player on tower being so annoyed they're not able to get rid of. Beatley going to ignore him for a bit, but you can't ignore him for too long.
Team Twisted going to pull away with a little extra time off that, though, right? 72 on the board here, but Question Reality with an early pickup on the ball. Some time to close the gap just a little bit. Should be able to rotate this out to C as well. He's starting to get tagged up, but Beatley there to help out. Very quickly, this score is about to close. How will Disarray play it? Snapping for a double. Looking for a triple as well. Don't tell me he wins it. Almost taken out Beatley there with no coverage. But the damage is done. An opportunity for the ball once again.
And we are seeing multiple players going down for Question Reality, including Graham as well. Team Twisted might be able to gain some control. And this has kind of been the story. You know, Question Reality go on these nice runs, but Team Twisted almost downloading that information and learning how they're playing and then just adapting to it. And we're seeing that once again here. Heatwave now in the hands of the Tane, who's getting right with the flank here, but there's a player over towards bottom mid who's going to be a nuisance.
Ooh, that player knew exactly where he was. The trade does come through, though. Ball time for Team Twisted. They do take the lead once again. They're going to try to rotate this ball away. Ideally, you can see the pressure coming in from 2 here. Crossbang going to help with 1. Teammate going to get out of dodge. Well, they work together to bait and switch their way through this. Going to drop Sam Chain down to bottom mid. I think that snipe ran out. Either way, all the focus, though. 80 and counting. Coverage onto C. And really one final opportunity for Team Twisted to push and break through here. 10 seconds and they'll close this.
That C setup is locked in, but there is a player that does go down here on Question Reality. And oh my gosh, somebody dropped it right in front of Crossman. The ball's going to end up being played. And now we have 2 players on the black screen for Question Reality who tries to fight for the ball, not able to do so. And once again, here comes Team Twisted.
Tony once again is going down to the wire, though. Petey with the camo can't even afford to drop the ball. Final 10 seconds for him. At the very least, he can hold it next to the play spot. But can they even get to him in time? I think he's got this locked down. 99. They can't get there. Nobody can get hands on it, and Team Twisted gonna walk away with a 2-1 victory in one hell of an oddball game. Tony, what a match.
What a match indeed. Wow. Question Reality. This was a top 6 finishing team week 1. Even finished in the top 8 week 2. And these COD kids walking right into their house and like they own the place, you know, they kicked their feet off, opened the fridge, just walked into Halo like they owned the place, and that was a big win by Team Twisted. Let's go over these stats real quick. My gosh.
Let's do it. I mean, like you said, it's good to see talent from other games come into Halo and play well in Halo also. That's, you know, a relatively veteran squad, I'd say. Question Reality going down in that close series. Like you said, scoreboard on screen. Get a little peek at some of the points there. Disarray, by the way, 142 ball points. Good for him. Doing everything that I mean, that's probably a big component in why they won it, of course. There you go. Slays on board. Chain with 45, Tony. 45 and 29, 38 and 30. But 45 slays is how you know that was one hell of a long game.
Oh, he's not chained no more. That man's unchained. That man been unleashed. Let me tell you, 45 kills and even dropping 20 assists as well. You can't contain that man.
These boys, they put him in disarray. I'm sorry. There's so much to work. There's so much to work with on this squad here, Tony. But man, you love to see it. You love to see it. Headshot kills coming out as well. You got great accuracy percentages out of these boys on COD players. Despite the need to track and the long time to kill, they're still putting it together.
And, you know, this is kind of what we've been talking about. You know, week after week, we say, you know, I see a bunch of people in the chat say, hey, you know, these guys don't look so good. I can compete. Well, great. It's an open tournament. Do it. You play mouse and keyboard, jump on in. You play controller, fantastic. You play console, I don't care. Jump in. You come from Call of Duty, Apex, CSGO, or Fall Guys. I don't care where you're coming from. Sign up for these tournaments, make a name for yourself. Maybe you might be a COD team that comes out and beats a very good Halo one. And man, Team Twisted, let me tell you, check your DMs, buddies. You already had a name for yourself to begin with. You have to show that you can do it in Halo as well. Let me tell you, man, check those DMs. There's going to be people reaching out to you.
Tony, your mom said it best. Control the controllables, right? You got full access to this tournament. Get in here.
Oh, don't quote my mom.
Let's see what you got. That was actually that was an A1 mom quote, though. I got to say, like, that was a top tier mom quote.
I mean, she always said it. You know, I would sit there and go home and complain. This was back when I was young, complain about my first job. Like, oh, my supervisor did this, and you know, a coworker took a 2-minute break, and this, that, and the third. And she would literally sit me down and say, what are you worried about them for? Control what you're doing. Do what you do the best you can do. Make yourself so valuable to the company that you're going to be great. And Team Twisted kind of taking that same thing. You know, they say, hey, look, we got to control what we can control. Question Reality may be really good at throwing us off guard. They may be really good at starting off with big runs, But Team Twisted, like, hey, we got to control the controllables. And all we have to do is find out exactly what they're doing, break that setup, and keep the pressure on. And that's exactly what they did.
I love it. Shout out to all the Halo moms out there. And shout out to Team Twisted for a wonderful victory and a hell of a series that went the distance. I am personally, I don't know about you, Tony, I'm ready to get Wes and Scherzi back into here and see what they think about that series, because my God, we went down to the wire, especially with Oddball. Wes, any first impressions?
Yeah, I think we see Team Twisted play very well. I mean, that was one of the most contested Oddball games I've seen on broadcast so far, even in the ANA scene. And for a team to have 253 points and lose the game total, like that just shows you how close they were to winning every single round. And unfortunately, only one team can win, right? So Team Twisted, they did their job. Welcome. It looks like we call them Call of Duty kids, but they look very comfortable on Halo. Wouldn't be surprised if they had some Halo background as well. And I'm sorry, Tony, but it's going to become a meme for me, at least. We're going to have to start quoting your mom on a lot of things because that's just such a tread lightly comment that I love. Y'all had me rolling with that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Wes. My God. But Scherzi, initial reactions to that series.
Well, the result is one thing, and let me tell you exactly what it does, okay? Question Reality, we're on 6,600 seeding points. They were in 6th position for that rally spot. They've been eliminated now in top 8. And that opens the door now for the boys and Mocket. Mocket is going to be our next series. They're playing up against 2,700 megs. If they beat them, because Question Reality made a team change, they lost some seeding points. As a result of that, the door has been blown wide open here. There's a spot open for Rally now. It's not a done deal.
Damn. Okay, Scherzi coming in, drops a bomb. I did not realize that, but thank you, Scherzi. So like you said, their spot no longer safe in top 6, and now you've got Mocket, who's got an opportunity, and we're about to see Mocket in the next series. Next series is going to be Mocket Esports up against, you said it was 2,700, it says Mbps. Megabytes per second.
Megabytes per second, so 2,700 meg. It's
Nearly,
it's a pun on their connections, basically.
That's some wild connection. Nearly 3 gigabytes, and hopefully it benefits them, right? Because Mocket, no slouch. Just with this roster, though, 2,700, you got Cristola, Shabby, Scherzi 2, and Quad CS. Scherzi, I'm going to send it back to you. Your brother is on this team.
Yes, my brother, Scherzi 2, and also my cousin in Cristola.
Wow.
I formerly teamed with Quadios in Halo 5, and I'm really good friends with Shabby Dagger. This is a real heart and head pulling against one another. We've got Mocket, who I'm really good friends with as well, the likes of Batchford and Squashy. I really want to see those boys do well. So this is going to be a really tough cast for me to get myself through. I think I'm more nervous to watch this game than I've been for any cast that I've been involved in. So yeah, it's going to be crazy.
Oh my God, we got a lot on the line, not just tournament, results, but for Scherzi and his, his heart too.
McKinn, the house has been torn apart here. McKinn.
Exactly. The house being torn. You're going to cast it too, so good luck. No biases, by the way. The chat doesn't like biased casters, so good luck with that. Either way, hopefully you're enjoying the show so far. It will continue. We'll be coming back after our break with more HCS with this matchup, Mocket and 2,700 megabytes per second. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Halo Championship Series kickoff qualifier, our final qualifier for Europe, and what a day we've had so far. I'm Shyway. Just to give you a bit of an update in case you missed it, this is our matchup that we just previously witnessed. It was Team Twisted up against Question Reality. Turns out the COD kids are here to stay. These boys on Team Twisted come from Call of Duty, are excelling in Halo today, and they took out Question Reality. With me on the desk, by the way, I've got some wonderful talented casters. I've got Tony, I've got Sherzy, and Wes joining me. One hell of a series we just witnessed. We talked about it a little bit. Tony, I guess the talent from one game does transfer to the other. Actually, you know what? Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what we got on screen. We've got Mocket Esports up against 2700 Mbps. And Sherzy, I'm going to throw it to you instead because I know that this one hits close to home.
Yeah, well, what I've seen on Twitter is one of the Disarray actually tweeted at Batchford saying, do you want our PayPals now? And that's exactly what's just happened. Because Question Reality have been dumped out, Team Twisted couldn't actually qualify for Rally, but what they did do was almost certainly stop Question Reality by stopping them in their tracks for top 12. And now Mocket are in a position where they're only 600 seeding points behind Question Reality. They're in 7th position. If they win this series here and go one better, that means they should and could be in with a chance of Rally, barring some team making a miraculous run and finishing in top 2, pushing them out. So the stakes have never been higher for Batchford and the boys to get the job done here. And somebody sitting in their way is the likes of Cristola and Quadios. They've been there and done it before, so they'll be looking to get cooking as well.
Right. So I guess Mocket with a tip of the hat to Twisted because they wouldn't have had this opportunity if it wasn't for them. But now, like you said, pressure is on. Pressure's on for Mocket, and pressure's on for Sherzy too, your brother and his team as well. Where's your brother, by the way? Is he like in the house, focused up? Like, can you go annoy him right now, or is he somewhere else?
What happened is when I grew this facial hair, Mom said it's time for you to move out. We can't be having 2 alphas in the house. So I had to sling me hook and move out of the house. 31 years old now, tomorrow actually. So I had to move out. He's at home with Mom, getting all the home cooked dinners, living the high life is what he's doing. And now he's competing in Halo to try and qualify for Rally. So it's going to be an interesting story to see what way it shakes out.
Can we get a happy birthday to Sherzy in the chat? 31,
tomorrow.
Looking good.
No, tomorrow.
But
yeah. Let's wait till tomorrow.
Oh, wait. Oh, don't take it back. I take it back.
Take it back
tomorrow.
Take it back, chat. Take it back.
Just take it back. Don't do it. Okay. By the way, can we take a look at the series layout one more time, just so we can talk about that a little bit, jumping into this, because I got a peek at it, but I was so busy looking at Sherzy and talking about his family. Okay, CTF Aquarius, Slayer on Live Fire, Strongholds on Streets for this series. Should be a pretty interesting one. Wes, I'll start with you on thoughts coming into this. We've heard a lot of family background, but what are you hoping to see?
Yeah, my expectations are that Mocket Esports comes out and wins this series. With how much is on the line for them, knowing that their opportunity to go to Raleigh is right around the corner, it's one best of 3 away, that should fire you up. That should give you motivation. That should inspire you to play the best Halo yet. I know I'm a big fan of the Sherzy boys. I like what I've seen out of Shabby Dagger and whatnot, but I think if we're talking about what the implications of this series are, I really want to see Mocket Esports step up and claim that ticket to Raleigh.
We'll have to see. Before we jump in, Tony, I want a quick prediction from you. What are you thinking? Where's this going to go?
Yeah, my heart kind of goes out to Mocket. Like, they've always finished that top 8 and in that top 6, but they kept running into a wall like Navi or OEX that ended up knocking them out. I'm a big fan of Batchford myself, even though Shabby Dagger's the homie on the other side of things. I love Shabby Dagger. I've played plenty of 8s with him. I'm gonna go Mocket. I just feel like I want them to find some success. But I will say again that week in and week out, they've had an opportunity to secure themselves a top 6 finish, but they kept falling just short. So I want to see if that happens again.
Mocket with an opportunity, but we'll see if 2700 can snuff that out or take it down. Either way, the series is ready to go. So boys, Wes, Sherzy, good luck. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Alex. And Wes, the stakes have never been higher. The boys, with the result of Question Reality, they all but guarantee their place in 5th seed. It's now just the 6th seed that's opened up now. Like I said, Question Reality, Mocket, and even Jump Out Gang in with a little bit of a chance. Is this one of those situations where the pressure is on now, Mocket? They have to perform here and now.
Yeah, I think they know that, right? Like Batchford, he's been playing Halo for a long time, and he's played in big tournaments. He's ran the EU scene a little bit. It's been a while. He might not be in his prime, but he's still wants to create his own legacy, right? There's a reason he's still competing. A trip to Raleigh and an opportunity to compete at land and a North American soil, represent your region, just see everybody enjoy that experience. I think that that's worth so much to these guys, and I expect them to start off hot and have a great series ahead.
Here we go then. Mocket playing for the golden ticket. We've just seen Warlord whip that camo away as well. Jersey 2 has hit the respawn screen. He's going to be faced with 2 members now over towards this closet area of 2,700 megabytes. Just set up there. We're seeing Warlord now starting to make some moves, trying to push his team into some advanced positions, and they've done just that. 2 members go down now, Crystal and Quadios. While playing defense back base, Jersey 2 gets 1. It's not going to be enough, and Flag's out on the move.
Yeah, it was a one-on-one for just a brief second as the flag does get pulled. He opts to throw it out and try and slay. Shabby Dagger actually doing the opposite on the opposite side of the map, and unfortunately, he gets sniffed out of the base of Mocket Esports. They're going to be able to get that return. The flag's still out for 2,700 megabytes, and that could be the opening gate where Mocket is able to get back into that closet, get a touch, and potentially run it. But just like that, they're not able to get across the map in time, and the return does come through.
Now, 2,700 megabytes. This roster is only 24 hours old. Mocket have been playing since the very start. You'd have to fancy their chances here. They're the more accomplished team, the more game time. They've got more scrims under their belts. This should be bread and butter for them here. But no doubt about it, they're going to try and make it difficult for them.
Both these teams are very familiar with each other, right? I think they're all pretty good friends. And because of that, there's no bad blood here. This is good, well-hearted competition, but Mocket Esports obviously having so much on the line right now that if you're 2,700 megabytes, you almost feel bad if you beat them, but at the same time, you showed up to this competition for one reason and one reason alone, and that's to place as well as you can. Unfortunately, your friends are in your way. Let's see if they have what it takes to take them down.
Yeah, they are very much the best of frenemies right now. Camouflage has gone into the chest of Looney. That's back-to-back camos. He's also got the heat wave as well, so he's pushing over towards Flag. What can Shabby Dagger and the boys do to defend this and stop this push? Only time will tell as he makes the clamber his way up. And Shabby Dagger with those camo eyes, he spotted him out. 2 members down now for 2,700, and Mocket starting to run that flag.
Yeah, I'm typically not a fan of the camo guy running the flag, but he's just in perfect position right now to do so. So Looney, understanding that, he pulls it. He gets it across halfway. He runs it up his stairs right now, and this is Mocket Esports looking to push in the first flag of the game of the series. Take the lead. Mocket Esports starting to get the ball rolling quick.
Flag cap number 1. 1 toe, perhaps, in the door on the plane for Raleigh for Mocket Esports here. Shabby Dagger having a bit of a tough game here, it would seem. 1 kill and 6 deaths. He needs to start slowing down and playing with his team. He's pulling out flags aimlessly. A 1v1 with Jersey 2 and Looney. And Jersey 2 comes out on top, going for that return, going for that touch, excuse me. He does get it, but unfortunately loses his life in the process.
He keeps the flag alive, though. And right now, Mocket Esports really needs to get that return. Fortunately for them, they do get 3 dead, so that flag probably going nowhere right now. They get control of their base as well. Look for them to be able to push on the map here as we see 2,700 megabytes per second spawning in the back of their base.
Warlord completely unaware. Jersey 2 positioned behind him, gets that back whack as well with the help of Shabby Dagger to put that player down to half shields. They can start to get a push here. Camouflage not for another 30 seconds or so, Wes, so we're going to see a bit more action before we do see somebody hitting the invisible.
Yeah, and that probably benefits 2,700 right now because they haven't been able to secure a camo yet. The longer that it's not a part of the game, it probably benefits them well. You want to see more focus on that power up for them to have more success. But right now, Looney, once again, had the heat wave in the back of the base. We've seen that multiple times so far. Still early in the game, so you know the strategy he's trying to implement. Quad, let's see if you can try and get something going of your own right now. But, I mean, just like that, 2,700 has complete map control, and somehow it's still Mocket Esports getting the camo. Yep,
that's back-to-back camos now, but flag is out on the side of Mocket. Quadios doesn't know there's camouflage players there, but unfortunately, that's going to be a trade for Squashy. That's not what he would have wanted to see when he had the camouflage. Can he play a little bit of defense here? Quad doing as best as he could to get a kill there, but does fall, unfortunately. Jersey 2 now positioned over towards Engine of 1v1 with Batchford. What way is it going to shake out? The Scotsman comes out on top this time around.
Yeah, those two have been in so many BR fights in the past throughout time, but Batchford getting the better of him that time. I love the aggressiveness from Batchford right there. Able to clear out his closet. Now he's looking to be aggressive. Love the fact that they're focusing on this closet control from Mocket Esports. That's the steps it takes to get into the base and successfully get a good flag pull.
Looney then gets that kill onto Quadios. That's 2 dead momentarily now. Shabby Dagger is doing it again. A thorn in the side behind enemy lines, pulling a flag, but not necessarily in the best position to maybe relay it, but trying to turn some attention over towards him. But unfortunately, Mocket are 4 of a full complement of players. This should be a 2-0 lead, barring some sort of miracle or a flag stop.
Yeah, notice how Batchford wisely chose to pick up those lightning grenades, dynamo grenades, I'm sorry,
Sizzle
as he
sticks.
made his way into the closet. Does get rocked to no shield. There's multiple players in his base. I'd be shocked to see them run this without playing first, and that could be a mistake.
3 dead now. Looney, the last man alive, knowing he's in no position to pick it up or get a return either. We could see a counter cap as a result of that. A huge stop comes through, and like you said, you would like to see them slay, and they didn't do that, Wes.
Yeah, they just tried to rush it, right? And now, because of it, they're susceptible to this counter cap opportunity. The game being all tied up now. Cristola punching it in, and that was a phenomenal job by 2700 to get into the base, create havoc, and Mocket Esports, they needed to slow it down, play their lives, and unfortunately, they didn't do so.
Another camouflage now to the boot. Can 2700 get their first hands on it? Can they get themselves up and ahead of steam? Momentum now shifting towards them, but that counter cap. Quadios has secured the camouflage. Let's switch over and see what he can do.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to lose a teammate immediately, make it 2, and right now he finds himself by himself, needs to slow it down, not give his position away, but he's got a teammate that he probably wants to try and help here. Unfortunately, in doing so, he's going to give his location away, and now this camo, I'm not sure how efficient or effective he's going to be able to be. Spotted out, surrounded, makes a couple of jukes, but unfortunately loses his life, and that camo is off the map.
Yeah, he's been juke nukemed in the end. He's going to lose his life, not really able to get anything going with that camouflage. It's going to be a misplay on his part. Batchford does get a lovely nade through the eye of a needle onto Cristola as well, taking him out of the game, but also 2 come in return for him. Return to sender, 2 nades, take him out of the game as well. Looney position top middle, receiving some shots from Quadios, who's often to back down and just play his life a little bit. Needed to play a bit of defense, waiting for his team to spawn back up.
Yeah, you're seeing Quadios get rocked by nades. He knows pressure's coming in from the side. Can't quite spot this player out, and because of it, he's hesitant to push out in front of his base. Does actually make it out. He sees all the pressures, closet side of the map right now, and unless he's able to get a kill here, this could be Mocket Esports' opportunity to put a second cap on the board.
Seen lovely shots there by Quad, trying to do as much damage to the flag carrier as it could, but he just needed to try and survive. All 3 members of Mocket were positioned on his side of the flag. If he could maybe have overextended a little bit instead of trying to take on that fight, but unfortunately decisions go against them, and Jersey 2 and Cristola are also on the respawn screen. Quadios last man alive, but he's only come off the respawn. 2-1 now for Mocket. Nade gets the player down to half shields, but it won't be enough to make a heroic stop this time.
Squashy was a little bit hesitant there to run that flag in until the team clearly had the numbers they needed in order for him to punch that one in. That was much better patience out of Mocket Esports to get that second flag in. You see they already learned from mistakes that they've made earlier in the game. That's a sign of a good player.
Camouflage now going to pop up once again. Positionally, Batchford getting back down by Jersey 2, but Jersey 2 ultimately loses his life in that trade-off. Camouflage now has gone over towards Batchford, and he has punched into his chest. He's got, actually Squashy, excuse me, he's got 30 seconds to do a bit of business. Spots out Cristola over towards his engine area, but opting to stay alive instead.
I mean, Mocket Esports' camo control is the difference in this game so far. It's only a 1 score line in the result of the objective, but they've had every single camo, and the openings that they've been able to create have been huge. But Jersey 2 sniffs them out, takes them down with the heat wave, and now 2700 have control of Mocket Esports closet. They have 1 player in the back of the base, and if they can get rid of him quickly, they can get a flag run here.
And they've done just that. Dispatched Warlord very, very quickly, and now Jersey 2 turns his attention to Looney. Having him no shields might be enough to get a little bit of distance with this flag. Unfortunately, Quadios has lost his life. That's going to stop and halt this flag just a little bit, as you see players trying to cut him off here. He's gone for that flag touch, a little bit of a fumble as well. He's relying on his teammates to do the damage, which they have done as well. We could see this all tied up. 2 members of Mocket down now.
Yeah, beautiful jukes, though. He messed up with the flag run, yes, but he was able to kind of create something out of nothing there, and because of it, all 4 dead for Mocket Esports. The flag gets punched in. We have a tied game going in with 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
What a series we have in our hands here. It's only just getting cooking as well. Cristola going for those dynamo grenades, the sizzle sticks. He's putting some shots down. Unfortunately, he's going to lose out to Looney this time. Big nades come through. Both players down to no shields. Will there be anybody there to finish up the kills? It doesn't look as though there will be. Shabby Dagger and Jersey 2, the last 2 remaining on the team.
We talked about what was on the line for Mocket Esports coming into this series. That pressure, it can make diamonds or it can break pipes. And right now, Rocket Esports cannot afford to make any more mistakes here in game 1 because they will find themselves on the back feet of this series and their opportunity to go to Raleigh. They have to step it up, and just like that, they get 3 dead. A little bit of map control can go a long way for this team.
I believe it was Why Not Be Reckless's mom who said pressures for tires, and I tell you something, Mocker are starting to feel a little bit of it just here at the moment. Squashy scampers away bottom middle with that heat wave as well. Desperately we see Cristola knowing that kill is important because that shotgun can play a big part in flag caps. Camo player set front base, big melees go down a tray. That's huge. 3 dead now for Mocket.
Yeah, once again, another camo not really being successful enough to find an opening. A great kill from Batchford there as he lost multiple members of his team. Trading in that space is so important. Another trade comes through, and every single time Mocket is able to trade right now, it's good because they don't have map control. They're on their back feet. They need to figure out a way to get map control back. What you do is you get numbers, you get it down to a 1v1 potentially, and create some space for you. Great double kill by Looney on screen, and that was 3 shortly dead for 2700, and this could be Mocket Esports' chance.
Opening up the map, Looney with a huge double kill to Caravan and fashion a chance here for his team to get a flag grab. Only 56 seconds left on the clock as well, or we will be going to overtime. This game has been back and forward. Mocket has had such great camo control, but every single time 2700 has just hung in there. 2 dead now. Cristola gets the kill on the Squashy, and Shabby takes down Warlord. Only 2 members left of Mocket, but it's a 2v2.
I love how Looney doesn't run into the base here. He tries to stay alive. Unfortunately, more nades come through. The spawn does as well from bottom green. And because of it, he actually goes down. Mocket Esports has had some opportunities to get map control. Nothing yet in the last 2 minutes has anything aspired. We could be looking to go to overtime if nothing happens. And a ninja in the kill feed could change everything.
A ninja, could that be the spark, the catalyst of change? Flags out and on the move now. We're seeing Cristola pull that flag, and we're seeing Shabby Dagger on the respawn screen. So they haven't got a full complement of players to run this flag, and Batchford's going to pull one of his own.
Both flags are being pulled right now. The moment of truth for game 1 in this series is on, and Batchford gets rocked by a nade, taken down, and the flag not even across halfway.
Jersey 2 trying as he might to put some damage down, stop this flag touch. He's not going to be able to do enough, and you've seen Dynamo Grenade get picked up as well. That's going to be thrown in towards the closet and tethered to some players. Cristola's on hand to get the stop on the Looney, but they're going to need to go one better and take down Squashy as well. Flags out and on the move for both players. We're going to see a bit of a standoff for a moment.
You have to consider the clock right now. He leaves the flag, and sudden death still going to be the case. But unfortunately, both flags were out. No one holding onto the flag at the time allowed the clock to go all the way down. And because of it, we're going into overtime.
Here we go then, overtime. Score could not be separated at 2 apiece. We're going to see a full and complete map reset. Both flags were on the move, and they were almost all the way home for both players. Camouflage historically, it's been so good for Mocket Esports here and controlling them and having some decent pushes with it. We're going to need to see 2700 step it up in the power-up game.
I can't speak about how big of a problem that was as 4 go down for Mocket Esports. I don't even have time to speak about it. But 4 go down for Mocket Esports at the start of this overtime, and now immediately they're on their back feet. 2700 has all the closet control they need. They have the players spawning in corner. If they can get a few slays, this flag's going to be run.
Another wave of slaves coming through. Jersey 2 gets the finish onto Batchford as well. 2 players positioned back base. He's going to do as much damage as he can. A bait and switch is going to come through for both teams. Jersey 2 needs help now, and he needs it fast. It's not going to come quick enough. And they've done enough. Mocket are going to survive here, I feel.
And this is what I'm talking about when I say when you do not have map control, trading is advantageous. They get the trades in their own base, and because of it, they are able to reset 2700's map control. They spawn them back at their base, and now they're going to fight for the middle of the map.
Jersey 2 starting off really hot there. 5 kills and only 1 death. We're barely a minute deep into the game. It feels it's been so fast paced, but neither team really able to dictate it.
Back and forth, these teams, and you can feel the pressure continuing to build on this series, on this game. So important for Mocket Esports to win this game in this series. A best of 3 you can blink and it can be over. Right now, you're in overtime. No mistakes can be afforded. They have your closet. Batchford says, get out of there. 2 more players spotted on the other side, and now Batchford looks to be aggressive again.
Batchford throwing a few hot rocks towards the opposing closet as well, trying to clear that out, but a heat wave comes through once again, frying Batchford to dust particles. Batchford, the first man down, but Jersey 2 is also going to join them while we have a 3v3 and these teams try to juke it out, but it's honors even, nothing to separate them.
Squashy still struggling to find a kill here in overtime, and Jersey on the other side has 7 to his name already. 2 minutes and 55 seconds, and Looney in the enemy's base is going to try to find a pick before he can run this flag, and unfortunately no one really giving him an angle, but still tosses it out. I love the idea of him slaying still. He understands that he's not going to get very far with this flag unless his team is able to acquire a few kills first.
We did see Quadios whip up the camouflage as well. Looney did spot him in the corner of his eye, but wasn't able to do enough to call him out. Only give as much information as he could. Heat wave, and we're going to see the camo player walk straight into this perhaps. Warlord using the pistol instead, and a combination of the heat wave as well. Jersey 2 and Quadios hit the respawn screen. This could be the opening for Mocket.
Yeah, Mocket taking advantage of these kills in the closet right now. A player top middle denies the flag from going any further for now. 3 come off spawn, and 2,700, this could be the last lives of this game 1 if they don't get these kills quickly.
Flag down front court then. 2 members spawning over towards the fridge area as well. They're going to opt to run this towards close. We're seeing Squashy trying to escort that flag, pave the way, but unfortunately flag carrier has lost his life. It's going to be relayed. Will they be able to get it all the way home?
I'm not sure they're going to be able to punch this one in unless they get sliced. Pay attention to the kill feed, ladies and gentlemen. A player comes in from the opposite side. He's able to take him down. Able to get the flag toss out. He goes down as well. The return, it can't come through right now, but Batchford, he hops on it. They have to get Batchford off the return. The player in the window is also no shield, but he's just fine as long as he can stay still. Batchford does go down as well. The flag does not get returned still, and it looks like it's freshly been touched. So 2,700 need to figure out a way to keep this going.
Back and forth they go, round and round. Flag still down front base, but we're seeing the return come through now for 2,700 and possibly a relay as well. They've gotten another touch on it, but have they gotten the flag sent home? Yes, they have.
Oh my God, the clutch from 2,700. Just keep this game going. Just a minute left in overtime, and all we're seeing is back and forth clutch plays from everyone involved. And it's Quashi that picks up his 2nd kill of the overtime. He needs to pick it up if Mocket Esports want to close this out, because 2,700 don't plan on giving it to him. In fact, they run it into the closet. Unfortunately, he finds 2, and he's got to fight for his life. Great
job there by Mocket to play defense. He only had 1 member up for a moment, but unfortunately the flag didn't start moving quick enough. Cristola's going to lose his life as well at the hands of Squashy. So they're starting to build up ahead of steam now. We're going to see another camouflage as well, but now we're seeing 2,700 on the back foot all of a sudden.
This player hiding in the closet. We see him from observer mode. Squashy, he gets spotted out. And with that kill, they have the numbers to push in.
And here comes that push. Quadios down to no shield. Squashy says, thank you very much. Thank you. Next, puts him in the grave. Jersey 2 back base in a 1v1. Needs to win this. He won't. Squashy has won 2 really big pivotal fights here. Flags out on the move. It's going to hit the halfway mark very, very quickly. And they've got a full 4 up for Mocket. 2,700 in big trouble.
Everybody needs to be focused on de-scoping these players that are going to be top, middle, or across the map. The flag gets pulled again, though, and that's another one for 2,700. They get the flag out. They're hopping on the return. 2 players up on the return. That comes in, and Squashy punches it in overtime with such little time left to take game 1. Mocket Esports.
What just happened, Wes? What have we just seen? Carnage, chaos. It was back and forth. Mocket, though, importantly, first foot in the door. They win this Slayer. They're 1 step closer to rally.
1 step. They can see the runway. They can picture themselves walking through, shades on, hoodie up, airplane pillow posted on the neck already, but they don't have the ticket just yet.
Taking a look at the stats there, we've seen Mocket Looney. What a game he has just had there. 36 kills and 25. Brilliant performance out of him. On the opposite side of that, Jersey 2, 33 kills, 28 deaths. Being an absolute turret for his team as well. Back and forth it was. Mocket edge it this time. What did you see in that from both teams? Were you impressed by Mocket?
I'm impressed by both teams, honestly. Like, it was such a highly contested game. We saw clutch flag returns, clutch flag pulls, flag stalemates. The one blunder that both teams actually made at the end was not holding onto that flag. That timer will go down when you're not holding on to it. So I forget which player jumped out of the window in order to try and push forward, but Squashy. You are not able to do that with Halo Infinite's current competitive flag settings, and because of it, the flag ended up going into overtime when it necessarily didn't have to, didn't need to. But that mistake from Mocket, it wasn't punished. They were still able to close it out at the end of overtime, but not without having to sweat it out.
There's the highlight package as well. There was so many big gun engagements that went down, both teams giving as good as they were getting, but that's an interesting change that's obviously happened in the rules. In games gone by, you drop the flag and you say whoever spawns up touch this flag, Wes, but whenever we're hitting with the overtime rules, if you don't have your hands on the flag, that time will tick down.
Yeah, that pie chart at the bottom of the screen is what you have to pay attention to. And once that starts to dwindle, you can't get that time back. It doesn't reset, right? Like that is a total amount that dwindles down over time when you are not holding onto the flag. Take note of that, because those mistakes, they might not have been punished for it in Market Esports this time around, but if they had lost this game, they would be kicking themselves looking back at that VOD.
Yep, I think a lesson has been learned, and it didn't need to be learned the hard way. There's confirmation, though. Aquarius CTF in our game 1 of losers round 8, 3-2, goes over towards Mocket. Now we've got live fire. Slayer, our attentions quickly turn to it. With them being so evenly matched in the slays, this game could go either way, Wes.
Yeah, we saw some players on Market Esports start to heat up at the end. Jersey 2 did what he could at the start of that overtime to try and will his team over the finish line there, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. As we look at live fire Slayer, I expect another highly contested back and forth, but the one thing I want to focus on is 2700's lack of ability to get power-ups throughout that game 1. If they continue that and allow Mocket to just overwhelm them with those power-ups, the power weapons, this could get ugly. And I can't expect them to climb back in this series without major readjustment and focus on those power-ups and power weapons.
Is that the difference, you think? This Mocket roster has been together since the game released. This other roster, this 2700, only 24 hours. And they're the little differences, the subtle differences and the nuances in games. Not being able to set up, not being able to play your life right before the camouflage, and not being able to prioritize it. And that is why we're seeing Mocket see such huge success in getting those power-ups.
Yeah, it's difficult to focus on that stuff in the heat of the moment too, right? It helps when you have a coach. It helps when you have an IGL, but for a team that has just formed, having an IGL isn't always like the easiest thing to have, right?
Yeah.
Because someone that might not be used to that role needs to step up and take that role. Someone has to be able to prioritize that and let the team know, like, guys, this is where we actually messed up. It's not these flag runs. It's not these back and forths. Like, we can't expect to win games when we're going up against people with better guns than us that are invisible. Like, those are just like facts of the matter, that it's more difficult to play against someone that you can't see, right? It's that simple. And although those camos maybe didn't manifest it much in the second half of that game, at least you're not playing against a camo player if you're Mocket Esports.
Something we also seen, particularly in that game, was the use of the heat wave. It was so strong. And coupled with the camouflage as well, we've seen two teams have really good success. Those two ingredients are there again here on live fire. You get the heat wave bottom middle, you transition out, you pick up the camouflage, and you can do some serious damage very quickly.
Yeah, the heat wave doesn't spawn on a power weapon pad, but I'm proclaiming that thing a power weapon. If you can see what some of the top NA players are able to do with that thing, they go on sprees with it. They change the outcome of games with just one gun, right? Like, you pick that up, it's a shotgun, you got medium range, even long range if you can hit that shot. And because of it, I mean, you just are able to create so much damage so quickly. Your DPS rises, the space you give your team, you allot your team is so big. You have to focus on these things. It's Halo Infinite. We're no longer playing Halo 3 where there's 3 guns on the map and one of them is the more battle rifle ammo, and that's like your key to success, right? Like, you have to scavenge, you have to focus on picking this stuff up, putting it to use, and creating opportunity.
Mocket then knocking on the door of Raleigh, just one win away from almost guaranteeing their plane tickets. It has to be done here, and it has to be done now, though. They don't really want to go down in this Slayer. Comfortable would be the way. Kill the nerves as quickly as you possibly can. Looney going for that heat wave immediately, but it is shut down. That's 2 kills, 2 early pivotal to kills, going over towards 2700, and that should mean a camouflage as well.
Yeah, that's massive, because the camouflage, the power up here, is going to be delayed at the start of games. You're able to win the battle at the start, which typically means you get awarded not only the power weapons, but you get this power up as well.
Sniper rifle in the hands of Shabby Dagger, heat wave and camouflage also in control of 2700. They've got all the toys to really be successful here. Heat wave goes down a couple of shots, but unfortunately we're going to see 2 members of 2700 go down, and the camouflage player has been spotted out as well. A lovely no scope, but everything that they had there, Wes, that's a misplay.
Yeah, you want to see them get away with their lives, be able to have an opportunity to set up there, use that camo, use the snipe to more of an advantage, but a great job by Mocket Esports to limit the damage control, right? Like, that's what they were just doing. They were able to sway out, tie this game up, and now they get to focus on the rest of this game too without playing from a large deficit.
It's a bloodbath there outside on green door as 2 players go down. It looked as though the right was on the wall for Quadios, but somehow he's able to stay alive with the help of 2 of his teammates to also extend their lead to 2 kills now. So huge kills go back and forth once again. This is exactly what we expected to see from these 2 teams, as they're so evenly matched.
I love Jersey 2's idea right now. He said, I got to get top tower, get my team some information, anchor, maybe hit some sweet snipes while I'm at it. Can't land the second one, but the first one rips the head off, and he has all the information he needs to give to his team to set up and let this next camo determine the rest of this mid game.
Blew the dandruff right off his scalp there with that sniper shot. Looney, though, positioned over towards top middle, and he's tempting faith with Jersey 2 once more. But unfortunately, neither one of them going to go down this time, and they're going to opt to live to fight another day. Batchford's positioned over towards Nest, but a 2v1 pinch coming through. They know exactly where Jersey is, and they shut him down.
They're able to shut him down, but I believe someone on Market Esports has this camo. No, Shabby Dagger actually gets it somehow with everybody else across the map. 2700, get that camo. It gets erased, and that's a great kill once again by Market Esports on the camo player. Camo not coming into effect right now. They're doing a good job of getting it. A double kill. Jersey 2 stays alive. No shield. Wow.
Player slides right over him, thinking he's going to get a free, easy kill. Jersey 2 initiates the back whack and says, no, no, sir. Reversal. Uno trap card is propped down, and we see top middle gun engagements going down once more. We're seeing a couple of pivotal plays go the way of 2700, but it's important to note, Mocket's still in this game.
Still in this game. 2700 doing such a better job of controlling camos, power weapons. We've seen the snipe. We've seen 2 camos in their favor. Haven't put the camos to use, but it's just so much easier for them now that they're not playing against players that are invisible. A phenomenal job right now. Gets that map control. You see the Mangler in hand. He's going to opt to drop it for the snipe. And Shabby Dagger has an opportunity now to really give his team a lead.
This is Shabby Dagger's second snipe rifle. He's also had 2 camouflages. Not really been able to get up and ahead of steam. Not been able to cook with them just yet. But that can turn in an instant with 1 headshot. Can he find it there? Boom. Yes, he can. Lands it straight onto Looney and puts him in the respawn screen. Batchford's position bottom middle. You can see them in the player outlines. 2 members of Mocket actually positioned very low here. And I like this from Shabby. Starting to rotate.
Shabby looks on right now. You can tell how he's moving his reticle. He is ready to spot a player, quick scope him, and go to the next. When we saw Jersey 2 with the snipe, we saw the same thing. Jersey 2 at 10 and 5 right now. Double positive for his team. Up 5 kills with all the control they could ever ask for right now. This is 2700 game to lose.
Shabby Dagger's head's on a swivel here, just trying to find anybody listening to information all the while. Not too comfortable with his back tower. A little bit skeptical of his safety. Shots go down though. Camouflage is going to pop. Could this be the first one that Mocket Esports have been able to confirm? Jersey 2 gets another kill. Cristola adds one as well, but Looney answers back. So a 2-for-1 split. But importantly, Squashy's got the camo. Has he though? Cristola faces him up 1-to-1, but somehow, someway, Squashy gets the kill.
Squashy staying alive there could be the biggest difference-making kill that we've seen in this game. You know, Shabby Dagger still has this snipe, but he was not in a position where he could compete for camo there, and because of it, Mocket Esports now have some life.
Squashy's on the prowl, patrolling. He's rolling, but somehow behind enemy lines, we actually see the snipe rifle has switched over towards Batchford, so Shabby Dagger has lost his life, and that's one player that's struggling right now. Looking at the stats, Wes, 2 kills and 5 deaths. He needs to step it up.
Yeah, you don't want to try and force anything, though. Just keep playing your team's game. 2700 is doing such a good job of controlling this tower. If you're Mocket Esports, you have to figure out a way to get some map control because it feels like you've been playing from behind this entire time with the tower control we're seeing out of 2700. Batchford's doing a phenomenal job right now. I don't want to see him overextend towards the elbow, though, because all of the action looks like it's about to happen on the brute side of the map.
Still 4 kills separate these 2 teams. Cristola's bottom middle. Is he going to lose his life? Yes, he is. He almost managed to scamper away there, just evade the attentions of those grenades, but the splash damage will get the job done in the end, and 2 members now, 2700 start to converge. Jersey 2 gets bodied, and that's going to be enough for Looney to get that cleanup as well, but these 2 teams still separate by 4 kills. 2700 are trading back and forth.
Yeah, we're seeing a highly contested battle right now. Both power up and the snipe coming up in 20 seconds. I expect the game to slow down before these powers come up, but the slays that come through here in the next 10 seconds are going to be the most important slays of the game this far.
Top middle, Squashy's got the heat wave. Is he going to get anything cooking? No, he's not. He's going to get put down instead. That's going to extend the lead now to 5. Camouflage going to pop. They're going to turn their attentions to sniper rifle first, it would seem. Looney trying to get busy top middle. He's going to get shut down and faced by 3 members of 2700. Sniper rifle and heat wave in the control of Shabby Dagger. Can he scamper away and play his life? He could be the man to make a difference here.
Doesn't have a lot of kills, but staying alive here is massive. He has both power weapons in his hand. Relocates himself to tower. Everybody focusing on bridges. Jersey 2 with the camo now. Gets information. I love this by him. He's pinging out players. He's not shooting his gun at just yet. doesn't want to give his location away, and this could be the big brain play that 2700 need.
He was hunting in a pack. He got 2 kills for that camouflage. That's a beautiful bit of work from him. Great trigger discipline as well. And now Shabby Dagger starts to converge along with Quadios to try and get a couple of extra kills. But while all this has gone down, they've got a 9-kill advantage now, Wes. The writing's on the wall for Maka. We could be going to game 3.
Oh, we're going to game 3, and it's on the back of your brother, Jersey 2. 18-8 so far, and a Slayer. That's incredible stats, and we're not even near finished yet.
Couple of shots down by that man, Jersey 2. Gets another double kill. 20 kills for his team. He's on an absolute tear. Can someone shut him down? Finally, someone has. But he's trying to single-handedly stop Mocket going to Raleigh.
A 20-piece nugget meal all ready for Jersey 2 here in the Slayer to keep his team alive in this tournament. The trip to Raleigh for Mocket Esports on the line. They find themselves down 10 kills, but Cristola, he has this snipe. What can Mocket Esports do to try and crawl back into this game? There's no power-up coming up soon, and Cristola looks like he's trying to relocate and maybe be a nuisance that Mocket Esports doesn't expect.
Oh, he managed to just tag that player up before he got around the pillar. Batchford, though, is going to face Cristola one more time and get that kill. 43-34, still a 9-kill difference. It has to be perfect Halo. We say it time and time again, but it's so difficult. All 2700 have to do here is trade it out.
Good luck playing perfect Halo against the way Jersey 2 is playing right now with 20 kills, leading the lobby right now in a Slayer. That is a very impressive performance, and he's got 7 more to go. Batchford, unfortunately, he gets swarmed up by 2 players. I love the aggressiveness out of 2700. They don't want to slow this down. They want this game over now. They want to get to game 3.
Grenade comes through the window. Cristola getting a little bit antsy, wants to end this game like Wes says, but he's going to be faced by 2 enemy players on scoreboard. What can they do to claw their way back into this game? Now within 7 kills. If they've clawed it back a little bit, it's within 2 now. We're seeing Shabby Dagger in another fight. Looney comes out on top this time. Now within 6. We're starting to see a little bit of a comeback, and they've also got camouflage.
Here we go, Looney. You got the camo. It just ran out. You got yourself some map control. I love the Mangler use right there. Lands the one-shot melee. Does know that there's going to be more than one player over here. Spots one, knocks him to no shield. Needs to stay alive here. You cannot afford to trade. And now all of a sudden, the 10-kill lead, 41-31 it was a moment ago, is now 44-43.
They're hunting in the pack now. Mocket wanting to end this game here and now. They've got all the ingredients they need to punch their ticket to Raleigh. Couple of shots now around top middle. Squashy's got the snipe rifle. Warlord's got the heat wave. Looney's got the mangler. They've got all the ingredients that they need. They just need to get some important slays.
Here we go, Squashy. You need to get out of this position. You got to relocate. Anchors for the sniper. You get pressed too fast. It's Jersey 2. You know he's getting another kill before he goes down. Unfortunately, Squashy, he can't get out of dodge with snipe. Now Batchford running for his life. Back. Turbine right now needs to stay alive. I hate this positioning with this snipe. Get into house, relocate, get an opportunity to get an angle on this next camo coming up. It's 45-45.
Batchford took tail and ran, and I'm not upset with that one bit. Snipe rifle in his hand, looking to play a little bit of Overwatch now with the snipe rifle. I expect to see this game slow down until this camouflage starts to pop up. Players starting to play a little bit slower now. It's all a knife edge. 1 kill could be the difference maker here. Who's going to get that first entry damage and that first frag?
Camo coming up so shortly. Just popped. How will 2700 opt to try and go for this? Batchford looking over this with the snipe. It looks like one player looks to push top middle, and as Mocket Esports rush for the camo, they secure the camo, but Batchford, he's going to get cut off with snipe. He goes down. Jersey gets a kill as well, and now all of a sudden this camo play, yeah, you got it, but what does that mean for the end?
47-47.
Oh!
Carnage down bottom middle. 48-48. Camouflage player down to almost no shields. Opting to stay alive is Squashy. The game is in his hands. Camouflage mangler. What can he do as he creeps towards the base? Cristola caught completely unaware. He hit some vital shots. Squashy trying to get himself out of dodge as quickly as he can. 49-49. And that's going to be the end. That's going to be GG, no re. Winning team is going to be Mocket. They punched their tickets.
What an unbelievable comeback we saw. Typically, you don't see that in Slayers. When it gets to be a 10-kill lead, hardly ever do teams crumble under that kind of pressure. Hardly ever are teams able to manifest a comeback of that magnitude. But Mocket Esports, with everything on the line, with a trip to Raleigh in their future, clutch up, get the job done in the Series 2-0. Not only extend their losers bracket run, but get comfy, boys. Buy a plane ticket, buy a little airplane pillow, kick back. See it land.
Super impressive performance out of both teams. Jersey 2 done everything he possibly could. 22 kills to 14 deaths. An absolute route he was on, but ultimately he was shut down. Maka came to life at the perfect time and clawed all the way back, and that's going to be so disheartening for the boys on 2700. But I'll tell you something, Maka won't care. They're going to Raleigh.
Yeah, highly contested games back and forth. I mean, we saw a 3-2 last seconds of overtime game one, a 50-48 game two. These teams were as close as they could be, and Jersey 2 performed, 6,100 damage right there, and a Slayer is unbelievable. I mean, look at the difference between him and someone like Warlord. That's double the damage and more so, right? Like, if you're 2,700, you hold your heads high. You understand that maybe with a little bit more practice, a little bit like going over more stuff, a little bit more cohesiveness, and you're able to actually come out with a win there. But if you're Maka Esports, like you said, you don't care. You're just celebrating the fact that you just clutched up the way you did.
Yeah, champagne is popped, no doubt, for the Maka boys in that house. Great performance out of them, and that was a huge kill there for Squashy. That was the beginning that turned the tide, I feel. Jersey 2 again, we've seen that camouflage player being used so well as well, but the way it shakes out, Maka are going to be the boys that advance to the next round, and perhaps we'll see 2,700 in January for some more qualifiers and some more tournaments, but that's going to be the end of their run. They get eliminated at the losers round 7 stage, and Maka are going to advance, and that's going to do them the world of good for their confidence and their motivation. Look at that confirmation, 3-2 Aquarius flag, 50-48 live fire Slayer. What a game it was. Nothing between these two teams, separated by very little, but in the end, separated by enough for Maka.
Yeah, and I think where we saw that game 2 really change a tide turn was 2,700 was able to control maybe the first 3 or 4 sets of camos.
Yeah,
they were able to get those snipes. They were able to have so much success with those power weapons early on. But as soon as Maka Esports picked up that first camo of theirs, they started to change the tide, right? They started to get a few kills. They started to get every 2 kills they would get, they would only trade 1 out. And they started to dwindle out the distance going into that 45-45 marker with the game tied up. That last camo really being a massive opportunity for them to not only seal the deal on that series, but to punch their ticket closer to Raleigh. I know it's not set in stone, but barring an unbelievable performance and run from a different team, I think we're going to see them advance. And I mean, you're celebrating, obviously, you feel good, but you also have to remain focused at the task at hand. The losers bracket run is not over yet.
Misery then for 2,700 and joy unconfined for Maka. Shyway, Tony, I need to get your opinions. My heart's broken, but at the end, the head lives on.
I'm not even sure what to say, to be honest. That was without a doubt the best series of the day. That was an insane series. Both games back to back. The first game had me like just wilding with the multiple returns on the flag, like the last second returns, the fumbles. Dude. That was insane. And then it was a sudden death overtime. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed it. There was no time left, and they were on sudden death overtime when they won that game, which was incredible. And then you're looking at live fire. Live fire's there's a 12 kill deficit at one point mid-game. Jersey 2, by the way, I didn't realize how good your brother was. My God, dude, he's insane. He was popping off. He had an incredible game. But then at some point, I'm trying to figure out what was the catalyst. Like, what turned the tides in that game and allowed the score to all of a sudden come to like a nail biter. And I saw in the chat, Batchford was like something like, I love you, Looney, or something like that. I don't know. Batchford says something about Looney. I think Looney popped off mid-game is what happened. He had the snipe in the mangler. He made a couple big game-saving plays that reconnected the scoreline. And then the last 5-6 kills was insane. The nail-biter. Like, just the way that they would trade out kills. They won at the camo, but then they got the camo. I'm losing my mind on it still. Tony, I don't know if you're still reeling about this series.
No, I mean, I agree with you 100%. That was definitely my favorite series of the entire day. Game 1 was crazy. Game 2 was even crazier. Jersey dropped, what was that, 22 kills and a Slayer, and somehow that wasn't enough. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Maka Esports are going to Raleigh.
Maka Esports, they punched their ticket. They're looking good. I even forgot to mention at the very end there, I think it was 48 all. They flanked on Snipe. The guy with Snipe whipped, no-scoped the man at the very end. I don't know if you guys remember that too. It was like, holy crap.
Cristola whipped, laser trained, shot the bullet, and then just couldn't get his battle rifle out of his back pocket quick enough, and he was put down, unfortunately. But dude, great shots from him.
As
48
Tony's
all.
mom always says, Halo is a game of inches.
Right. Tony's
it's
mom
the
coming in
inches
clutch.
Tony's
That
mom.
separated the headshot
wealth.
from the body shot there.
Right.
That made the difference in that game.
Tony's mom's a wealth of knowledge, a well of just lovely Halo lines. She's what a woman.
Well, hopefully we hear a lot more from her in the remainder of the tournament. Guys, that series set one hell of a precedent and put the bar pretty high, but I'm ready for some more Halo. I don't know about you guys. We do have another matchup coming up. It's going to be Jump Out Gang and the boys coming up after the break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Halo. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our kickoff qualifier for HCS for Europe, our final qualifier, day one. And what a day we've had so far. In case you missed this last series, we just came off of the best series I've seen all week. An insane nail biter, both game one and game two, and can't wait to just reminisce a little bit just to start. Or I guess that was our reminiscing right there. By the way, I'm Shyway. Welcome to the desk, the three casters I have with me. We got Tony, Jersey, and Wes joining me. One hell of a series that we just witnessed, and it set the bar kind of high, didn't it, Tony?
It really did. I mean, like we said before, that was probably the most exciting matchup of the tournament, and it also had the most implications on the line. Monk and Esports are literally playing for their tournament land lives, and they might have secured that spot and the flights. We're talking flights, we're talking hotel. Hopefully it's first class, so they're gonna be feeling so nice and comfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they're looking good. I mean, that was a great matchup, and mind you, it's not over yet. I mean, they can still make it into that top four or that top three, but we're gonna find out if they can do that tomorrow.
Hopefully they save the free champagne for Sunday night, though, right? You gotta celebrate at the end. Can't do it on Friday. I made that mistake once. Don't recommend it. Anyway, we have one more matchup. At this point, we are hot in the middle of the losers bracket in losers round 9. This is our matchup on screen. The last match of the day, Jump Out Gang up against the boys. And there's some interesting implications behind this matchup as well. Jersey, I'll let you take the lead.
Yeah, so there's definitely some permutations and the way it can shake out. The boys currently are 5th seed with 7,200 seeding points, and Jump Out Gang are on 5,250. So this could have massive implications again for who gets to go to Raleigh, barring some sort of miracle. If Jump Out Gang could go on an absolute mammoth of a run to secure even more seeding points and knock out the boys here. But I'll tell you something, Rob Sin and the boys, they'll be looking to end business and get it done right here, right now.
The boys definitely looking to go to work here. Here's our series layout, of course. Oddball on Live Fire, Slayer on Aquarius, and CTF on Bazaar. So far, we've seen a little bit of Jump Out Gang, a little bit of the boys today. Unfortunately for Jump Out Gang, we saw them up against Cartel. And they got kind of mollywopped, if that's even a term that we can use. But Wes, I mean, just based off of what we know so far today, what are you thinking as far as predictions or expectations coming into the series?
I'm more familiar with the names on Jump Out Gang, but like you said, they kind of got swept under the rug by Cartel, right?
Yeah.
They did not look like they were on the same stratosphere as the Cartel earlier. They're going to have a much easier time dealing with the boys, I think. That being said, I expect these two teams to kind of play very similar to each other as far as skills concerned. So I expect a highly contested match. But if I'm the Jump Out Gang, like, I honestly expect to win this series, seeing the names and like the careers of these guys so far. They're the more prolific, more established players. But the boys have also played very well when they were on stream earlier.
That's a good point, right? There's a lot of EXP behind this team and recognizable names as well. Despite that, they did form a lot more briefly. I'm not sure. I don't have the intel on the boys, but Jersey, you might know. Have the boys stuck together with their roster for the last few? Because that's the biggest thing, right? Is Jump Out Gang. This is a team that's been jumping from gang to gang. You know, right? This is a roster that just got created like a day or two ago.
Yeah, Jump Out Gang have very much been scrambling for teammates over the last 24 hours. This is sort of what they've come up with, the pieces that have all fallen this way. But the boys have consistently finished top 6 in week 1 and week 2. I'm pretty sure I was saying that week 1 and week 2, they've got some very, very good players, individually skilled, like the likes of Rob Singleton, the artist formerly known as Septic. Very, very good player, lots of LAN experience, in Halo 3, in H2A, and indeed he had some in Halo 5 as well. So a very, very good player in his own right, and this team is there to be reckoned with.
Okay, so Jersey, I take it you're going with the boys. Wes, quick prediction. We're doing fire round predictions here. Go.
I'm going to go with Jersey and his wisdom. He knows a lot more about this team than I do. I'm going to go with the boys as well. My expectations are that this is a close series, though.
Sounds good. Tony, what are you thinking?
The boys are definitely favorited on paper, but you know me, man. I love an underdog story. I go with my heart. I'm so proud of Mista, and I love watching Speed Show as well on his stream and everything. So I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going to say Jump Out win this 2-1.
Hold on. I'd like to say something, okay?
Okay.
I'd like to say something. last week and the week before, Tony was all, it's a cartel party and everybody's invited, and now all of a sudden he's for an underdog story. I was back in OEX week 1 and week 2. I was alone on that mound. Tony didn't want no underdog story. Now all of a sudden he's feeling the love. I feel
Jersey, you will soon learn that Tony has no allegiance to anyone.
Yeah.
He jumps around. There's no consistency. There's no consistency here. Okay, the game is apparently starting, so we got no time to talk about this. Jersey West, thank you for joining us. Tony, join me, and let's break this down, man, one more time.
Why didn't let Jersey know it's still a Cartel party? If Cartel was in here, I'm going with them all day, every day. Don't get me wrong, but everybody knows I love me an underdog story. And,
except for Cartel.
Hey, Cartel gonna be underdogs going into Raleigh. They're gonna be the ultimate underdogs.
Well, we'll see. I mean, yes, you're right. They will as far as facing off against NA, but man, have they been writing a story for themselves. Let's see what story the boys or Jump Out Gang write for us in this series, because we got a hell of a series ahead of us, Tony. Oddball, of course, ball already picked up, but quite a bit of scrappiness going down for it.
Yeah, the boys definitely leading in points right now, but who knows? Jump Out Gang, this is a new squad, and maybe they might have found the right pieces to put together an incredible run to maybe upset a couple people. We don't know. Camouflage in the hands of Looney though, so we're gonna see what he can do.
Oh, this is a sweet little flank here at Alani. Perfect use of the camo here, right up from behind. Does put the damage in for 2. That snipe, I thought, might still be in play. Should be down the stairs. It dropped down below. So now he's got an opportunity with this and a little bit of camo before it disappears. 21 points to counting here on the boys, so good start for them and a chance to get rolling with a little more.
Lundy having the sniper rifle in hands, going for a couple of no-scopes and nobody home just yet. He's forced to back down. Luckily, he has his teammate right there with them over towards the nest side of the map, and they can make something happen. Great teamwork coming out of Jump Out Squad. Gang, excuse me.
Lonnie needs a pick, though, right? He's rotating this snipe all center map. Can't seem to find a head. He's going to need that. Slight lead here formed on the side of the boys here. Rob coming in just to ruin people's days. It looks like he did that for Speed. Speed will drop, so will Rob. Couple trades here, but Lonnie going to eventually grab the ball. So some time here for Jump Out Gang. We've seen this time and time again. The A side hold, so prevalent on this map. This seems to be the best place to play, at least for now.
And I love this play by Lundy right there. He knows that he was in a disadvantageous position. So what does he do? Drops the ball, makes his presence. He kind of hides exactly where he is, goes for a little bit of a flank, gets a big kill, and now they're going right back at it. But it looks like the momentum might have been stopped here because I think someone might have lagged out.
Yeah, I do see that too, Tony. So what I assume will happen, it's so early in the game, you'd think they probably just reset the whole thing. I mean, as we say that, Lundy's playing like the game's still going, so unless they're just trying to bring the guy back into the lobby, resuscitate the situation. I doubt it, though, Tony. I'm going to make the assumption that this is chalk.
Yeah, I guess we're let's keep going, though. I guess they're playing as if they're going with us, so I guess we are, too, because Sandell does have the sniper rifle in hands, and there's no slowing down. Okay, we're going to come to the camera. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah. Like I said, too early for there to be any significant advantage to the point where I feel like you could probably reset. It definitely was an advantage for the boys to start, though. And I mean, a big part of that, just, efficient rotation with the ball, the seaside hold, but things seem like they were about to change, right? Lonnie was doing beautiful work with both the snipe, the heat wave, flanking constantly. I think that was the big story for him so far, is just efficient use of the sandbox.
Yeah, you saw Lundy actually rotate the ball all the way over towards the A house, but despite not having the numbers, he was putting some good points on the board, waited just a little bit, and then drops the ball, runs over towards bottom mid, wraps right back around A with the heat wave, and then makes a play with it as well. They literally had no idea where Lundy was. In their mind, they're probably thinking that there's 2 or 3 players collapsing on him. Like, is this a 8v4? They literally had no idea because Lundy was playing so efficiently.
I just want to see more, Tony. So hopefully they get back in the lobby. We can reset this. And if there is an update, I'll let you know. But I'm going to once again assume we just go with 0-0. But just great to see, some plays early on, kick things off. I haven't seen too much Repulsor just yet. I'm hoping to see that kind of make its way into the mix. Of course, with so many options to play the ball, there's also so many opportunities to play a couple Spartans at the same time with the Repulsor. So always a great thing to look forward to.
Yeah, I talked about it before. Like the resource that 343 have given you are good by themselves. The repulsor, I've gotten some crazy movement plays with the repulsor where going right from the bottom of the map up to the top and invading bad situations. But where they really come in handy is when you combine them with the rest of the sandbox. You know, we're talking about utilizing that thrust with the bulldog or the heat wave, utilizing that repulsor and making plays like knocking the ball guy off the map, or in the best part is when the stronghold battle, you know you're not going to win the gunfight, just repulse the guy right off the stronghold and you get an easy reset and buy enough time for your teammates to kind of catch up. There's so much you can do with these equipment that they're good by themselves, but they're great when you combine them with the rest of the sandbox.
And that's exactly what I'm looking forward to seeing. Tony, by the way, I did get the update from the producer. This is a full reset to 0-0. We are starting from scratch as expected. And unexpected for that player. He does go down. That ball going to rotate, though, over to the boys, though things still looking a little dicey to start. Mista looking for a cheeky angle with the snipe, but he's got the goodies to start the game.
Both of these teams got 2-0'd in the exact same round in the winners bracket, so they're here in the elimination bracket trying to bounce back and fighting for their tournament lives. The Snakey going to lose a huge individual gunfight. Snipe Paul able to get away with this heat wave, and that ball's going to be off the map, but maybe they can set up early for it.
This time we see Jump Out Gang with the early advantage in points, which we didn't see previously. Can they play off of that, though? All of them spawning up and B, a bit vulnerable. Ball already picked up by the boys here. Making use of the drop wall, the heat wave, to lock things down. There's nobody there, by the way. He's throwing all of his nades just in case, right? But make sure he locks down the nest when he does that. Rob going to go down as well, though. Nice coordinated push coming into A here to transfer hands with the ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he saw. Maybe he thought somebody was there. Maybe he was just trying to nade that green side of the map, so they spawned out towards A house. I'm not exactly sure, but either way, he was very upset with that commando spawn. Which, you know, commando's a weird weapon. I don't like automatics in competitive either, so I'm gonna throw a couple of nades there myself every life, as we're seeing the entire jump out squad go in and get really heavy with the repulsor right up to the ceiling, but nowhere to go.
Yeah, unfortunately for that man, there was a roof above his head, so it didn't quite work out. He got stuck. Speed Show going to pick up the ball in the meantime. So nice hold forming on A. Pressure in, but teammate in the door to close the door on that man. Give Speed a chance to pick up that ball once again. Here he is, Casey Lunny with the heat wave. Sandell with the camo and a sneaky opportunity. Where's his team, though? They got to coordinate this. You got one out front door, picks up the clean kill, and a second coming in too. Nice work here out of Sandell. He's bought his team time. He's getting a little more too. Almost a late triple.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was watching Sandell's POV. I was like, oh, what is it? Is he going for the melee? But then he kind of faked to get into melee range, then kind of backed up and finished off with that headshot. Really high IQ play by Sandell, kind of juking that play. He goes in for the melee, and literally nobody was home right there. But one down go the boys. Advantage going towards jump out gang, as Mista trying to make something happen around Sandbags. Big win, taking down Sandell.
If there's any lesson I've learned playing Halo Infinite, Tony, it's that you stay out of melee range as long as you can, right? Like, last thing you want to do is go for the melee in this game. Just get away if you can. That ball rotates to B, by the way, right next to a play spot. So Morga going to try to make the attack here. Looney does play it off immediately, though. Morga just going to hold him down. Snipe in the hands of the perfect man to hold it. We got Snipe Paul, who's got to live up to his name here. First kill. Let's see what else he can do.
Great initial kill coming out of the boys. Now they're going to try to push forward into that A base as the ball is rotating over that way. I believe it's Speed that has the ball in hands. 4 players still alive for Jump Out Gang. So they need an easy kill. And man, that was a tough one at that beautiful no-scope right to the dome. But just as we say that, Jump Out Gang go 3 down.
He did the hard one, right? He hit the hard headshot. That was nasty. And then didn't hit the body. Unfortunately, would have been a sick double. Snaky does have the snipe because of it. Ball over on B once again. So a bit of a hold here for the boys. You can see they've already lost quite a bit of time, though. 68 for Jump Out Gang, who've been pretty efficient off the start. Snaky with the rotation out through. Shots into Morga. Going to try to back down here. Can't snap onto Sandell, who's sliding by. He drops the snipe, and hopefully boys are aware of it.
68-43 going in favor of jump out gang, but both teams really trying to fight for that control. As I say that, the gang do go 2 down, and now Lunny actually going for the early ball time, and nobody's there to contest them. Easy ball grab. We have multiple players over towards bottom mid, and the setup starts to begin here for jump out gang.
Yeah, he's just going to take it right next to the play spot. I believe he's lost 2 on the feed as well.
Yeah.
So just being down in numbers. Best case scenario, gets a little bit of time, holds it as long as possible. Look at him just milking the situation with the clamber too, and still manages to play the ball. That brings them to 82. So a bit of an overwhelming advantage here. And the boys are going to have to play this very cleanly if they want to get out alive. You can see that heat wave, as powerful as it is, sometimes it hurts you more than it benefits.
Yeah, but in those tunnels, let me tell you, the heat wave prevails. There was 2 players over towards that heat wave player. He's able to take down the first player, put the second one to 1 shot. So really interesting to see. And looks like Snipe Paul is not gonna be able to grab that ball for too much longer. It's gonna go off the map, and we are reset once again. No team wanted to give an inch, let alone a mile.
Big win at a Sandel though. All will that happen? They closed the gap just a little bit though, right? So not an unwinnable situation here, though. Unfortunately, that ball already being rotated out by jump out. Sandel here to put a stop to it. Just shuts down Speed with a perfect ball in his hands. Teammate with the heat wave to escort. And a great opportunity here for Sandel if he plays this carefully. Already loses one bottom mid. Big play out of Robson with the heat wave. He drops to Snaky. Ball being rotated out to the play spot here. So boys doing a really great job, or Sandel at the very least doing a great job of just keeping this in play as long as possible, milking that time, just bringing it down to a 4-point deficit.
That it is, but all the resources are starting to come up. Sniper rifle and the power up. Whoever can control this might be able to win this game off of a few rounds of slays as the ball started to move over toward the A side of the map. Rob is looking good right now. 3-on-3 situation, so he knows he needs a slay. Snaky's gonna get a big elimination, and 3 down go the boys in blue.
Huge set of kills. Lunny has the ball, less than 10 seconds. They don't have a lot of time to get to him. Camo on the body as well. I think they got the lock on round 1. Nobody's going to make it to A. And round 1 closed by Jump Out Gang. Coming out on top 1-0. They got the start of that game on lock, and they made it happen at the very end there, Tony. What a precedent to set for round 2.
Yeah, you know, Shurzy kind of talked about it before, how multiple of these players have kind of jumped from team to team. You know, we haven't seen any kind of consistency out of these rosters going in from week 1 to week 2. But maybe they might have found that secret sauce with these 4 players. They're playing so well together. As I say that, they're losing numbers every time. Caster's curse. Caster's curse.
Yeah, as you say that, ball in the hands of blue. The boys got the snipe. He's on the tower. They locked everything down. It's okay. It's just the beginning still, but we'll see what Morga can do. Snaky's making a sneaky rotation. Not sure if he hears it. There he is, right from below. I think you can creep walk in this game too, right? You can stutter step to get behind. Oh my God, look at this. They're both out in front of him. He does get 1 kill. Ball gets played. You'd think with 2 players up on top of the tower, they would double team the man, but instead, somehow he gets away with more than I think he expected.
And back-to-back kills going in favor of Jump Out Gang once again. Meanwhile, Sandel able to get away with the sniper rifle, tries to go after the power, but not able to do so. Lunny gonna be able to take advantage of that, but Snipe Paul having no part of that, and now number switching back in favor of the boys who are starting to collapse here.
Sandel snipe in hand, heat wave back pocket. If anything, maybe drop one for a teammate. He's got Snipe Paul with the camo as well. They got everything. But still, time continues to tick for Jump Out Gang as they do try to rotate that ball to B. And a great play, honestly. The fact that they made that rotation, considering the pressure against them, though. Jump Out Gang getting way more than you'd expect here. And still, the rotation comes through, though. Snipe will pick up 1. Shots into a second here for Speed, but they do drop the ball off the map. And despite all the control, the weapons, I just don't think they got, as much as they could have out of that situation.
And I'm loving the awareness come out of Snipe Paul right there. He noticed that they did not have the advantages, so instead of taking that center lane, he wraps all the way around Nest, making just buying enough time for his teammates to push up, putting down that max amount of damage. They even get the early play on the ball because of that. But as I say that, multiple go down for Jump Out Gang, and the boys are starting to get aggressive.
Oh, Misto with the awareness. Knows he's about to be challenged with the heat wave. Even if you're ready for it, that thing is powerful. Sandel now has the ball. Now the score line continues to grow. My God, what a snap. Right back at him. Got the scattergun medal for that. Nice little play. Drops the ball down. Top tower. Speed Show with a nice little one-shot melee. That's a double for him. So a couple trades, you're left and right. Morga going to pick one up. That's a triple for Morga. With the camo as well. Going to drop out with the ball. Take it down below.
58-29, going in favor of the boys right now. We're bouncing back amazingly, and right in the nick of time too, because sniper rifle is coming up. Jump out gang gonna try to work towards the ball, maybe get the play off the map, but he's gonna be shut down immediately. Luckily, his team comes out of nowhere. Excellent pickup coming out of jump out gang, and now they have the C setup and are putting some good points on the board.
That's that one thing you gotta love about Infinite and the strafe speed in this game is just how quickly you can play the cover. Like you see him just tapping left and right, just just peeking out a little bit. Then you can just sprint slide out, coming in with the melee. So just a lot you can do to very quickly, mind game your opponents and come out on top of a situation. We're seeing plenty of it. That ball does get rotated though. Mista looking to collapse and cut him off. Big pickup onto Sandel. Gets right up the tower. Looking for a double here on the Rob. Ooh, love the movement out of him as well as he jumps and stays in the fight. And probably shouldn't have gone back up the tower after that, but still a great attempt.
Excellent initial movement coming out of Mista, but like you said, he had to capitalize it by playing his life, maybe going down low and waiting for his teammates who were 3 down. Sadly, not able to do so, and now another 2 down go the boys, and once again, jump out gang advancing forward towards the ball. However, Lunny's not able to get away with his life.
Snipe ball with a pickup, camo up as well, puts it on the body. What can they make of this opportunity here? Lunny coming out from tower, should be a nice little 2v1, quick, easy pickup. Ball now down center. Snakey's got eyes on camo. But Mista does it. Nice pickup with the melee. Snakey does clean it, but he's down numbers. He gets taken down as well. So opportunity to rotate the ball for the boys. They keep it in tower. And at this point, they are looking at the end zone here, Tony.
My man Snipeball utilizing those dummies to stay alive as long as possible, turning around towards that player over towards bottom C and getting the big kill. And now, because of that, Morga and the boys have a great setup over towards the seaside tower once again, and they're already getting the initial slays they need. Mista ends up going down. This is not looking good. If you're a fan of Jump Out Gang, the boys might take this round.
Yeah, this could be it for the round right here. You can see 3 of them coming up through center, but they're getting picked off like flies. Lonnie gonna try to do damage, does knock the shields, but not enough for the kill and not enough to save the round. High game, Tony. Time for round 3.
The boys coming out on top. We're tied up right now. Next round's gonna take it, and this is also important. Game number 1. Let me tell you, this. I mean, obviously, it's obviously important, the best of 3 series, but it also sets the flow for the entire rest of the series as. Lunny getting another big individual gunfight.
Lunny with a nice little snap. You can see a couple of multiple trades on the feet. Look at everyone dying here. He does pick up the last one. Player dives out right in front. That's a teammate with the ball. So early time here for Jump Out Gang to start round 3. They'll rotate it out to tower once again. Camo coming up here also. Lunny, what can he do to defend it? He does have the heat wave. Not expecting the flank though. So nice little comeback out of the boys here. They got a chance.
Does this man spawn with camouflage? How does he always have the camouflage in hands? Let's see what he can do with it, because his teammate actually just went down. So he's going to try to back down to this 1v2 situation. Excellent movement coming out of him, and it looks like he was able to get away. That's going to be a great reset coming out of the boys.
Jump Out Gang still has that ball despite it though, right? They've got the camo. They just couldn't quite find the opportunity to break this setup here. Snakey does die, gets snaps onto the ball player. Lunny lives up, and he's got a snipe now too. We'll look to hold down an angle here. One victim will drop on the box, picks up the ball here. So objective efficient. He does have that snipe if he needs to defend, but his teammates all surrounding him. So I like this. Drops the ball for a teammate. Grab an angle here. Look for a face. Sandel playing with fire here. Sandel wants a piece, and Lunny can't seem to snap on him.
Someone needs to tell the boys that the game started. It's in danger of getting out of hand. Luckily, Morgan's coming in with the mangler, but not able to do enough damage. Lunny trying to make something happen here. Ends up getting the stick. Ooh, Lunny's going off.
Lunny with a nice little double from the grave there. Beautiful use of the sticks. Unfortunately, didn't hit with the snipes, but I mean, he made that situation work in his favor, and now Sandel can walk out with the ball here. Some time on the board finally for the boys. Looking to close the gap here just a little bit. Awkward position to hold it. Might need to rotate, but this is it right here. Keeps himself close to a play spot. Oh, well, that happens. Speed Show duking it out here and does win the fight with Snipeball. Walks away with camo too. Speed Show looking to turn the tides here.
finally someone other than Sniper able to get away with that camouflage. I know Speed knows exactly what to do with it as that ball is going to be played, but 3 down still for the boys. And the Needler trying to do work with the Needler, but not able to get that kill. That's a piv going in favor of the boys in blue.
The Needler is the best and worst weapon in the game, Tony. I swear. You get him in the right situation, and it's like it feels overpowered how easily you can kill somebody. But then if you're in a bad situation with the Needler, it is like the worst, most useless weapon. And I think that was a perfect example. Speed could not do anything with the Needler from that distance in that situation. Dropped immediately. So did Lonnie. Sandel looking to turn one. He does. That's multiple dead. So A side hold coming out for the boys. If Sandel continues to lock things down, Mista with a pick out. Spawners up to help at least get the trade. I think the snipe must have just popped. Oh no, it's up on the map, sitting there center.
Way to victory.
I'm disappointed in you, Alex. You know, normally you're on point, but you just missed a beautiful curb slide into a Mangler kill. Mangler, your favorite weapon. He curb slide over from top sandbags into A and got a big kill. I mean, he trade off kill, so I guess it wasn't that big, but still, I'm surprised you didn't actually catch it. As I'm surprised as Lunny's hitting these headshots as well, utilizing the sniper rifle the way it should be, and now they're going in for a flank.
Tony, you know who ain't missing? Lunny. He's not missing. I might miss every now and then, but this man, he ain't missing a beat. Oh, as I say it, though, he's getting D-scope. Does miss one here. Man's going to just try to get out of this, though. Looking kind of rough in bottom mid here. Rotates out through. They have the ball. Ooh, snaps onto the booty there. Hit him in the left cheek. It's not enough, though, right? Just drops the shield. It's going to have to do a little bit more work. But Morga, easy kill there off the back wall. Oh, hits with the no-scope for the double. You kidding? Lunny popping off.
That he is, and they're going to need it too because they're still currently down by over 20 points as that ball is going to be reset once again. Lunny's tearing faces, though. That's another double kill. Can somebody nerf this man?
No, don't nerf him. I'm having too much fun watching this, Tony. Right now, he's locking things down. Does whiff that shot. Got repulsor back pocket. Can't connect with a snipe, and now he's in trouble. Yeah, it does get finally taken down, so spree going to end. But damage done for sure. There's the repulsor coming into play. What a beautiful little knockback there. Does clean up the kill. And can they close the game off a play like that? Drop wall going to likely come down for some defense here. But at this point, we're jumping into the last 20 seconds. They've got a lock with this setup.
Snipe Paul and Rob on the boys right now are leading Slays, and they had a total of about 16 kills. Make that 17 now. Lunny by himself has 18 kills at the moment. This young man is going off as Morgan is going to be forced to grab the ball off the map, but it's not going to matter because even though the boys didn't get the big Slays, what they got was the objective. And at the end of the day, that's how you win the game.
That's literally it, right? At the very end there, we're celebrating Lunny. The man's cracked. He's popping off left and right, but what matters is the dub. What matters is the ball hold. I guess, you know, you can get as many flashy kills as you like, but a win's a win in the end of the day. So far, the boys going to hold on to that. But Tony, I mean, what a series we got ahead of us. That was a close game one down to the wire. Round 3, we're only just getting started.
I hope every diamond level matchmaking kid in the chat is paying attention to that one because you can pop off all you want in the Slays department, but what matters is getting that ball time, and that's what we saw. Objective efficiency is going to beat Slays every single time, especially on Oddball. Great job by the boys.
Sendel and Morga popping off with the points there, the ball time. Let's see the Slays. 29 all for 3 members of the red team there. 20 out of Morga. Making up for it a bit with the assists, though. In the meantime, you got Lunny. Like we said, Lunny was popping off 32, 23, 11. Far and away the most Slays on his team, but it just wasn't enough. It's a team game at the end of the day here, Tony. And so far, the better team appears to be the boys.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. I mean, this team finished top 6 week 1 and week 2, and they're favorited on paper. That's the reason why they're the higher seed. But I don't know, man. Just something about this jump out gang. Something's jumping out of the screen to me for some reason. I have a feeling that they're going to come out big on this Slayer. And when you have that momentum coming out of a big game 2, you go into game 3 thinking anything is possible. I'm still a believer in jump out gang. I called a 2-1 victory in favor of them. Obviously not looking good so far, but I mean, hey, if Lunny slays out like he did in game number 1, my prediction is still kind of looking good.
Without a doubt, Tony, there's a ton of potential here. I mean, just looking at the scoreboard, right, it's not lopsided. Like, even the damage stats here, relatively close, right? You know, Speed Show just under 7K, but you still got Lunny with the 8.5K damage dealt. Everyone taking quite a bit of damage here, too. One hell of a game to start, a long one, Tony. We are only just getting started, like you said, and just based off of this, I am ready for a couple more surprises.
We're actually watching some of the highlights of that star-studded matchup, and again, a lot of implication. I think this is gonna be our last match of the day here.
Yep.
We have our number 5 seed going up against our number 8 seed, and there's implication on the line. Although the boys are sitting comfortably and might earn that trip to Raleigh, it's not set in stone just yet. Anything can happen, and those were some of the slides. I'm still excited. I already watched them, and they're still popping out to me.
That one play by Lenny is nasty. The jumping no-scope, and then he plays that wall perfectly. Oh, man. We can't replay the replays, can we? Because I want to see that again. But he didn't even have his reticle fully set up for that engagement, right? Because a big part of landing and connecting with those snipes is just your placement pre-snipe. But he snapped onto the wall there and still flicked that reticle in time to snap on the head before he got de-scoped, too, which can be very difficult to, immediately put together. But just... love to see it, Tony. Love to see the high-level play. Slayer on Aquarius coming up next, so expecting quite a brawl on this one. We've got the Heatwave center map. We've got the Dynamo nades, which we've talked about several times. They are quite a power weapon. You want to pay attention to them.
Again, Jersey called them the sizzle sticks, and I'm sticking with that. I still like road flares as well. Sorry, emergency flares, but but yeah, I mean, Aquarius Slayer. It's a tough map to take control of, and I have to give the advantage to the boys. The team that's been together longer has that chemistry, so when those dynamic spawns are coming in, I feel like they're going to be ready for it earlier, be able to collapse on those spawns earlier than, say, a team that was kind of just put together, a couple of days ago. It's a big deal to me. So I'm a little worried about my pick for prediction-wise, but if anybody can take on the boys, it might just be Jump Out Gang.
Like you said, Tony, we will have to see potentially the final match of the day right here, potentially the final game of the day between Jump Out Boys and Jump Out Gang and the boys. And like you said, coming into this map can snowball if you get control of items like the Camo Center and pick up those early kills. Speed Show, by the way, beautiful use of the thrust, which I guarantee will come into play quite a bit in this one.
Still on board with speed at the moment with the camouflage enhanced, making his way behind enemy lines here. 3-1 lead, still in favor of Jump Out Gang. Meanwhile, pings are coming in off the screen here, and this camouflage might be important. This might be able to get the boys right back in it.
Oh,
no.
No, that's the thing with the camo. I don't think you're as camoed as you think you are in this game, Tony. So many situations where you'll have the camo. If you're directly in that line of sight of that player, they will likely see you. You look at the high definition monitors people play on these days. It's just you can't. You got to be real sneaky with that camo, or else you will get blasted.
Yeah. And that's what it is. I've been playing Halo 5 for so long on console. You don't get with those extra FOVs, you just don't get the same feeling for spotting out camo that you do on PC, as Mista goes for a big kill, taking down Snipe Paul, and just waiting for someone to challenge him over toward utility. Mista's looking real good right now.
Couple wild trades here to start. Like you said, Mista just going to lock things down. Snaky up on mid here. Shots cross map just to back down a player. Ideally help out a teammate who died bottom mid. Leave a nade behind for that player. And I like this micromanaging the situation here, trying to find that one guy who dropped down, can't seem to find him. Lost positioning now because of it, but this could work out as a flank. Alternatively, he's got a teammate coming out through perimeter. Perfect timing here to come in for this challenge. Can he pick up anything? Caught in a reload. Kind of unfortunate there for Mista.
It was 11-7 lead in favor of Jump Out Gang, but multiple players are going to go down in favor of the boys, who are holding on to their setup right now and looking good while doing it. That player is going to trade off kills on screen, and Rob just looking for another head to click on.
Yep. Fight will take place cross center. Rob can just lock it down. Oh, from above. Shots into Snaky. Snaky going to try to get out. I like the attempt with the nade. Where did the man go? Over by the Dynamos. He can pick him up. Thrust in the back pocket to work with here, too, so Rob can get a bit of a string going. Look at, they're just giving him kills now. They drop right in front of him.
Rob is just mowing down opponents at the moment. Multiple players hitting the ground. 2 down for Jump Out Gang. And meanwhile, Rob is just chilling, rent-free over towards bottom mid. He knows exactly where the spawns are coming. That's the communication, and that's the chemistry that I was talking about before. If it's dynamic spawns, if you're going to block it, you need that chemistry. You need that small talk, but Rob was not able to get the double kill. 2 down go the boys.
Rob almost turning 2 there. The thrust back just to trip up that player, but both of them getting caught in the whiffed melees. Either way, does end that with a net positive 17-18 now at this point. So nail biter once again, Tony, as expected. To keep things close. Spawners up in the base. Sandel already got a bead on it and a free kill right out front. Can he get a double out of this? We'll chase this man down. Melee in. The double will come through with the BR. Can't transfer the heat wave. He'll put that down, but did the work regardless.
I don't know how Sandel was able to get behind both of the players right there, but that was an excellent double kill coming out of him. Jump Out Gang needs to tighten up if they want to get back into this game, because they're in danger of losing this series, which ultimately is a tournament as well. There are no more chances past the elimination bracket.
Mista did his best with that fight right there. That the high ground advantage that player had, the best thing you can do is just cut the vertical super quick, just walk forward and make it very tough for them. Just not expecting the double team, though. Rob going to drop from 1 as well. That team cross coming in here, so sharp, difficult to deal with. Morga, what an exchange right there. They will drop, trade with each other, just to keep things close. Midpoint in the game here, and Camo thruster up as well.
And looks like Snaky's ready to snake that away, but he has 2 players that are going to meet him over towards top Hydro. He's going to be forced to back down over towards bottom mid. He has his teammates near, so he tries to double back, but he's not able to get away with his life. Numbers advantage going back in favor of the boys, who already have a nice little lead.
Huge 1v1 if he wins this. Teammate comes in to help out. Does die. Cross map, though. Camo still up. Player picks it up. It's Morga who has it, puts it on the body. He does get out. And an opportunity here for the boys. Off the back of Morga. Sandel already doing work, bottom map. Morga going to see if he can find a good angle to attack here. 1 cross the map in the base, but worried about these players on the Dynamo. Big opportunity to pick up a double right here. Naden not expecting that angle, though. Big pickup at a jump out. Just to shut down the Camo. Speed still lives up in the corner there, too. And he can reach out as well, so nice little coordination. The baiting and switching here at a jump out gang coming in strong just to keep something on their side. You can see despite that they are still down by a bit.
Morgan was not able to stay alive with that camouflage, and then now, I mean, they're in trouble. Jump Out Gang are really starting to come back in this one, and now on board with Snaky, raining down shots from across the map, but he's going to be taking some heavy damage. Sticky grenade going out, but 2 down. Go Jump Out Gang. So, and just as I say that, the boys right back in it.
Okay, he does get the trade. That looked bad for a second. At this point, trades aren't good enough. 4-kill advantage here for boys. Snipeball just trying to get out of this. Back to the lockers, or we'll see the closet, I guess is what they call it here. He'll rotate out. Snipeball. Can he get into this fight, though? You can see his teammate just in 1, not expecting 2, though. Oh, in the attempt, he tries to jump up. Maybe get a melee trade, just does not work.
I'm liking the new strategy coming out of Jump Out Gang, you know, holding hands, baiting and switching. This is what you want to do if you want to take on a team like the boys. Hey, you don't have to beat them in individual gunfights if you can force these 2v1 situations every time. Morgan doing a great job of holding down top pump right now, but everybody knowing exactly where he is.
They don't really have center control, though, right? You've got Morga here trying to lock it down. Of course, as I say that, they do make the rotation. Sandel does get out with the camo, though. That was the big point of contention they needed. Now a great opportunity with it. Does spot Lunny. He's got the teammate on the challenge here. They're all going to fly into the closet. Sandel can look for new spawners in the meantime. Already popping up on blue side. And how does he play this? He's going to reveal himself top mid. Little risky. But his teammates, if they're in position, they can pick up off this damage. You can see the assist coming in already.
A 9-kill lead and camouflage that it just goes down. The boys are poised to make this a 2-0. Sandel playing ring around the rosy. Finally going to be caught by Lunny. That's actually really good. Lunny now going in for the challenge, but not able to get the double kill, and that's going to be the 45th kill going in favor of the boys.
We're so close at the midpoint, Tony, but at this point, 45-37. Looking nearly unwinnable for Jump Out Gang unless the miracle happens. They got to do something big and something soon. You can see they're getting pinched from all sides here, though. Morgan coming in just to drop them. Got the heat wave out and a triple on lock. Apparently put it all together. And a little 720 spin as well. Almost hits the curb slide. Hit one here. There you go. Perfectly timed that slide at the edge of that little curb there, and you launch out forward. And he's still going. I mean, that's the GG right there. The boys, they pull away at the end, and they make it look clean. But man, it was close midway through until they got a lock on the spawns, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, that was exciting, but the boys were clearly just a step ahead, and that was some great plays, man. That triple kill was dirty. Let me tell you guys, if you're not using the heat wave, I don't know what you're doing. Get into the training, figure out how it works. The thing is an absolute monster. Great job to the boys. We're going to see you tomorrow.
I would have liked to see the whole triple, though, Tony. We caught the tail end of it, but I agree. The heat wave is nasty. Something about, like, just being able to switch from vertical to horizontal, something about that feels so satisfying. Like, just the concept of it all. Anyway, you can see it on screen here, though. Great work out of the boys, and obviously great slays, too. Morga, 18-7. So just popping off in that game and ending it with a triple kill as well. So what a statement out of Morga. 13-9 and a Robson, 11-10, Sandell, and Snipeball with 8-11. Unfortunate, though, does have the majority of assists, so you can't count that out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a monster game coming out of Morga. And, you know, and don't get me wrong, it's hard to win a game and gain advantage, especially when the pressure is this high. We're talking about, you know, we're talking about seeding going into Raleigh. We're talking about getting a free flight and travel going into Raleigh. But to be able to close out a series is even harder than that. So the pressure was on. Morga accepting that pressure, 4.6 damage. Like, man, that man's the real deal.
It's a hell of a lot of damage. 4,667, far and away above his teammates. Like you said, dude's popping off and sets a great precedent going into our day tomorrow. Tony, we've got a hell of a day tomorrow, right? This is all just the footwork, like the groundwork to set things up, right? Tomorrow is going to be the big show. We're seeing a couple big plays in the meantime, though, just to reminisce.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. We got to see some, you know, really scrappy teams throughout the early rounds, but there's a clear pecking order when it comes to the EU. You know, it's pretty top heavy when you look at Cartel and OEX, in my opinion. HMDA and Navi are kind of that second tier, but at any point in time, they can pop off and make it to that next tier, and then everybody else is fighting, fighting for that rest, the rest of it. You know, we now got down to our top 6, the real nitty gritty. Let me tell you. We're probably not going to see too many 2-0s tomorrow. I'm predicting a lot of game 3s, which we saw last week and the week before going into this top 6.
Depending on the matchup, though, man. From what we've seen with Cartel, they are looking incredible with no signs of stopping. So a bit worrisome if you got to go up against them, but hopefully we do see that variance, right? We've had series with OEX and Cartel that went down to the wire that were pretty damn incredible. But as far as that series today, the results, though, Tony, the boys, they walk away on top, and that means that they have, I think, basically punched their ticket as well on top of Mocket, right? They were 5th seed. They now hold on to 5th seed comfortably, and they don't have to worry about the upset that just came in or could have come in from Jump Out Gang. So Jump Out Gang, they will go out for now. Tomorrow, a hell of a day. Let's talk with Sherzy and Wes about tomorrow and what to expect going forward. But Wes, Sherzy, when we come back, what do you guys think of, or what did you think of this series? Any final thoughts on that one before we move on? Sherzy, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think what a performance out of all these teams. EU Kickoff Qualifier Day 1 did not disappoint us whatsoever. I think also it's important to know for anybody that's watching this at home, this game is free to play. Get it downloaded, and if you want, gather some friends and get yourself competing as well. Also, there's been cups before this, whether it be Australia, Mexico, NA, and of course EU that have come prior to this. Head over to YouTube and search Halo Esports as well. Subscribe, like, comment, all that good stuff, and get yourself in tune with some Halo Esports action.
Well said, right? We are one of 4 destinations. You got the ANZ, Mexico, here with Europe, and then NA coming up later today. So this is a full day of Halo, by the way, just nonstop action, and then tomorrow as well. Let's take a look at the bracket, by the way, before we jump into tomorrow, because we could see a little bit of what to expect here. So we got Cartel, who took out Jump Out Gang early on. They pushed through. They will be facing HMDA. HMDA, actually, some stellar performance out of them in the last couple qualifiers. They defeated Navi, but Cartel is a different beast that they have yet to go up against. So not expecting an easy one for them. OEX took out Mocket earlier. OEX will be facing Navi going forward tomorrow. Navi looking forward to that one, I'm sure, because Navi can't seem to get OEX's number just yet. So a lot to look forward to in the upper bracket. On the lower side of things, let's jump into the lower bracket for the final 2 teams still in this. It's going to be, I believe, the boys and Mocket Esports, right? Mocket had a very close series with Gambit, so they should ideally be playing the boys tomorrow as the final 2 in the top 6. Unless I'm wrong, Sherzy, you think this sounds good?
It looks as though we still have Mocket to play against Gambit.
Or they haven't played them.
it doesn't look so just yet, but I think so. I think we probably have 7 teams remaining. Gambit, though, in terms of seeding points, they're not really close enough to upset the apple cart too much, unless they can go on a hellacious run and finish top 2 to maybe push Mocket down. But I think that's probably out of the realms of possibility. Doctor Strange isn't even predicting that's going to happen. So I think the way it's going to shake out is the top 6 seeds that we had, minus Question Reality, who have dropped down. Mocket have gone on to improve their situation. I think that will be our set in stone teams for Raleigh.
Okay, so basically, off what you said, we got a lot of exciting storylines tomorrow, right? Yep. 7 teams and a lot of potential, and I'm sure some upsets maybe along the way. Before we go for today, just to close out the broadcast, thank you, of course, everybody who tuned in here. Wes, any closing thoughts?
No, I think we saw some good Halo. It was exciting to see some of these teams qualify and with their backs against the wall, with the pressure on them, how they stepped up in those moments. Mainly Mocket. I think that series was unbelievable, and the fact that they were able to come back in that best of 2 or in that game 2 was pretty unbelievable. So very much forward looking to seeing them play again. But my eyes are set on tomorrow and that OEX Navi matchup. I know Cartel is going to be in the finals. I'm not even going to entertain anything else, but those 2 teams seem like that's a bit of a rivalry for second place that's developing here in the EU scene. And we're going to get another opportunity to see those 2 Titans clash tomorrow.
Hell yeah. Well said. Tony, final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, big ups to 343, big ups to HCS as well, man. Like coming out with this game early, and then HCS, creating these qualifiers like literally out of nowhere, and somehow these amazing players creating a meta in 2.5 weeks, executing it, polishing it. Man, this is crazy, and if this is all gonna happen, it's all for Raleigh. Raleigh is going to be absolutely insane. Can't wait for tomorrow. Can't wait for next month.
It's a good point that you think about how this might have been if the game came out on the 8th instead, and then the tournament was like a week later. Everyone would be scrambling to kind of get it together, but now they've had weeks to prep, to get their strats down, to get cracked as hell at the game. We're already seeing it. So this first LAN is going to be insane. But Shurzy, before we go, I'll let you give some closing remarks too.
Yeah, I think I echo what Tony says. Tomorrow's going to be really, really exciting, and it's actually even closer than Tony says. It's this month. It's in essentially 2 weeks. So
right now, it's December.
Once December 1st. Now it's so we're right there. We're knocking on the door, and I can't wait to see what way it all shakes out. It's going to be great to watch some competitive Halo in a LAN environment for the first time in a very long time.
Completely agree, and I can't wait too. Hopefully you guys can't wait in the chat. Once again, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Esports Engine. Thank you, DreamHack, for helping put this on as well. A hell of a tournament, but day 1. This is day 1 in the qualifier. We got more coming up with NA, but tomorrow we got day 2, and day 2 is the big show you don't want to miss. So we'll see you there. Till then, have a good night.